2 great days. And let's switch into speaker mode. So our first session is called Nordic Policy Challenges. And first off, we will listen to Anneli Wirtén, Director General of the Geological Survey of Sweden. She will give us a picture of raw materials for the future from the SGU perspective. So welcome, Anneli.
Thank you. And good morning. I'm very pleased to have been given the opportunity to speak at this Future Mine and Mineral Conference representing the Geological Survey of Sweden. And next week, it will be exactly 1 year since I started out as Director General for the survey. And it has been a both exciting and strange year. The survey is not a big organization, but because of the pandemic, there are still co-workers that I haven't been able to meet in person. And it has, of course, also been a challenge to reach out to the survey's external networks. Raw materials for the future, big question and an important one as well. As we all know, mineral resources and other raw materials are fundamental for a welfare society. Just trying to imagine a single day completely without them is impossible. And it is almost equally impossible to manage the enormous challenges of poverty and climate change. The Paris Agreement and the UN global goals simply cannot be achieved without sustainable supply of energy, metals, and minerals. And recycling, reuse, and resource efficiency are all extremely important and totally necessary in order to reach the goals, but still they are nowhere near enough. Increased mining is equally necessary to achieve a circular, carbon-neutral economy. Rare earth metals are known to most, for example, as a component in building wind turbines, and so-called battery metals such as lithium, cobalt, and nickel are mentioned almost daily in the media. But these metals are far from the only materials of concern. The demand for base metals such as copper is also growing, as is iron, and also other metals and minerals that today are produced in smaller quantities. And this has a direct impact on other sectors, like the automotive sector, which alone provides direct and indirect jobs, representing close to 7% of the total EU employment. In the ongoing transition from combustion to electric engines, access to batteries has already proven to be a limiting factor for several European car manufacturers. And even if there are new gigawatt battery factories planned and built, such as Northvolt in Sweden, access to the necessary and responsibly sourced raw materials will be a challenge for years ahead. The EU Raw Materials Scoreboard, published 2018, shows that the EU is heavily dependent on import and will be so for the foreseeable future. So stable and reliable trade agreements are therefore a must, but we also have to invest in recycling. We have to increase our research efforts in resource efficiency. And finally, we also need to do more mining. So why not rely completely on imports then? Well, to start with, raw materials have always been tools in the strategic toolbox used to gain advantages. We have seen how countries have used access to metals, minerals, and energies as means to apply pressure on other nations. And the ongoing pandemic also serves as a recent and clear reminder that how limited access to goods and materials in a global economy can make you very vulnerable. In the difficult situations, agreements made earlier suddenly proves to be surprisingly easy to dispose of. In the EU Raw Materials Initiative, over 30 metals and minerals have been identified as critical. And this is of course not satisfactory. But the number of critical elements on the list is also growing, despite EU's conscious efforts for almost 2 decades to work on a strategy through the Raw Materials Initiative. And another important reason to consider an increase of domestic production in Sweden and within the EU is the responsibility and sustainability factor. Even if the mining sector in Sweden sometimes is portrayed as a big problem from the environmental point of view, in an international perspective, mining in Sweden is carried out using high environmental standards. The legislation is, and it should be, strict. And in fact, this and other factors have contributed to the development of a very successful cluster of companies, some of which are among or even best performing in the world. And also, many mines are now rapidly moving towards minimizing their carbon footprint, partly as a result of close cooperation with some of the companies in that cluster. So to summarize, there are rational reasons why we need to increase mining in the EU and in Sweden. And it is, in fact, a matter of some urgency if we want to move to a carbon neutral society within the crucial few decades ahead. So what about challenges? Well, it has become increasingly difficult to successfully start a mining operation in Sweden. And the probably most important factor is the prolonged and uncertain permission processes. We have learned that exploration and mining companies do not shy away from strict legislation, but it must be applied in a foreseeable manner and also executed within reasonable timeframes. And herein lies the primary reason why Sweden, once a top-ranked nation, in less than a decade has plummeted on the international rating list of countries seen as favorable for mineral exploration and mining. And this is, of course, problematic in a time when we need to increase access of responsibly sourced mineral resources, not decrease. So what can and what should we do then? Well, we need to work more on communicating the basic facts that we need sustainable and responsible mining for the transition to a carbon neutral society. And that recycling and resource efficiency is crucial, but nowhere near enough. And that we cannot and must not rely completely on imports. The risks are far too big. And furthermore, we need to address the issues concerning the permitting processes. And the Swedish government has announced that this is now underway. And finally, we need to understand and highlight that conflicting interests regarding land use, they are logical and natural, but also that they can and need to be resolved. So what in all this is then the role of the Geological Survey? During the last decade, the survey has made an effort to cover much more of the value chain, which encompasses mineral exploration and mining. And we are now participating in several projects with external partners, projects aiming at research, development, and innovation. And we have developed a much more integrated mapping methodology where bedrock geologists, geophysics, and geochemists work together. We have produced a huge database containing information on scanning of drill cores, publicly available and one of the largest in the world. We are involved in and have also led projects on social acceptance and policy issues. We are appointed as the responsible authority for the EU Conflict Minerals Directive. And we are also running a large project financed by SIDA, which is Sweden's government agency for development cooperation, training African authorities in environmental management of mines. And within Sweden, we are actively participating in information activities with county administration boards and municipalities, often together with other authorities and Svemin. And also, the Swedish Mining Inspectorate is actually a part of the survey, and our Mineral Resources Office in Malå in northern Sweden is providing information and advice to exploration companies and have been doing so for almost 30 years. And there is more to say, but it is of course not possible for the survey alone to fix the challenges that the mining sector is facing today. Much can and much must be done in cooperation with other authorities, with the exploration and mining sector and NGOs. And I think that the most attractive way forward is to execute a national mineral strategy 2.0. And that is also something that the OECD recently suggested. We need to address our challenges if we want to be part of the solution. And time is key, given that we have very little time in solving the great global challenges that lie ahead. And to round things off, I would very much like to point to one of the key findings published by the SOM Institute last spring. And the SOM Institute is a polling institute hosted by the University of Gothenburg. And on the initiative from the survey, more than 10,000 Swedes were asked in the autumn of 2019 about their attitude towards the claim that the Swedish mining sector should be given the proper prerequisites to secure access to important metals. That was the question. And more than half of the respondents, 52%, agreed, partially or completely. Only 8% disagreed, and the rest had no opinion whatsoever. But to us, This means that the support for the mining industry in Sweden is actually much stronger than we had figured. So with this, I would again like to thank the organizers for inviting me and all of you for listening. And I wish you a fruitful conference, and I hope to see you soon again, preferably in real life. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Anneli. That was a very comprehensive and impressive presentation, I must say. I was going to try to ask you a question, but you covered all the ground that I was meaning to ask you about. Perhaps this issue that you addressed last, that the support for mining is rather strong among the population, that is sort of a little bit counterintuitive, as you sort of alluded to, because there is some resistance, quite strong resistance in some areas. This issue of explaining to people the need for minerals and mining, the importance that we actually do some of that in Sweden in a more sort of a hands-on way. What is the SGU, the Geological Survey, planning to do? Do you have any projects that are sort of outreach to schools or municipalities, local government, and so on?
We are planning at the moment, but we also had, so in the social media, we had a campaign during the summer based on facts about producing, I think it was steel we focused on iron, and then we had a series of short information messages that we posted on social medias as an introduction to actually understand what we're talking about. You need the facts. We show the facts, what this is important for, and also actually to stretch out the point that we are a part of the solution. We need these materials to actually achieve a circular carbon neutral society. And so I think facts, we need to base it on facts. But we have discussed also Svemin to see if we can do something together based on facts that we actually show what we're talking about. I think that is the way forward. You will have different opinions, but the facts are hard to look away from.
Unless the alternative facts, but yes, I see what you're saying.
Yes, true.
Thank you.
We have some YouTube.
Right, thank you very much, Anneli. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to Chris Kahn, who's the Head of Research and Intelligence at Aspermont Limited. Anedina. Chris is not quite yet here, so we will have a little technical intermission, to see if we can find him out there in the digital world. He's bound to be somewhere, can't hide from us. So just give us a few minutes and we'll track him down. Thank you. Good morning again.
Hi.
We have understood that there were some technical glitches, so we'll do the introduction again.
Yay.
And apologies for this, but there we are. We are adapting to a new situation. Right, I am Håkan Taras Wahlberg, chairman of GeoRange, one of your hosts.
And my name is Lisa Ek. I come from LTU Business, senior management consultant working a lot in mining. And I'm the other host. So warm welcome. Håkan, you do a little bit of your introduction again.
Yes. No one would have heard this before, but you would have, Lisa.
Yeah,
anyway,
I've heard it once.
GeoRange is one of the organizers of this conference, and we are a non-profit organization working with wider sustainability issues in the mining sector. Our geographical focus is northern Sweden. We are a triple helix organization, so our members include local governments, that's municipalities, academia, mining companies, consultancy companies. So we have I have to say the trade unions are included. So we look at the mining sector from a variety of angles. Very inspiring for me to work with that kind of organization, as sustainability has been what I wanted to work with since I was a little kid, really. And if you're interested in sustainability in a wider sense, then mining is really very, very interesting, because in whatever way you look at it, if you want to work with electronic vehicles, artificial intelligence, app development, all these flashy things that young people aspire to, what they do, it hinges on minerals and mining. It's the way human society has always functioned. Minerals and metals are necessary. So if we can't solve that issue, to source these type of materials in a sustainable way, then we can't really achieve a sustainable society. So it is very exciting to work in this sector. And having said that, all those flashy things I mentioned, electronic vehicles and artificial intelligence, that's part of modern mining. And modern mining is what we're talking about these 2 days. We are taking aim at the future, because that's the name of our conference, and that is what we want to do. And that will become clear to you during these days. Okay, so GeoRange is not the only organizer of this conference. We have partners in this. We have the Geological Survey of Sweden, the Technical University of Luleå, the Narvik Harbour, the North Bothnia Line or track, the Municipality of Skellefteå, and Nordic Publishing. In addition to these partners, we have 3 generous sponsors, one being LKAB, EIT Raw Materials are in there, and Talga Resources. So this is not the first time we do this conference. It's actually a 10th anniversary for us, but it's the first time we do it in this way, and it shows. I was going to say.
Already unexpected things
we have some
happening.
glitches. but as late as November last year, we thought maybe we could do this as a hybrid with some of you in attendance here at the old post office in Stockholm. Beautiful building. But it's not possible, unfortunately. The virus has put a stop to those plans. But one of our main aims with these conferences is that we will create a meeting place where people interested in mining and minerals can talk to people, and preferably, I was going to say not preferably, but also people that they might not have talked to before, and maybe even people that they disagree with, so that we get somewhere to sort of move forward. So this is a little bit more difficult to achieve, but modern technology does actually give us quite a bit of possibilities to achieve that, in spite of the sort of challenges that are faced. So Lisa knows more about this and will help me to explain that to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Håkan. Your speech was so much better this time.
Thank you.
No, I'm kidding. So I know that we have Chris online, so we will let him talk in just a couple of seconds. And I have seen that you have already started to ask questions in the chat about the tools and the setting you are in. So keep doing that. And we have a great lineup for these 2 days. We have in total 44 speakers. We have a lot of panel discussions, and we really encourage you to ask a lot of questions if you want to, and we will try to pass them on to the speakers and to the panelists. So if you have any other questions, and as you might have heard me said earlier, everything will be recorded, so you can also watch everything in hindsight. So should we let Chris in?
Yeah, we will get going again. On target, Chris Can, Head of Research and Intelligence at Aspermont Limited. He will be talking about some overall trends in the mining sector with a focus on Scandinavia, or the Nordic countries, I should say.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Lisa. Hi, Hakan. How are you both?
We're good. How are you?
I'm all right. Sorry if I was late.
Please
Don't
go
worry.
ahead. We thought you were on UK time or something like that.
There's homeschooling a nightmare with kids, unfortunately. So I just share screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
You go
and
ahead.
we leave the floor to you.
Terrific. Okay, hopefully you can see that. Can you see that?
Yes, absolutely.
Terrific. Okay, so thanks very much for having me. As mentioned, we produce something called the World Risk Report, and within that we have our Investment Risk Index, which is a jurisdiction by jurisdiction rating system. Last year we pulled data for 111 jurisdictions, so my perspective is going to be very much where Scandinavia sits comparatively in the world as a region in which investors should feel comfortable placing capital. To give away the ending, and with a caveat that there's always room for improvement, our view on the region is very much a good news story. So a little bit about our investment risk index so you can understand exactly what the charts mean that I'm about to show you. Oops. Start from the beginning, that's probably a better idea. Right, so very quickly, the key difference between our investment risk index and the survey-based ratings tools in the market is that our survey component of what we do is only 20% of our final score. Making up 80% are established risk metrics such as the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index and the Fund for Peace Fragile States Index. So we call the values from our survey the perceived risk, as in the industry perception, and from the established metrics, it's hard risk. So we measure investment risk over 5 categories, all weighted differently based on extensive industry consultation. And they start with legal, which is the most heavily weighted, then governance, social, fiscal, and infrastructure. Each jurisdiction receives a hard and a perceived input for each risk category, which are combined for an overall score, and then an investment risk index rating from AAA through to D. So this is where Finland and Sweden sit. For those of you with exceptional eyesight, you'll see them up bolded in the top left corner there at the top. Finland is AA rated and Sweden is A rated, and both would be considered safe havens by the mining community. So overall, Sweden and Finland both a long way ahead of the world average and of Europe. And they're actually slightly ahead of the ratings for the world's other safe havens, which we would consider jurisdictions from Australia, from the US, and from Canada. So looking at a little bit, at this in a little bit more detail, and we'll start with the legal score, which is weighted at 40% and comes chiefly from legal research firm Minehut from the hard metric side. And then if you're looking at it from a survey perspective, we simply ask the question of how would you rate the mining code? So Scandinavia is still well ahead of the rest of Europe. It's in a very good position from a global context, and it's in line with the average for other safe havens. Policymakers would probably be disappointed to learn that it's almost 10% adrift of Canada, where you'll find the best codes in the world. Our survey simply asks for a mining code rating, but the Minehut analysis goes a lot deeper, so we can see where Scandinavia's codes are strong and where specifically they have ground to make up on Canada. So firstly, both Finland and Sweden's codes are described by Minehut as leading codes in Europe, which is great. Sweden in particular rates as the best on the continent. The areas they let themselves down and where there's opportunity to make up ground on the Canadian territories and provinces for Sweden, the criteria for mining rights, the terms around exploration license renewal, and the provisions on the transfer of rights. For Finland, Minehut would like to see improvements in the approach to exploration application criteria, license durations, and like Sweden, the provisions concerning the transfer of rights. The shortcomings are generally because of discretion or subjectivity that allow ambiguity and uncertainty into the process, which the mining community, given it's such a long-term industry, really dislikes. So this doesn't mean the codes don't work in practice, and in fact, a strong mining culture, which we don't measure, and good governance, which we'll get onto next, mean that in the vast majority of cases, it does work. But the current structure of the codes means that the risk is still very real. In Canada, that risk has been removed. So governance. Again, strong, weighted at 25% of the index and made up of the Ease of Doing Business Index and Minehut's Corruption Risk Index. Having strong governance is important because it can have a stabilising effect on other risk categories. First, it means the chances a code will be properly implemented and discretion not abused are high. Second, inherent respect for mature and robust institutions guards against social unrest. So a good example of that, it's close to home for me anyway, would be the Brexit situation in the UK following the referendum results, where tensions were very high. People felt very strongly on both sides of the argument, but the unrest was limited to peaceful protests. And I think if you picked up that level of tension and dropped it into somewhere where there's weak governance, like Guyana or Sierra Leone, for example, it's likely to manifest itself very differently. The social ratings, again, very strong. But we do see a gap starting to open up between Finland and Sweden here. The social score is weighted at 15% of the investment risk index, and we use the Heidelberg Conflict Barometer, the Fragile States Index, and population density for that, and that's again combined with the survey results. There's not a huge amount to read into that, so I'll move straight on to fiscal. The fiscal category considers corporate tax, mining-specific tariffs like royalties, state participation, and GDP growth, and is weighted at 12.5% of the overall index, so starting to get a lot lighter in the weightings of the overall numbers. These numbers tend to be fairly flat, and low taxes don't necessarily marry up with less risky jurisdictions overall. In fact, jurisdictions that don't have strong expertise in tackling more serious risks across other categories often drop their rates as a quick fix, and the anecdotal evidence is that that's not really sustainable. Higher rates are generally the price a mining company will pay for doing business in a more secure address, but even here, Finland and Sweden are still strong performers. And finally, we'll get on to infrastructure. The infrastructure category consists of Mining Journal's Transport Index, which measures rail, road and port facilities, and energy security, and that's pulled from the World Energy Council's Trilemma Index, combined with the survey response again, and this is the lowest weighting at 7.5% of the overall index. So what we found here is that a common element of mining safe havens is low population densities, which we factor into our social numbers. In North America and Australia, that population density is chiefly a function of a really large land area. And that land area then has to be serviced by appropriately reliable infrastructure for industrial mining operations, which is clearly a challenge and a huge cost, hence the middling kind of infrastructure numbers for the safe havens. Finland and Sweden, in contrast, have low population densities with a relatively small land area. So servicing operations with infrastructure isn't nearly as taxing. And so again here, the numbers are really good and outperform the safe havens. So many of you are potentially wondering why, when so many of the charts I've just showed you point to Finland and Sweden outperforming the world generally, including the other safe havens, why aren't they AAA rated? Why aren't they topping the hierarchies? And that's a very reasonable question. The answer is in one of the first slides I showed you, which was around the legal category, where the weightings are really heavy and Canada is head and shoulders clear of everyone else. So the good news for Scandinavia is though reforming a mining code isn't a straightforward process necessarily, and it's not a quick fix like dropping a royalty rate might be, it is fairly painless and cheap compared to resolving social issues, building new infrastructure or reforming systemic governance problems. It's simply whether the policymakers in these particular places see that it will add value enough to undertake the process. So this is our 4-year trend since we started the index. It doesn't paint a particularly pretty picture for anyone, unfortunately, and it's not a case of things being particularly volatile. It's unfortunately, I think more damagingly, it's the result of a gradual year-on-year creep in increasing investment risk across the world. It's in percentage terms, so should favour those with higher scores, but both Finland and Sweden are off more than Europe and the world average. Sweden in particular is in decline, and a look back through the numbers suggests this is a problem with governance, which, if you remember, relates to the ease of doing business and transparency. And when I say a problem with governance, it's a relative term. The scores are still very high, but they're significantly off from when we started the index. So we'll get to where the specific issue might lie in a minute. Before we do that, I just wanted to draw your attention to how quickly the industry can change its mind and how unforgiving it can be of policymakers who introduce poorly communicated, punitive changes to its frameworks. So a comparison between the hard numbers and the perceived numbers within the investment risk index shows the industry overreacts to a change in setting. That overreaction is about 1.5 times the practical change that's actually put in place. So what that means is that if the hard rating, for us, the established metrics, deteriorate by 20%, a jurisdiction should expect a negative industry response or a perceived rating fall of 30%. Hopefully that makes sense. So we had a look at the effect changes in Tanzania over 2017, 2018 had to the ratings year on year as a case study. So Tanzania introduced restrictions to its mining code, banning the export of unprocessed ore as a punitive strike against the industry leader in that jurisdiction, Barrick Gold, which had failed to win over stakeholders at pretty much every level. So we're looking at what the changes did, the actual changes did to the hard numbers and then the perceived numbers. So the legal changes that came into place were absolutely a negative for the mining community, and that was reflected in the hard legal numbers based on the Mine Hut analysis. These fell by more than 25% year on year. The perceived leverage on that was roughly in line with the levels speculated a moment ago, with the industry pulling down its legal rating for Tanzania by more than 35%. The really interesting ratings, however, come from categories not affected by any practical changes. So hard scores for governance, which were essentially flat, the industry pulled down ratings in governance for Tanzania by 23%. Social numbers, again, flat, but the industry ratings, so the survey results, were down 16%. Hard fiscal numbers were down 16%, with a leverage perceived score down 23%. And we would say infrastructure was a bit of an outlier. As an aside, we also do another question that's kind of separate on geology. And even though the rocks have certainly not changed year on year, the ratings for the Tanzanian geology dropped significantly year on year. So these poorer perceived numbers for areas of the mining framework in Tanzania that have seen zero or minimal practical change, it's clearly driven by bitter sentiment from the industry directed at Tanzanian policymakers. So this expression of distaste for those changes will be reflected in investment dollars into the industry, and that will not change until the sentiment improves. So this is a far cry from the situation in Scandinavia, but it's worth policymakers keeping in mind. And the final point I wanted to get to was on the style of risk that policymakers are being asked to regulate around. And we're seeing the balance of risk moving further from technical risks and those set down in black and white towards softer community-based relationship risks. That is a good mining code, governance, fiscal terms, all those things are likely to remain important, but whether a project goes ahead or not is increasingly a factor of the soft social and the related environmental elements of the process. So no government is immune to this challenge, and a taste of the difficulties can be seen through the experience of Beowulf mining in Sweden, where management and investors have been frustrated by significant delays at the Kallak North magnetite project as stakeholders work their way through the issues related to environmental sensitivities. This was something we brought up in 2019, and these headlines are actually from before that, the conference rate in that period. But from our understanding, I don't think this is resolved, and perhaps it represents a microcosm of the Sweden governance rating that seems to be falling. I don't intimately understand the issues that Beowulf is dealing with, but the headlines being created around the issue will prompt an industry reaction. So this is slightly more recent. In 2019, the reaction was probably nothing more than raised eyebrows, but as these stories drag on, and if another company makes headlines with similar issues, the industry will start to ask more pointed questions, you could say. Other anecdotal evidence around this issue come from the very top of the industry, and this is a quote from Michael Staffers from our Global Leadership Report last year. And it shows these issues are not isolated and they go across the border as well, obviously, with Boliden, a massive operator for Scandinavia in general. So the caveat again, I'm making what I hope is a constructive criticism of two very low risk places to operate. The caveat being they are low risk. I'm hoping that the feedback at least allows policymakers to consider addressing some of the opportunities to make it even better, given the increasing challenges that we're seeing. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. I am thinking of the rocks of Tanzania taking the blame but from the investors. That's really quite unfair, I think. But apart from that, I'm thinking Sweden and Finland, and Sweden being more familiar to me, are countries with very, actually, I wouldn't say the word very, but we don't have many mines. In Sweden we have 13, right? In Finland they have a similar number.
Something like that,
yeah.
yes.
So there are not many projects. And in Sweden, the sector is completely, that's fair enough to say, dominated by two Swedish companies, LKAB and Boliden. Very comparatively little interest from foreign investors. And some countries that you survey and that are sort of attractive to investors, I'm thinking Canada and Australia, they have many hundreds of mines. I mean, Australia have, 300-400 mines, and Canada a similar number. So the ratings, I would suspect, for those countries that really do have sizable mining industry. Sweden might have the biggest one in Europe, but Europe has very little mining, so it's a bit like winning a sauna contest. No one else is doing it really. The Finns are best. Sorry, that was inappropriate. Anyway, so what I'm saying, the metrics for a country which has very little in terms of projects, and compare that to countries where have many. I mean, Tanzania has a lot more projects than Sweden, for example. Have you got any thoughts on that, sort of reliability?
Yeah, well, as in how can countries that don't have a huge mining industry, how can they be at the top of a rating system like this? I mean, I would say that, just to be 100% clear, what we're talking about is risk. So we're not talking about whether someone should go in there and look to invest capital or not. We're saying if they decided to, what kind of risk would they be facing? So I think what it comes back to is a couple of things that we don't actually measure. So the first is the geology. And I don't know a great deal about Sweden's geology or Finland's, if I'm perfectly honest. I think that the Fennoscandian Shield, where most of Finland's operations are quite similar to a lot of the geology in Western Australia, which is, as you point out, a prolific region. And I think that the exposure to that kind of geology is much less in Sweden, and the rocks are completely different when you get across to Norway. So we don't measure how likely you are to find something, but how much risk is involved in developing an operation if a deposit is found. Will you be allowed to progress through that process and develop your asset? I think the other thing is perhaps, what you're talking more about is the culture. And I think a good understanding of mining can help paper over deficiencies in risk categories, like key risk categories. So in Australia, for example, the mining codes are actually pretty average. The scores are, in some places, really bad, particularly on the East Coast, places like Victoria and New South Wales. But mining-specific bureaucracy is excellent. So while the risk is real, the issues actually really come to fruition. So the reverse could be true in Sweden, for example, where it might have established a very strong mining framework, but is letting itself down with a lesser mining culture, or just that understanding of how to support the industry outside those hard parameters, just what the industry actually needs to feel comfortable with such, what is a long-term investment. And it might come back to what you always hear about management teams versus the quality of an asset. And they say a fantastic management team can get something out of a pretty poor asset, and an awful management team can ruin even the best asset. Perhaps there's some work to do on mining culture, or just familiarity with making the most of what I think is indisputably a very strong mining framework. But you can't do much about the rocks.
All right. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to say just one more
Sure.
thing. Sorry, Lisa. Chris, this issue you brought up last there of mining culture, that's one of the reasons why we started this conference 10 years ago. One of my predecessors said that we need to have capacity building in the Stockholm area, that people in sort of the capital understands mining better. So it's a good point you're making there about the Australian culture, and that they understand mining and its importance. Having said that, Australia is really dependent on mining, the economy, whereas Sweden has a very diversified economy, which is not as dependent on mining. Right. Sorry, Lisa.
No worries.
Go ahead.
So thank you. We're glad you could join us, and have a good rest of the day.
Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Håkan.
Have a good day. So now we want to welcome Helene Hellmark Knutsson, the governor of County of Västerbotten län, to talk about Northern Sweden, Europe's leading mining district. Hi, Helene.
Good morning.
Good morning. So now we leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much, dear distinguished guests. My name is Helene Hellmark Knutsson, and I'm the governor of Västerbotten since August last year. And I have a long political background as a mayor in a municipality in Stockholm County, also as a commissioner in the County Council of Stockholm, and a member of the Swedish Parliament when I was vice chair of the Committee of Trade and Industry, and also as a minister for research and higher education. And like you have already heard today, the northern part of Sweden is one of Europe's leading mining districts. Nearly 40% of the total value of the European Union's mining production was created in the region 2019. And the region is producing 91% of the EU's production of iron ore, and 23% of the gold and 11% of the copper production. And the most important sectors in the region's economy are forestry and wood industry, mining and metallurgy, and electricity production. The Skellefteå field in Västerbotten is very rich in minerals. The area is home to several mines, with Boliden as the biggest owner. Complex sulfide ores, which contains zinc, copper, lead, gold, and silver, are produced by the mines. And also Sweden's only smelter to produce base metals, Rönnskärsverken, is located in Västerbotten in Skelleftehamn. And the smelter is one of the world's most efficient copper smelters. Rönnskärsverken is also a world leader in recycling of electronic waste, with a capacity of 120,000 tons of electronic scrap per year. The mining industry in Västerbotten is the basis for a whole group of businesses with world-leading companies, together with smaller companies, consultants, and research and development institutions, forming a dynamic cluster. One example is Bergteamet, which since the start of 1999 has grown into an international active mining company with more than 500 employees. The fact that economic development requires metals is something that offers major opportunities for Northern Europe based on our tradition and geological conditions. The world's market's increasing demand for mineral raw materials has caused the EU to comprehend the importance of the Northern Europe's deposits as an important supplier of refined products and services, and not just an exporter of raw materials. In northern Sweden, we have two universities, Luleå Technical University and the University of Umeå, together with the Research Institute of Sweden, RISE. All of them work closely with the mining industry and with the green transition. We in the northern Sweden has a great potential to be a pioneering region as regards the application of new environmental technology and post-treatment methods, so that all three conditions for sustainable development cooperate. And the transition to a fossil-free future will require large amounts of minerals, since new climate-smart technologies require more of these elements than fossil-based technologies do. The demand for minerals will therefore increase dramatically. These materials are often used in the manufacturing of things like wind power plants, batteries, and solar panels and other electronics. Minerals and metals are needed everywhere in the electrified society that we want to and must move towards. In Västerbotten, we are also very pleased that Northvolt chose to establish the first large-scale battery factory in Skellefteå. The factory is powered by 100% clean energy, and the large-scale manufacture will commence in 2021. Northvolt are already creating thousands of jobs in our region and will continue doing so for the coming decade. The total investments in northern Sweden are summing up to close to 100 billion euros. So the future for northern Sweden is looking quite bright, and I'm looking forward to hear some of your questions. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. I have questions. I think the rest of us watching you, we haven't been receiving too many questions. So please, you have a chance here. Helene has a history of being in government, and now you're head of the CAB in Västerbotten. So I'm going to take the opportunity to ask you a difficult question that relates to the mineral sector. In Skellefteå, in your county, there is this mega factory being built, the Northvolt, which is something that every Swede by now knows something about.
For sure.
For sure. It seems to, for an outsider, it seems that the process of getting a permit for Northvolt was rather efficient and straightforward. Whereas if you compare that to at least some of the mining projects that we don't have too many, but there's a couple that really got stuck. And it's unclear what the problems, to me, a little bit unclear what the problems are. Why is it so difficult to get a permit for these, whereas Northvolt got theirs quite efficiently, is a good word to use.
Well, thank you. Good question. The short answer to your question is that in the case of Northvolt, they were very well prepared, and they also quickly responded to all the questions that came from us as an authority, but also from the environmental court. And you can also say that Northvolt could choose the location. And of course, they chose a location with few opposing interests. And that is not possible for a mine because they have to be there where the ore is. So of course they will be in a location with more interests. But saying that, I also have to say that the environment permits that we have in Sweden and is a bit ambiguous, and right now there is a review on this, so we hope to have a better way to do this. And I really welcome what we heard from SGU that we need a new national strategy as suggested by OECD when it comes to mining, because Sweden has to decide, do we want to produce these new materials or minerals that we need for the green transition, or will we leave it to other countries?
Thank you, Helene. You made very excellent points there. I like the thing about locations as well, that people sometimes ask why does the mine have to be here? You know.
Yes, they have to be there.
It was decided 2 billion years ago, you say then, but
exactly. But
right.
I also want to make a point that it's also very important that companies are well prepared when they come to Sweden, or if they are in Sweden, because we had an example where it took like 28 months to get the permission, but only 4 months of these 28 months was in our authority. Most of the time it was in the company. Because they were not prepared to their, and sometimes also the environmental courts, what they needed, and also the authorities. So when it takes a long time to get the permission, it's not only the authority, it's also how prepared the company is. So I think they can learn a lot by Northvolt, even though they can't choose the location.
Right. Thank you very much, Helene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move westwards to Norway. And the next speaker is Linda Helene Haukland. She's the executive of the Planning and Business Development at the Nordland County Council. And she'll be talking about the green shift that we've been hearing about, and the need for an innovative and new mineral strategy.
Indeed.
Take it away, Linda.
First, I will thank for this opportunity to give a speech on the Future Mine and Mineral Conference this year, 2021. Minerals and metals are important for the green shift, such as iron ore, copper, gold, quartz, and graphite are part of almost everything in our daily use. Mobile phones, laptops, windmills, wires, cars, paint, paper, and batteries all contain a variety of minerals and metals. These resources also play an important role in the green shift. When the United Nations aim to reduce greenhouse gases by 40 to 50% by 2030, and the European Union will realize its Green Deal, we understand that these resources will be crucial. Minerals and metals are also part of a geopolitical game. The European Union produces 3% and consumes 20% of the world's strategic metals. Many of these metals are currently controlled by China. The European Union has therefore put security of supply to Europe on the agenda and points to Cap of the North and the Barents region and as important areas for these resources. Most people cheer for the green shift, but the cheers quickly fade if we see a quarry or a windmill from our cabin, as it suddenly becomes more personal to us. At the same time, we are concerned about children and others working at inhumane conditions in mines in Congo. It is clear that we need a thorough debate about why and where we should exploit these minerals and metals. The green shift certainly gives us challenges, but also great opportunities. The Cap of the North is a region with large mineral resources and is one of the most important mineral and mining areas in Europe. This industry has a potential to become a global leader in sustainable mining. At the Cap of the North, we have good opportunities to develop strategic mineral resources that can be mined and refined locally. These resources can also be exported to other countries. If these resources are mined in an environmentally and sustainable way, this will create value, build skills, and provide jobs for both local communities and for the whole nation. The Cap of the North is also attractive for the global exploration and mining industry. In the last decades, world-class deposits are found here, and there is a potential for new discoveries. Many of the companies in this region, both manufacturers and supplier companies, are globally leading. Access to renewable energy is important in our countries, and many mining companies contribute to developing the universities and R&D environments, a strong supplier industry, and a highly skilled workforce. However, the startup of new mining in our region is very challenging. New mines need a great amount of capital, long-term investments, and predictable planning and licensing processes. The startup of new mines also faces significant opposition from environmental and nature interests, as well as indigenous peoples. In addition, the processes related to land and licensing legislation take quite a long time. Too long time, many say. Such uncertainty in combination with financial high risk is a poor starting point to have a successful establishment. The society and political systems must understand and know the industry much better than they do today if new mining business should succeed. The mining industry needs greater predictability than today. This is essential to attract investors, capital, and expertise. The release of polluting minerals and chemicals that can destroy nature often lead to a negative reputation to the mining industry. Such fear should be justified if one looks historically at extraction of metals. Today we have a much more professional and environmentally focused mining industry, and we have the possibility to take a lead in developing this industry to become even greener and more sustainable. Support and acceptance from the local community is of great importance for all metal and mineral production. The companies must show social responsibility and that the activity gives something back to the community in terms of job, expertise, income, and development of new businesses. The relationship with indigenous people and reindeer herding is a major challenge in both Norway, Sweden, and Finland. The level of conflict is different and has different backgrounds in the three countries. Anyway, this must be resolved or reduced if the mining industry should develop. The aim must be to solve the challenges experienced by reindeer herding through dialogue and solutions that meet both needs. It is important that companies actively work to build social understanding for their own activities. The mining industry in all three countries should therefore establish a standard of sustainability called Towards Sustainable Mining, TSM. This is a Canadian model where companies themselves exercise a certification scheme to achieve good routines and operating models. I think this model is now in use in Finland. I believe that TSM can be of great help in order to resolve the issues with Sami interests. There is today a good cooperation between our countries related to research and education. There is also a potential for developing this cooperation between both public and private actors at the Cap of the North. I find that many challenges in Sweden, Finland, and Norway are similar due to planning and licensing processes, conditions of reindeer herding, local communities, needs for geological knowledge, capital, and research. We have great opportunities if we join forces. The Cap of the North Council has therefore, on my initiative, started a discussion about the future of the mineral and mining industry and framework conditions. The Council decided on 18th of November 2020 to create a common mineral strategy for the region. In cooperation between the 4 counties that make up the Cap of the North, we will create a roadmap by 2021, which will form the basis for a common mineral strategy for this region. In 2019, the county councils in Nordland, Troms and Finnmark adopted a common mineral strategy for northern Norway. This document has created more knowledge and understanding for this industry among local and national politicians. Our aim is to facilitate the great potential we believe that this industry has. The Cap of the North also has processing industry and renewable hydropower, which gives our countries a very good starting point for processing the mineral and metal resources. This provides unique products in the value chains from raw material to finished product. This will also be a valuable contribution in order to reduce the Arctic resource paradox, where traditionally what is being produced in the Arctic does not give a reasonable financial gain for the region. With a new and innovative mineral policy, the mineral industry can achieve the same international status as the Finnish, Swedish and Norwegian processing industry and the renewable industry, technologically leading, innovative, environmentally efficient and sustainable. This applies not only to the Cap of the North, but to the entire nation of Finland, Sweden and Norway. We need a rough debate about where and how to develop and extract these resources. If we want to succeed, we must cooperate with the national authorities and with the EU. I hope that we together can facilitate this important industry and at the same time contribute to the implementation of the green shift, as well as simultaneously contribute to creating resilient and sustainable living communities in our region. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Great talk indeed. So now we want to move on with the program, and we welcome the new governor of County of Norrbotten, both to the conference and to your new job, Lotta. So Lotta Finstorp, you join us to talk about Northern Sweden for a sustainable future. So from one Norrbottning to another. Hi.
Hi, good morning from Luleå.
Oh, nice.
Thank you for the invitation.
Good. We are looking forward to hear you, so I leave it all to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the invitation. The program is very interesting and I look forward to learning more about mining and mineral issues during the day and also make contacts with you who participate, even though we have a digital conference. Of course, we are all hope for the pandemic is over soon, so we can meet again in real life. I was appointed governor by the government on the 1st of February this year. So this is the beginning of my 4th week in service in Norrbotten. I have extensive experience of being a politician and a leader at national, regional and local level. And I'm really looking forward to work as a governor of Norrbotten County in the coming years. The commission of the County Administrative Board is to work with development where the environment, economic growth and good living conditions go hand in hand. The goal is a clean living environment, a stable labor market and a good life for the residents. In short, we are working towards sustainable development in the county, and Agenda 2030 is a guiding star. The County Administrative Board is also responsible for ensuring that decisions from Parliament and the government are implemented, and we coordinate government activities. We are a knowledge-based organization which works with many different cross-sectoral issues. Our areas of expertise span diverse social issues, from rural development and biodiversity to integration and the protection of cultural environments. In northern Sweden, several significant efforts are underway to reduce the dependence on fossil fuels and create smart and circular processes. These include investments to strengthen competitiveness and minimize environmental impact. Norrbotten is a strong export region. A large proportion of Sweden's raw material export comes from Norrbotten, and the county is successful in sectors such as mining and mineral industry, renewable energy, space research, winter vehicle testing, big data, and tourism. We have high economic growth and extensive investments in the business sector. Increased accessibility and reliable and effective transport systems are fundamental aspects of continued sustainable growth of the trade and industry in northern Sweden. One of the most strategic questions when it comes to infrastructure is the lack of railway link between Umeå and Luleå. It's important the North Bothnia line is prioritized in the next long-term national infrastructure plan. Maintaining a competent workforce may be the single most important question now and in the future. The unique values of Norrbotten, including high quality of life, referring to, for example, the varying nature with the magnificent mountain environment, primeval forests and sand archipelagos, is very attractive for new inhabitants, but we must cooperate in communication all benefits. Together, we can make this county even more attractive as a place where you can live and work both now and in the future. Many want to visit northern Sweden and experience the unique environment, the northern light, the midnight sun, and the cultures that are so closely and connected to the nature. Tourism is increasingly important for Norrbotten. The Sami people have been here for ages and are dependent on the land and the nature for both economic and cultural reasons. In our exercise of authority, we balance different interests. We have, for example, most Sami villages in Sweden and a large area of valuable nature to manage. Land issues are often complex in many different ways. We welcome, therefore, the investigations and referrals that are ongoing in this area. We can see the need for modern legislation to be able to work even better together, authorities, business, and civil society. Together, we need to make sure different aspects of land use can develop and live on side by side. The global goals of the Agenda 2030 is a great framework that can give us guidance and a shared language. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the development towards sustainability presupposes coordinated processes, collaboration, and long-term perspective. In Norrbotten, there are long traditions for the development of the mining and steel industry, both academic research and more industrial development. The conditions are thus very good for continued sustainable development in Norrbotten. Thank you for listening. If you have any comments or questions, you are welcome to contact me. And I'm looking forward to learn more about mining and minerals in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Lotta. Did you say if you have any comments or presents, contact me?
Yeah. No.
Please give me gifts. I'm new at the post.
No presents.
Yep.
Comments or questions.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
So you mentioned you have a lot of experience working in politics, and you
Yeah.
have a lot of experience working with infrastructure questions. Is that correct?
That's true.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
tomorrow morning we have a session in this conference on Nordic infrastructure. So that will be really interesting. But I have a question for you now. When it comes to the North Bothnia line, where are we and what is needed to really finish it?
Yeah, we found out that the North Bothnia line isn't in the long-term plan. And that was a shaky wake up when we saw that. And we are doing, together with my colleague in Västerbotten, we are working very hard to get the government wake up for this part of Sweden. When I moved here from Sörmland next to Stockholm, the county of Sörmland, I must say that it's up here in Norrbotten and Västerbotten. It's happened a lot. And we really need this link to be, to make everything more sustainable also. It has to do with the trains. We need the link. Otherwise, we have to have even more tracks on the roads and so on. So we're working very hard together to put this as a bullet point as high as we can do in the government.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. There's so many things happening up in the northern counties these days, and to doubt that the North Bothnia line is a national interest is just crazy. Yeah,
exactly.
So thank you, Lotta. Hopefully we'll meet again, and we wish you good luck in your assignment.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So the last contender of this session is actually my fellow host, Håkan Taras Wahlberg. Welcome.
Emerging from the shadows.
Absolutely. We already know you are chair of GeoRange. Many probably know that you have a long experience of working as an expert, consultant, researcher in the mining and natural resources sectors. And you're here to enlighten us on a very exciting project. Looking forward to hear it.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes, this project that I'm going to talk about is really very recent. Linda Haukland, if you listened in a while ago, was mentioning it. And so we're talking here about a roadmap for a mineral strategy for the North region of the Nordics. And what is the North region called? I've written here North Calotte region. Quite an interesting name. Calotte is a type of hat. Linda Haukland, she was saying the cap of the North. I think that makes better sense. Calotte is perhaps a bit weird, but that's part of the project. We need to decide what to call this. Anyway, so GeoRange is an organization that includes members from practically all sectors of Swedish society. And with a focus on the North. So we are very pleased to be involved in this initiative called a roadmap for a mineral strategy. We heard several calls for there being a need for a mineral strategy for Sweden and for the Nordics, right? So here we go and try to do something for the very North. A roadmap, the English concept of a roadmap, is not only something that you use when you drive around your car and try to find your way. It's also a sort of a modus, a way of working to achieve some sort of goal. In Norwegian, I understand veikarte is also something you can use that word. That's why I used it there in that sense. Whereas in Swedish, vägkarta doesn't carry the same meaning. So that's why the Norwegian term is in there. I was going to ask someone to switch the slide, but that's actually my job. So here is the North, Calotte, or the Cap of the North. And this project is an initiative by the Nordkalottrådet, that is the Council of the North, of Cap of the North. So who's that then? Who is behind this council. It's actually the northernmost municipalities of or regions of Norway, Sweden, and Finland. So in Finland it's Lapland, in Sweden it's Norrbotten, and in Norway then Nordland, Troms, and Finnmark. And the Nordkalottrådet, the council there, is part of the Nordic Council, sort of a subset, I was going to say. Right. What is the rationale for this then? Why a mineral strategy for the North Kalott region, or the Cap of the North? Environmental policies, as you know, there's EU legislation that's all over Europe and that every nation needs to abide by. Mineral policies are not like that. Mineral policies and mining laws are usually, or always, and there's a few exceptions, very few, national. So that's sort of a problem in a way. But Sweden, Norway, and Finland have many commonalities, and the way that the mining sector and environmental issues and administration works in these three countries are fairly similar, and especially in the north, there is this connection, east-west, which is very close, that you can use. Mineral prospectivity in the north is high. That's where we have some of the best, you call it the best geology if you're fond of mining. If you're not, you would say some of the worst geology. But anyway, these things were decided 2 billion years ago, some of it. It is what it is. Mineral prospectivity in the north is high. And the challenges, we see also the challenges and the opportunities that are faced in northern Norway, Sweden, and Finland are similar. And it is felt that some of the challenges, you might feel you get stuck when you do it on a national basis. But if we sort of cooperate, three nations, maybe then there is a better opportunity of making progress. So that's the rationale for this. Now we can't have a mineral strategy for every part of each country, and they need to, of course, be coordinated and correlated. So that's going to be very important to achieve. Right. So this project. Let me look at my watch. I'm doing well. That's good. This is the plan for how we're going to do the work, right? A roadmap is really the first step. It is really to investigate what can we do and how should we do it. So it's going to be done this year, and we're going to present the roadmap early next year. Georange, we're the project manager, but we know the mining sector, and we have memberships from all over Swedish society, as mentioned. But the work will be led by a so-called working group. That's the North Kalott regions and municipalities that are in that group, and we'll also have a reference group of wise people that know and understand the challenges and opportunities that exist. So the roadmap will be presented early next year, and we hope that the work to actually establish a strategy can be started. That spelling wasn't great there, I see. But the work we do will be great, and we'll start at 2022. So what should the strategy include? And if you overreach in this kind of work and you try to do everything, you probably won't succeed. So you need to select certain areas where you want to focus and where you can get, okay, there are three countries, we need to be able to agree on certain issues. So we try not to select things that we can't agree on. So let's look at these kind of things, these kind of subject areas that we need to consider. And some of them will be included, some of them won't. Of course, the first point, the existing strategies, we need to take those into account. Mineral ownership and control. We have similar systems in these three countries. The role of the state. The state in Sweden, in terms of mining, is a strong and important actor in terms of LKAB, the iron ore producer. That is not the case in Finland, nor in Norway. what we have in terms of institutions. We have to look at prospectivity, existing mines. There's a lot of things. Environmental issues. I saw in the chat someone was worrying a lot about environmental issues. That's really where I started my work and career. Mining, I would say especially in former days, didn't do a good job in terms of environmental management. And there are considerable liabilities that exist from the past that need to be addressed. We have the land use conflicts. We have indigenous rights. Now I'm hopping all over the place, so sorry about that. Didn't take them in order, but I felt that they belong together. Climate change, which is something that we all need to think about and address. And that's also what's driving this new scenario that we see in the north in terms of what kind of mines can we expect to see in 10, 20 years. It's perhaps not going to be the ones that we're familiar with. Well, the iron ore and the copper and the zinc, they're always going to be important, I believe, and most people would agree with that. But there's new minerals that need to be sourced somehow, and some of them could be sourced from the north. Fiscal issues, taxes, that's a biggie, right? That's a very interesting area. In Norway, we always look across the border and we think in Norway they do it so well. Now, but some people would say that in Norway have a system whereas where projects that relate to natural resources are actually taxed a little bit locally, so that funds stay where the funds are generated to a greater extent than in Sweden, where we do not have that kind of system, and Finland doesn't either to any significant extent. We can look at that. It's not going to be easy to agree on taxes, of course. That's one of the areas we might not want to look too carefully at. It's difficult to agree. Gender issues. Okay, mining sector traditionally was very lopsided, male-dominated industry, and if it's going to have a future, and it will need to have a future, as I mentioned, we need to include women to a greater extent. Gender issues are very important. Transparency, we feel, is of course important. People, the community, people at large need to understand what kind of funds are being used, where are they ending up, and how are they managed. So there's a lot of interesting work to be done. Looking forward to it. And with that, I think I'm a little bit over time, but anyway, that's the cap of the north, by the way. Wasn't that good? Beautiful. Thank you very much. And Lisa, do you want to say some closing words?
Thank you. I think you hold your time schedule perfectly. Okay, so friends, we have our first coffee break. While you are on your break, stretch your legs, go for a cup of coffee, and if you have the time, sort of move around in the conference setting as well. See who's participating, go and watch some of the films, think about if you want to ask any questions to speakers or panelists coming up. But in the meantime, let's go for a coffee, you and me as well. So see you back here 1:15.
See you soon.
On September 29th in Brussels, the European Commission, represented by Commissioner Thierry Breton and Vice President Maroš Šefčovič, launched the European Raw Materials Alliance. The newly established alliance is coordinated by EIT Raw Materials. CEO Bernd Schäfer joined the launch to present the future plans of ERMA. ERMA was established in recognition of the critical importance of raw materials to the EU's economy, security, sustainability, and industry. The Alliance vision is to secure sustainable access to critical and strategic raw materials, advanced materials, and processing know-how for the EU's industrial ecosystems. ERMA will support activities aimed at securing a sustainable supply of raw and advanced materials to enable the transition to a green and digital economy. These include increasing Europe's recycling capacity and the implementation of circular solutions aimed at reducing consumption and waste. ERMA's activities will be carried out across clusters defined around specific value chains. The first cluster deals with the most critical value chain for many EU industrial ecosystems: rare earth elements, magnets, and motors. The second cluster will consider raw and advanced materials for energy storage and conversion in stationary and non-stationary applications. By 2030, ERMA's activities will increase the production of raw and advanced materials and address the circular economy by boosting the recovery and recycling of critical raw materials. More specifically, the Alliance will bolster the creation of environmentally sustainable and socially equitable innovations and infrastructure, implement a circular economy of complex products like electric vehicles, clean tech, and hydrogen equipment, support Europe's raw materials industry capabilities to extract, design, manufacture, and recycle materials, promote innovation, strategic investment, and industrial production across specific value chains. ERMA welcomes all industrial and non-industrial stakeholders that commit to developing sustainable raw material value chains for Europe and to building resilience, competitiveness, and skills. To join the Alliance, please visit erma.eu and submit the online application.
In our everyday life, minerals are all around us. Some we're hardly even aware of, like fluorine in small medical applications, or neodymium in magnets for electrical vehicles or wind turbines. With a growing population, the demand for minerals is higher than ever. At LKAB, we have accepted this challenge. These critical raw materials that we need come from down here. And through new technology in the REMAP project, we aim to prove that mining waste can become an important asset to the world's needs, without emitting unnecessary carbon dioxide. By establishing a large-scale industrial park and using innovative technology, we will extract valuable resources from the tailings sand. Rare earth elements, gypsum, fluorine, and perhaps most importantly, phosphorus. Without it, global agricultural production would be halved. All of this will be produced with fossil-free energy, such as hydro and wind energy, something we have in abundance up here in the north of Sweden. We can't single-handedly solve the world's need for critical raw materials, but this will certainly make a very important contribution. LKAB already operates some of the most climate-efficient mines on the planet. But now we're starting yet another ambitious journey to turn today's waste into tomorrow's resources.
Okay, so welcome back to our second session. I hope you had a good coffee break. This session is called Innovation in Exploration, and we will listen to 4 top researchers of Luleå University of Technology. If you wish to ask questions to them or just post comments, remember to use the comment section. And we will not finish this with a panel, but we will have a couple of questions for each speaker after their session. And first out is Kristina Vanhainen. She's the scientific leader of the new strategic focus area SUN, Natural Resources for Sustainability Transition. And her topic is ensuring a sustainable raw material supply through research and education. Hi, Kristina.
Hi there.
Hi, good to see you.
Thank you, Lisa, for introducing me.
Absolutely. I leave it all to you.
Yeah. So I will start to share my screen now. See if it works. Right there. I hope that's visible to all of you.
Yes, it looks perfect.
Yeah, good. So thank you again, Lisa, and thank you for letting me talk here about the mining and research education at LTU and what we are up to here. Last time I participated in this conference was 2 years ago, and quite a lot has happened since then. And I would like to start by showing you a 1.5-minute movie, which gives you a quick overview of LTU and some of our focus areas in a broader sense. So I will let John fix that.
Below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. Through fire to construction. To sustainable living. From climate change to changing our way of life. From ideas to humanities to business. From Luleå University of Technology to the world. To the Arctic. Into the future. Into the unknown.
So that was a little bit about what's going on. But now this session is about innovative exploration. And exploration is the very first part of the mining and minerals value chain at LTU. So at LTU, we do research and education on discovering, operating, and concentrating an ore deposit, and also on the closing of a mine. And in yellow here are the core research subjects working on these topics. And in white are just a few examples of research subjects doing some mining related research, usually covering then the whole value chain. For example, human work sciences, looking at the work environment arising from mine automation and digitalization. Or operation and maintenance, studying the optimization and availability of the iron ore line, Malmbanan. So these are just some examples, but we cover the whole value chain, and that is really what makes us quite unique at this university. And some figures on that, on the mining research and education here. In total, it's about then 8 core research subjects, we could say. And then it's another 35 subjects with mining related research projects. And we're about a little bit more than 20 full professors working in this value chain and 60 senior researchers and more than 70 PhD students right now. So we have 6 to 10 dissertations every year in this subject. And we have 8 educational programs within mining or related to mining right now. And I will talk a little bit more about that at the end. The turnover is about 350 million Swedish crowns per year in research. And this is actually 20% of the L2 research budget. So it's a big part. We also have CAM, the Center of Advanced Mining and Metallurgy, which is a strategic investment from the Swedish government since 2010, which is run here at LTU with Sverim as a partner. Important for us is to coordinate and perform research projects on all TRLs. And in order to do this, we need to ensure that we can seek funding from different suitable sources. So CAM, which I just mentioned, and the Swedish Research Council, they fund basic research. But our research is usually considered a little bit too applied for the Research Council. So CAM is our main, really important source here. The Swedish Mining Innovation, which you will hear more about tomorrow, I think, or this afternoon, and Formas, they fund applied research. And then we have the Swedish Agency for Economic and Regional Growth. We have EIT Raw Materials, Horizon Europe, to fund projects on really high levels. And I would like to come back to CAM again and the basic research that really lays the very important foundation for the applied research and innovations. So with the CAM funding, we can do need-driven, free basic science along the entire raw material value chain. And with the climate change and the transition to green energy and the fossil-free mining industry and so on, the basic research within geoscience and within mineral and metal engineering has become more important than ever, because we are suddenly dealing with, as many previous speakers has mentioned, we are dealing with metals and minerals and chemical systems that we do not have as long experience of working with as we have with copper and iron, for example. So we need to create knowledge. So just one fast example to the right here. Why do we sometimes find rare earth elements in apatite or cobalt in pyrite, iron sulfides, and sometimes not, even within the same deposit? To answer something like that, something that can have a huge implication on the extraction of these metals, we need to understand ore forming processes in the crust. So the results from the basic science will be applied in the future, and then new questions will arise which requires basic research again. So the interaction between the basic and applied research is an iterative process that constantly creates new questions. And this is very important for us to say that the basic science is so important. And while CAM has a strong focus on basic research in our core mining subjects, SUN is a much broader track and a new strategic initiative at LTU. SUN is about natural resources for sustainability transitions. And here we acknowledge that Northern Sweden's natural resources are of central importance for realizing the societal transformation required to achieve these global sustainability goals. And by paying attention to our natural resources, the ore, wood, and water, and our industry, our basic industry, we open our eyes to a number of conflicts, connections, and dependencies that are crucial for how society addresses the climate challenges in the near future. And the focus here within SUN is on technological development and society in relation to our natural resources and our industry. So all of this should be included. And the sustainable development goals, they presuppose technological development. For example, the electrification based on fossil-free energy, or efficient energy storage, resource and energy efficient production processes, and an increased use of residual products, and so on. So a lot of technological development. But this technological development, it must occur in a way that also takes into account a number of different societal goals. So goal conflicts and thus difficult trade-offs often arise, and it can be difficult to achieve the various dimensions of sustainability simultaneously. So it's very complex. So in this initiative, SUN, the link to the region, the northern region, is very strong. So northern Sweden should be visible as a demonstrator for the sustainable fossil-free society. And within SUN and with SUN, we want to contribute to the realization of the regional development strategy, and doing this by facilitating a sustainable societal transformation while strengthening competitiveness and trust among the population. So this has to go hand in hand. And we need to do more research on how this can be done. So what will be researched then within this new strategic area? Well, these are some examples of research areas that the mining industry actually shares with the forest and wood industry and with the hydropower industry. And we believe that we have a lot to gain if looking at them multidisciplinary and cross-sectorial. So, and this will then be done by supporting new multidisciplinary ideas among our researchers, and for example, by starting a PhD school and support the education of 9 PhD students working multidisciplinary, and a lot of more things will be done within this area, which has just started. And these are just some examples of research projects that have been funded initially within SUN. They are all multidisciplinary projects of technical and non-technical character. And that also includes one or several sectors. And the mining sector is actually part of all these projects. So one of our goals is to link together and act as a bridge between different sectors, and also to bring together global perspectives with the regional and local ones. I will not go into these in any detail. So finally, I will end by showing that what we are up to at LTU when it comes to education. So it's important for us to keep the education up to date. And during 21, we will finalize our new engineering program. And you can see some of the keywords for this new program to the right. Collaboration with industry is the most important part here. And about 10 companies are already on board and taking part in the discussions. Sustainability is another keyword. Internationalization, it will be a 3+2 year, fully in English, with 5 specializations to choose between the last 2 years. So it's called Mineral Resource Engineering, and it's project-based education along the mining value chain, and it will start in 22. So I think I have run out of time. sorry about this. So I just show you this slide, and then I will hand over to the three of my colleagues who will present our latest exploration projects and lab developments at LTU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. I think you're right on time, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
And we have a couple of questions for you as well. You mentioned this new mining education just briefly in the end. So what are your expectations? What are you looking forward to the most when it comes to this education?
First of all, we hope for a lot of students from all over the world to apply and take part in this education, because this way we will be able to supply the industry with skilled engineers. And we believe that with these huge investments that the industry now are doing up north with the green transition, these engineers will have the perfect skills for working when they have finished their education. But also it's important as a base for recruiting new PhD students as well, and PhD students who then later can become experts and teachers in this program. So we also need to think about the recruitment of researchers in this area.
Yeah, very good. I mean, our industry is in dire need of new competence, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure.
Håkan, did you have a question?
Thanks, Christina. One of the advantages of a digital conference is that you get to see people's offices and homes. And I can't but just be keen to learn what rocks do you have there to your left? They are beautiful.
Oh, my rocks, I stick to the rocks I did during my PhD. They are very close to me. So it's Aitik, the Aitik ore deposit, which I did a lot of work with.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was keen to hear about sun and that you're going to be working multidisciplinary. You are at a technical university, so of course the social sciences will come into play here, and you need to cooperate. There is some, I guess, departments in your university that you will work closely with. Which ones? And then a follow-on question would be, are there any other universities that will become involved in sun that you will work with?
Yeah, we have in the board for this initiative, we are as many from the non-technical side as from the technical. So we have people involved from law, political science, economic, for example, and so it's very equal there. And the way that we will work with other universities is that we call these 5 projects that we have now started, we call them seed projects, because they are just 1 year, and then they are supposed to grow to become more like EU projects or something like that. And then comes the rest of the universities and companies in. So, but to start with, what we fund here via Sun is our own researchers that can come with new ideas.
Hi, thank you, Christina, and good luck with everything. We'll look forward to following the progress. Now we will switch to a colleague of Christina's, that's Tobias Bauer, Associate Professor in Ore Geology. And yeah, there you are, Tobias. You'll be talking about exploration, research that relates to exploration and modern technologies in that regard. So, Tobias, please take it away.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, thank you for the invitation and giving me the possibility to present here. I would like to give you an academic perspective on modern technology, exploration, and also education. So a little bit about the background. Geology has a quite often pretty traditional approach. So analytical methods, for example, are advancing. You can basically measure every isotope system in rocks, and technologies are getting better and better. When we are going to the field, we are still quite often depending on, or we are coming quite far with using a hammer, a hand lens, a compass, and then taking notes in a paper book. but there is certainly way for improvement, and some modern technologies are already implemented here, and but there is for sure way more improvement possible. So I would like to show you two different examples how we are using modern technologies for explicitly this fieldwork component, both in research and education. And this is virtual reality and drone systems in that case. We are not limited to any of this, so we're trying to implement different technologies also, but due to limited time, I will show you these two examples. So 3 years ago, we started working on virtual reality as a tool for research and education. So we constructed a virtual reality lab at Luleå University, which started off with a large 3D screen. So this is a 6 meter wide 3D screen with sensors around it. So we can track the users. The model will become interactive. This is a 3D screen with active technology. So you put on glasses and you will see models in 3D. This is pretty much independent of software, so we can use geological, geophysical, any kind of data. Additionally, we also are working with other virtual reality systems like this HTC Vive, so a bit more immersive systems where you put on glasses or so-called VR helmets. Also Microsoft HoloLens, a bit more about that later. And you also see one of our most famous users, Her Majesty Carl Gustaf of Sweden. And I would like to show you an example how we use virtual reality in teaching. This is a EIT raw materials master program in exploration called Explore. And as a part of that Explore program, my colleague Niels Jansson and I developed a course in applied field exploration. So this course is basically taking the students through an entire workflow in exploration for volcanic hosted massive sulfide deposits. Separated in individual modules covering structural mapping, volcanosphaceous mapping, mapping hydrothermal alteration patterns, then looking at drill core, and in the end, defining a target or giving the student the possibility to hit the VMS deposit in the end. So the area we are working on is in Västerbotten, part of the Skellefteå district, and the target area is around the so-called Åliden deposit, which is pretty much the Skellefteå district in a nutshell. It's an area with good outcrops, where we can see the primary rocks, but also see hydrothermal alteration. We see there is a massive sulfide lens underground. And this is on Boliden's ground, and Boliden is granting us access to the land and also access to data for the course. The entire course started actually off as a real field course. So we were going out with students in the field and they could do the mapping out in the forest. This was a 1 week course. And as you all know, the current situation simply does not allow us to go out in the field with students. So we transferred the course into virtual reality environment, as we already have the possibility and the experience to do so. So the course starts with a virtual field excursion. So we were out in the field producing 360 degrees videos and models of the field. So the students can stand there or open this environment on their computers at home, rotate views, walk through this model, get an impression of what it looks like. Swedish students, of course, know how it looks in Swedish forests, but this is an international course, and for a lot of students, this is actually pretty unique how this Fenderscandian environment looks like and how exploration might be. So we're trying to be as immersive as possible in this course. So, and within this 360-degree environment, there are videos embedded, so students can click on an icon and get up a video where Niels or I are explaining the geology, the geological background, and also embedded 3D models of outcrops. So once the students get an idea about the regional geology, they can work with this high-resolution models. These models have a resolution of about 1 millimeter, so you can really zoom in, perform structural measurements, get an idea about the rock, get structural measurements in real orientation as you would get out in the field using a compass, looking at volcanic fascias, so reconstructing the volcanic architecture, the positional environment for these VMS deposits. And then the students can pick localities where they want to get geochemical analysis. We already have a whole database with geochemical analysis from previous work. So the students can then get this geochemical analysis, produce alteration maps as they would do in the field, plot everything. And then after this, the students can choose where they want to drill. So we were provided drill hole scans from Boliden. They were scanned with the ORExplore CT scanner. So we have 3D penetrative core scans from the area. We can pull out the scan provided to the student. They can do drill core logging at home. And in the end, synthesize it into this target generation. So producing a geological map, producing a concept of ore formation and subsequent deformation, and in the end, putting a finger on the map and saying, okay, here is the highest chance of finding an ore deposit. So a second example would be the use of drones. And this is getting more and more common. We are not the first ones using this, but we're trying to implement it in different ways. We have 2 different drones in operation at LTU. One large drone system, which can carry a whole range of different sensors. We are using thermal camera, we're using flux gate magnetometer, and optical camera, and a smaller drone system with optical camera producing photogrammetry data. And that's just one brief example of a case study. We did several master projects, and that's part of an EIT raw material project called iTarget about thin tungsten tantalum ores. And this is an ore deposit in northern Spain. You see this mountain on the picture here. It's really hard accessible terrain. Fieldwork is complex. You cannot climb into the wall. It's really loose rock. So we were using drones to reconstruct this system. So we're overall looking at tungsten bryson system. So veins developed on top of a granite. And the question was which structures are actually controlling ore deposition, and how did the veins were emplaced. So additionally to traditional fieldwork, so we were out in the field collecting samples, performing measurements, at least for the areas which were accessible to us. We were producing a photogrammetry model of the entire mountain. So this incorporates approximately 5,000 overlapping photographs of the entire mountain. stitched together to a high resolution model with centimeter resolution that allows us to open this in our virtual environment and take measurements on this photogrammetry model. So a very excellent complement to fieldwork, and by that reconstructing the emplacement mechanism. So I will not go into any details, but showing how this granite actually was bending up the above-laying rocks, and by the bending producing fractures that could be filled in with the ore-forming minerals. And this is, of course, helping future exploration activities in the area just by understanding where and how the ore formed. So takeaway message for my talk is modern technologies are excellent complements to traditional fieldwork, but in the end, they are not replacing traditional fieldwork. So we cannot expect to let the drone fly in the end we push a button and the program will tell us where the ore is. This is a really powerful technology which can act as an excellent tool for the experienced geologist to take decision. At the same time, it allows us to increase learning outcomes in education, for example, and we will later today see also an example from a virtual underground mine. We can prepare students much better for fieldwork already using virtual environments, so they know the basics already before we send them out in the field, and by that they will simply learn more, or they get more out of the field component. And of course, it simplifies communication. Now we can show outcrops in 3D. We can communicate geology in a much easier and much more visual manner. And a few words on the look ahead. Where are we actually going? Yeah, we are not stopping with virtual reality, but we are also moving into augmented reality. Actually, we would like to take our models out in the field, that we don't have to be locked into a virtual reality environment. We can take the models out in the field using our smartphones and can project ore bodies into the environment. We can project geology or any other information that is stored in our model into the real world. And I think that's the future, or the next logical step in this development, to look into augmented reality technologies. And we are currently doing this already in projects. So thank you for your attention. I'm happy to...
Thank you, Tobias. Thank you very much. We have a couple of questions. I'm going to start off with one that's nearly unfair, and then Lisa will ask you a fair question.
A fair question.
I imagine, or I'm quite certain, that you spend your days looking at data, existing data and newly collected data. And I've been wondering about this this contradiction in terms of Sweden. In Sweden, we say often that the country is underexplored. We don't have enough geological data and understanding of the bedrock. Yet there's another sort of stream of, I was going to say stream of consciousness. No, there's other people say that, oh, there's so much data available in Sweden that's free, and the survey has collected it and anyone can look at it. Can you, with your sort of background, perhaps you can say something about it? Is it underexplored, or
no,
what's the truth here? Both are true at the same time.
I would say it's very unevenly distributed how it is explored. We have areas like the Skellefteå district where Boliden has decades of exploration going on, and of course there we have a lot of data and a good understanding of the geology. So there are certain areas with plenty of data, a long history of exploration, and I think it's also excellent that a lot of this data is publicly available. But we have other areas which are hardly explored at all. A lot based on a geological perspective, because it's yeah, less likely that there are ore deposits. But on the other hand, if we don't look, we will never know. So yeah, I think especially in this underexplored regions, it's certainly worth looking into, and not only focusing on the areas we already know.
Thank you.
All right, and hi Tobias. You talked a lot about modern technology from an educational and research perspective. How would you say that industry is adapting to these types of technologies? Are they ahead or a little bit behind, or how does it look?
No, I wouldn't say ahead or behind. Industry is typically very interested in implementing, and from my experience, industry is always trying to look into possibilities and very curious about implementing new technologies. So it's important to have a good connection between research and industry. Within research, we have often the possibilities to look into things out of pure curiosity. We are not driven by commercial value, so we can experiment a bit more with this. But I would say industry is pretty good. Sometimes a bit traditional in their approach in implementing it, but I would say industry is doing a good job implementing these technologies also.
All right. And I mean, you mentioned one possible downside with this new technology, less field work. Let's say that would be a downside. But do you see any other downsides with this type of new modern technology?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have to be careful not to rely too much on these technologies, and we shouldn't get blind by seeing this as the holy grail and being able to solve all questions just by implementing a new modern technology. I think it's still, we have to be driven by knowledge and by geological thinking, but we have to see it rather as a tool, as one tool in our toolbox, which we have to be careful not to forget the old and traditional tools, which are also important. What we sometimes see is that, especially with this rapid development in geochemical analysis, people are producing a geochemical analysis of a rock and then take it as granted, or simply hopping over the first step of actually looking at the rock. So not even making a thin section or for proper petrological description of, so to put the chemical analysis in a geological context. I don't say that this is always happening, yeah, but sometimes you see this. So we have to find a good balance between traditional proven methods, the base work of a geologist, and then implementing modern technologies into this. And all together, we will have a pretty powerful toolbox for our geological understanding of an area.
All right, that sounds promising. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Now we have another one of your colleagues. We have Nils Jansson. Hi, Nils.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can indeed. You are an associate professor in ore geology, if I'm correct, and you will address the topic of the future logging assistant. So we're looking forward to hear you, and we can see your presentation perfectly.
Okay, good. So then I start. So my name is Nils Jansson, and I'm associate professor in ore geology at Luleå University of Technology. And today I'm going to talk about a new project which started as a result of a new collaboration agreement between Luleå University and Boliden. namely the future logging assistant. But before I get into the details here, let's take a quick look at what I would call the 3 eras of exploration technologies. So let's start by looking back to the 17th century. This was largely the era of blowpipes and divining rods. Now, you may of course question whether or not a divining rod is a legitimate tool for looking for an ore deposit. But when it comes to the blowpipes, in fact, you have to remember that actually a fair bit of the periodic table was found using this method. But getting into the 20th century, this was largely the time of exploration drilling and modern analytical chemistry. So this is actually the time when we can actually access and sample and characterize rocks without actually mining our way to them first. And this, of course, became the basis for what we're doing today, namely predictive resource modeling. So before a mine actually starts mining, they have more or less predicted the tonnage and the grade of what they are going to mine. Now, we are in the current century, and we are largely now in a digital era in the sense that we are seeing an increasing implementation of technologies which allow continuous chemical or mineralogical data collection on site, using, for example, X-ray based technologies. And this has basically created both new challenges, but also new opportunities for us. And this is basically the starting point for this project that I'm going to talk about today. So where does the data go? Well, a large part goes into the construction of these geological models, which are the basis for finding new mineral deposits in complex geological terrains. So this is more or less, you can have them as a roadmap, more or less, to synthesize what information you have and vector in on potential areas where you want to go drilling. Another big part is, of course, the resource modeling. Once you have found a deposit and you want to de-risk it and basically provide, you can say, like a foundation for all decision making when it comes to valuation of the deposit, technology selection, and permitting, of course. And the trend that we have been seeing in the last century is more or less that we are demanding more and more knowledge about this deposit, which translates into that we need more and more data. It has become more and more difficult to find new deposits, and once we have found them, we need to basically characterize them in more and more detail. And this is, of course, translating into increasing exploration budgets and also increasing lead times. So there are clear incentives here to both lower the cost, but also the lead times, and also to increase the accuracy of the models to know if it's worth going forward. So as a geologist, what do we actually log? Well, for us, the rocks are full of information. And you can say all the information you need to solve these puzzles are found in the rocks. And it is our duties as geoscientists to bring this information out. Unfortunately, however, there's only a fraction of this information which is commonly recorded. And this is largely due to the fact that logging and sampling can be very time consuming. It is commonly steered by whatever information is regarded as most important at the time. And this is, of course, something that can change over time, both as science advances, but also as mining products advance. And as a consequence, logging rarely satisfied all the different needs that may emerge during the various stages of a mining project, from target generation to resource modeling and finally to geotechnical modeling. And for this reason, drill cores are commonly relogged and resampled, commonly several times, and this of course adds to the exploration expenditures. So John Locke, he once said that nothing is in the understanding which was not first in the senses. And he was mainly referring to what happens in the cognitive realm when a visual impression is transmitted via the human eye and is transformed into the knowledge in the cognitive realm. In the era that we are living in now, we are seeing a surge in the development of digital eyes, ranging from these XRF-based scanners, but also to hyperspectral cameras. What is important to remember, however, is that these instruments provide you with data. They don't provide you with knowledge. And what we then need is actually technology to transform this data into knowledge. And similar to the human eye, or you can say that human senses, we don't do assessment just on one sense. We touch things, we smell things, we look at things before we actually make decisions. And this, in a similar way, we need to integrate different methods in order to create knowledge. And ultimately, this can pave the way into, you could say, semi-automated knowledge generation from drill core, which is the main topic of this project. So this project was recently started. It is a 4-year project, which is a joint R&D project between Boliden and LTU. And you can divide it into 2 different teams. The first team basically comprises an assessment and implementation of the new sensor technologies for automatic acquisition of a range of data types, ranging from, for example, visual features such as textures and colors or structures, and also, of course, compositional features such as geochemistry and minerals, and also rock mechanical features. Then there's a second team that has to do more with utilization and developing new tools that allow semi-automated logging and data analytics, which can be accessible at the logging table, which will allow a human logger to make real-time informed decisions based on this data. And here, rather than aiming for a specific silver bullet type of sensor technology, our focus lies more on the fusion of different sensor technologies and their integration. This is the project team, and as you can see, we are a multidisciplinary group involving researchers both from the division of ore geology, but also from the machine learning department here at LTU. There's also members of the expert group exploration at Boliden Mineral. And here at LTU, one can say that the FLA project forms an umbrella to 2 sub-projects. One is a PhD education in which we engage early stage researchers, such as the ones that you can see at the base here. The other part comprises the ML4 drill core, which is part of the SUN initiative. And this is more like you could say like a research platform for us senior researchers, where we try to basically create new sub-projects, but also collaborate in implementing some of these new knowledge into the education, for example. So the aim is ultimately to adapt the drill core process. And as you can see here, this is actually a quite complicated process. It's more than just bringing a string of rocks up to the ground. To put it in a bit more simplified terms, one can say that this starts at the drill rig, where we basically bring up a sample of bedrock. It is taken to the core shed for preparation, for example, cleaning. And in this flow sheet, we have now added any generic core scanner, which is basically collecting sensor data between this stage and the stage when this core is actually going to be logged by a human logger. And the idea with the sensor data is then to have it have a network structure that can transmit the data and run it via various machine learning models, also tools for visualizing data, so that this data and some of these outputs can be available to the logger at the time when the logging is conducted. And the benefits that we see in having it in this way is that we can allow for better consistency between different human loggers, because this is a quite big problem that logging is partly a quite subjective business. Another thing is that we digitally conserve a copy of the core. So it means that we can query out information later at any stage. And also that we can provide better guides for guiding the subsequent stage of destructive sampling, which is basically taking a piece of core and sending it to the lab. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit now on the actual logging. And the idea in this project is that we will not replace human loggers. Instead, we will aim to leverage them by supplying, for example, pre-classification or feature recognition, and also suggestions. We can basically aid them through the logging process. Another key thing here is that we want to actually use this logging process for the sake of validation, in the sense that we can provide the different outputs, and instead of just having them being logged here, this is actually now a validation stage, and the result of this can be going back into the model and training them and improving the next classification. Another important stage reason for it, you could say, like integrating the human loggers and the users in this stage is actually that something that's quite commonly overlooked when it comes to automation is that there is a general human suspicion against machines. This is something we have to live with. So if we are aiming at a system which is actually going to be used, then we need to engage the users in the process of integrating these new technologies, since these people are ultimately both the domain experts and the users of this technology. This is an example of work that was done last year in the context of a master project. And here we attempted a semi-automated lithological logging of host rocks to the Zinkgruvan deposits in southern Sweden. In this project, we were focusing both on supervised and unsupervised machine learning methods applied to XRF data generated by Mineralize. What can be said here is that it's relatively simple these days to use a commercially available software, such as, for example, IOGAS, to derive at any form of outputs. For example, decision trees or k-means clustering applied to self-organizing maps. These techniques will always give you some kind of result. So the question for any domain expert, that is a geologist in this case, is of course, how good are these outputs? How accurate are they? And this is a question that can be complicated to answer and also even more complicated to quantify. What we found here, and is something that we already suspected, is that if you subject the same data set to different models, then you will have different results. And even the most accurate models in this scenario only delivered something like a classification accuracy of 60 to 70%. There are undoubtedly ways to improve this number more by, for example, using more sophisticated machine learning models or better techniques for domaining, that is the selection of lithological boundaries. But part of this lack of accuracy actually comes from something that we geologists know from the first year when we studied the subject. And this is that there is more to rocks than their composition. You can say that what we log, or what we have been logging up to this digital area, is mainly visual features. We have been logging rocks based on their appearance, based on the textures, the structures, and the minerals that we can observe with our eyes. We don't sample them with our eyes. So when we now bring an XRF scanner into the table and try to log them using purely tabulated chemical data, we will not get the same results. So if we want to actually replicate how humans are classifying geological materials, we need to integrate compositional features with visual characteristics. And this is something we can only do by integrating this technology with other technologies, such as, for example, image recognition from using computer vision, and then trying to ensemble these two. And this is one of the things we are trying in the FLA. So what this comes down to then is that we cannot really have a single flow sheet built around one generic scanner. We will actually need to have different flow sheets involving different scanners, and we need to somehow have a solution in place for integrating this data into something that is meaningful. And this takes us to the heart or brain, if you want so, of this project. And this is the IT infrastructure that we are setting up, to allow us to run these different models. Now, when it comes to the field of artificial intelligence applied to drill core data, this is a very fast evolving field, and it also revolves around a very complicated area. There are already a lot of excellent applications and solutions out there, so we don't want to reinvent the wheel here. So what we have been doing is that we have placed two basic concepts at the core of the FLA cluster. First, we capsule all the algorithms in small functional entities, so-called microservices, which are shown here as gear icons in this diagram. Second, we place a communication software in the middle, a so-called message broker, which will allow the indirect communication between these microservices. By doing this, we maximize both the flexibility and extensibility by allowing us to add and combine various microservices. This will allow us to create ensemble models based on different microservices for data sources such as images or chemical data, and also for different machine learning models, such as, for example, convolutional neural networks or classification and regression trees, which are shown here as examples. These two concepts will allow us to also integrate and connect to existing solutions and applications smoothly, simply by writing specific microservices for the integration and then add it to the FLA cluster. This means that cooperation with application providers will be technically possible and also welcome. And any type of integration will be possible using code libraries, for example, for image processing or connection to external applications like GeoApps or data acquisition from external sources. And finally, direct collaboration with the FLA cluster can also be facilitated by writing microservices that can connect to FLA or by using an FLA application programming interface. And this can be used by external applications who want to connect to FLA. So in summary, FLA is designed to allow for integration, flexibility, extensibility, collaboration, and for running these ensemble methods. So the startup phase of this project has gone well. We have currently a focus on X-ray-based core scanning technology and image recognition. We have recruited 2 early-stage researchers, and we're even having some form of web page up in the near future with more information about the project. And in the meantime, if you're interested in learning more about it, then you can send me an email. That is, if you want to know more, or if you're interested in collaborating with us. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you, Nils. Your timing is rather perfect. I think you were 2 seconds off from your designated time. So well done. We have one question for you before you log off. You want to do it, Håkan?
Yes, Nils. Hi, Håkan here. I'm thinking of a project that was implemented by the SGU. It's quite a while ago now, but they scanned all the drill cores in Mar law, as you remember, using what was then top-notch technology. So I was thinking, given what you know about how sort of automated logging and has advanced since then, is there a point to doing this all over again? Would you say that that work is actually, maybe it's outdated already?
Would it improve?
No, the thing about that kind of project is that it was done in the old way, in a way that what we are trying to get away from, because then you're basically using a sensor in the form of a hyperspectral imaging device. Then it comes down to a human expert to decipher and add meaning. That is, to basically translate those spectra into minerals. And you can say that there you have a bottleneck in the sense that you're totally reliant on a human expert for doing this. Currently, there are a lot of research being done in the field of machine learning applied to similar sensor data, which is more or less aiming at replacing that human expert and providing a more objective manner to translate like spectral data into mineralogical data. And I think that's the way forward. So it's very important in these kind of projects to keep the raw data.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it would be a good point for you to discuss these kind of initiatives with the SGU, perhaps?
Definitely.
Okay, good one. Just an idea. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll move
to
the next professor here. Senior lecturer, it says, in applied geochemistry, Thomas Eigelsberger. I hope I got that wrong. Right, not wrong. I know I got it wrong, but I hope I got it right.
Hi, Thomas.
Hi, Thomas.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We hear you very well.
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you for the nice introduction. And I think you have pronounced my name as perfectly as any Austrian would do. I have to say that this is really a special last name, so it's difficult to say what is the right version of spelling my last name.
Okay, so, good one. It's a beautiful name in any case. So please take it away.
Yes.
We're very interested to hear about.
Thank you, and thank you also for inviting me to give this talk here at this conference. So, as you said, my name is Thomas Eigelsberger. I'm an associate senior lecturer here at LTU since 3 years, and in these 3 years since I'm at LTU, I was mostly busy in setting up laboratories for our QuantMin laboratories. And in this talk, I want to show you what is QuantMin and how can it actually be used in exploration. So when I say QuantMin approach, then it's basically a flow sheet. So we use this in trace mineralogy. So the idea is how can we actually find target minerals by using different methods, and then describe, these target minerals with different analytical approaches. So the final QuantMin will in the future look something like this. For now, we have reached, a stage until the automated mineralogy, and the future will be focusing on how can we also implement automated laser ablation and data analysis. So last year we have installed our new SEM scanning electron microscope. It's currently the only one in Swedish academia, so size Sigma 300 VP, which is actually using full quantification of measuring points for the mineral identification. And using this device, you get a huge amount of data, for detailed information on, of course, the mineralogy and chemical composition of the minerals, but also about grain size, shape, morphologies, liberation analysis. You can also get information on the sample properties, like including porosities. And you can, of course, correlate your whole rock geochemical data with the data getting from this SEM measurements. So, as this is a conference on future mining, I thought that I would talk a little bit about exploration for unconventional ore deposits. So I've taken a research field of mine which is dealing with nickel laterites. And so nickel laterites, as we know, is a very important source for nickel and also cobalt. But you know, the research question was if it could also be like a future unconventional ore deposit for platinum group elements. And if we think of platinum group elements, then we know that this is a group of 6 elements: ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, iridium, and platinum, which are also, you know, considered high-tech metals due to their specific physical and chemical properties needed in sophisticated technologies. And currently, 2 countries on a global stage are actually holding a kind of monopoly on these elements: Russia and South Africa. So the idea was in this research project if nickel laterites could also be future ore deposits for platinum group elements. And here you can see a typical profile of a nickel laterite, which is actually formed due to tropical weathering of ultramafic rocks. And if you have a look here to the right, then you this black line shows, you know, the enrichment trend for platinum group elements in the profile. And you can see that they are accumulating on the top of the profile. However, if we look on the concentration or content of the platinum group elements, then we can see that it's still in a few hundred parts per billion range. And by seeing ppb, just a little comparison, 1 ppb would be the volume of a thicker coffee spoon in the volume of the Olympic swimming pool. So this makes pretty clear that if you want to go now into target mineralogy, so this is really trace mineralogy. So how can you find out the mineralogical expression for such an anomaly? We have to concentrate our minerals. And for doing so, we have installed a hydroseparation laboratory.
Sorry, Thomas, Håkan here. I think you must share your screen. I'm very sorry I didn't say that earlier. Really, really sorry, Thomas.
I have shared my...
Yeah, it doesn't quite work for some of us, at least. So...
Oh, I'm sorry. So nobody saw my slides?
We didn't see it, and there was a few... Yeah, there we go. They're beautiful slides. I think you can...
Oh, my God.
Okay. No, sorry,
okay.
Thomas. You need to show them quickly. You've been talking, we've been listening, but you need to show them quickly from the beginning. Sorry.
Very, very sorry. I saw that it was sharing. Okay. Anyhow, so here it's the flow sheet for the QuantMin approach. Okay. So sample, then concentrating the minerals, then making polished monolayers, and then analyze it with different devices. And I was talking a little bit about this automated mineralogy. So I was talking about platinum group elements, and this is now the example of this enrichment trend of the platinum group element. Here you can see the black line as it's enriched up to the surface, where you have then enrichment still in the ppb range, and making clear that you have to concentrate its target minerals. And for that, we have installed a hydroseparation laboratory where we actually take the sample and homogenize it and do some pre-concentration steps, and then sieve the sample by hand to get really precise size fractions in the range of 125 microns down to below 50 microns, really to have then the chance to separate by density. And we do this in this lab. There's a short video. I hope it works and you can see it. So here you load one size fraction slurry into the glass separation tube. So it's a laboratory just working with water. So here you can see the water flow is turned on, and you combine it with impulses, so little waves. This is computer controlled, and by doing so, you get all the light fraction pushed up and out of the glass separation tube, whereas in the lowest part of the system, here in the little basin, the heavy minerals are getting concentrated. So down there, you see the dropping of the light fraction, and in between here in the glass separation tube down there, you concentrate your heavy target minerals. So this is a process that takes a few minutes, and in the end, you will get the tailing, which is the light fraction, and the concentrates coming out here. Really, you can already see in the color, dark, and the brownish one is the light fraction. So, and using different glass separation tubes, you can concentrate down a sample, initial sample size of approximately 3 kilograms to a few milligrams. So this is now very high concentrated target minerals that we then mount on a polished metal cylinder to really get, you know, every grain lying next to each other. So every grain is then exposed to the surface. You don't lose a single grain. And this is then polished. And then you can go to your scanning electron microscope where you then can study it. So here you can see an example also showing in this backscattered electron image, you know, that we have a high concentration of dense minerals. All of these white grains are potentially interesting grains for us. And in one polished section, you can have easily more than 100,000 grains that you want to study. And this makes clear that you have to use this kind of automated mineralogy facilities. So as I'm funded by CAM, and Christina has also already mentioned it, CAM funds also a mainly basic research. I'm interested in how can we actually understand the behavior of platinum group minerals and platinum group elements in general in this nickel laterite profile. And looking at this figure, so using hydrous separation or the quantum approach in general, we have identified a primary platinum group minerals and that we can name pre-lateritic PGM, which then get, you know, transformed in this lateritic weathering process where they transform to lateritic PGM. The end product of this process is then a mineral called ruthenian hexaferrum. And this wouldn't have been possible to study without this quantum approach. And showing also some very recent results, we have studied, you know, the isotopic composition of this platinum group minerals, and there we can see that it looks like that there is like a open system behavior in the rhenium-osmium isotopic system for this PGM, as you can clearly see how the pre-lateritic PGM plot differently than the lateritic PGM in this osmium isotope diagram. And this is a very interesting result, as you know, the rhenium-osmium isotopic system is considered as a closed system. So the second example that I would like to share with you regarding exploration is a project on rare earth elements in bauxite ores from the Dominican Republic, where we are involved to get, so it's a project led by the University of Barcelona under Professor Proenza. And so these bauxitic ores in Dominican Republic, they are enriched in rare earth elements up to 5,000 ppm and 1,200 ppm in average. And interestingly, they are concentrated also in the heavier rare earth elements. So how can we actually find out the mineral expression for this bauxite ores? So we have applied our quantum approach, and there we also found a primary rare earth element minerals, monazite here, a primary because they often have some melt inclusions. And we also found secondary rare earth elements which can be separated into groups in rare earth element phosphates and rare earth element carbonates. So we have then also studied single crystals. So we handpicked target minerals of interest and then put it into this kind of loop and made a single crystal XRD measurements, and then could get the precise crystallographic information of these grains and the exact mineral of this compound. In this case, it's a rare earth element carbonate called althioancilite. So getting all this data from the Quantmin approach, it's then possible to apply some modeling to see, under which conditions this kind of secondary rare earth element minerals form in this bauxitic environment. And here you can see one outcome of this modeling. So we can see that the rare earth minerals form in a range from slightly acidic, so the rare earth element phosphates, to alkaline conditions. Yes. So last but not least, I would also say that, of course, this Quantmin approach is a useful tool in a lot of different fields, exploration, as I've mentioned, but as I'm from applied geochemistry, I also want to highlight that we use this Quantmin approach also in environmental forensics and specifically in environmental mineralogy. Just to give one example, we are also using it for acid-base accounting in tailings. So again, sorry for this problem with the presentation sharing, but I hope you got an impression about Quantmin that we are building up here at LTU, and I'm ready for any questions. So, tack så mycket.
Ja, tack själv. Thank you very much. I salute your choice of rocks there. I saw you were looking at lateritic processes, and bauxite was interesting as well. So you get to go to the tropics, but these days it's difficult.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Luckily, we have a good sampling campaign back in the years, so we have enough material to study.
Okay. Well, are you looking forward to the next time you can go visit the Dominican Republic, or?
Yes, but I'm of course we are also open to go anywhere else close to the equator.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. What kind of environments in Sweden would you think your methods are most likely to be useful? Let's put it that way.
Yes, thank you for this question. I think this Quantmin approach you can use in basically all of these environments. And just give you an example that we at LTU now are really strongly involved. It's dating. So the group of Geology, they now use this Quantmin approach to separate zircons from different rock types and then date them. This is one example. But of course, as I'm in applied geochemistry, to characterize mine tailings, I think this is a very a good example how you can really get a better understanding of mine waste as a waste, or maybe also a future resource of a geomaterial. So only if you have this full knowledge, what you have, then you can really decide what it is.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a good point. There's quite a few people out there that feel that mining waste is something that we should be using.
Yes, exactly.
And of course there are problems related to this, but there should be some opportunities as well, and that methodology can help. Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Okay, so Håkan, we're almost at the time for a much looked for panel discussion on exploration challenges that you will be leading.
Indeed.
So we will just be on 1 or 2 minutes break to have everyone set up for the panel, and then you will be back.
Indeed. So 2 minutes and I'll be here with my panel and we'll be discussing exploration issues.
Perfect.
Cheers.
Below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. through fire to construction, to sustainable living, from climate change to changing our way of life, from ideas to humanities to business, from Luleå University of Technology to the world, to the Arctic, into the future, into the unknown.
Again, here I am, and I have exchanged Lisa for Pierre Heroma from LKAB. And we'll be having a panel here. We have a number of distinguished guests here I see before me on the screen. We have our mining inspector, Åsa Persson. Welcome. We have Kåre Höglund from Agnico Eagle. Welcome, Kåre. Can't hear you guys. Are you mute? Anyway, you won't be mute when we start.
Not me either.
Yeah, and we have Johannes, and
no,
we don't. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Holsapfel. That's another name. I had a little bit of problems pronunciation. Holsapfel is more or less correct.
That's pretty much spot on.
Yeah, excellent. Good one. So we'll be talking about exploration challenges, or anything related to exploration can have its place in this panel. And of course, I have some thoughts of what we should be discussing, but the panelists are free to change direction and talk about what is closest to their hearts. Let's though start with a little bit of an overview. I hope that Åsa can tell us a little bit about exploration in Sweden these days. How is it looking? Do you see any obvious trends or patterns?
Yes, we do. We have two ways of measuring the activity. And the first thing is we look at how many applications of exploration permits do we have. And if we go back 10 years ago, we could see that we had approximately 200, 250 applications each year. But in 2013, something happened. It started to decrease and decrease again. And actually, last year we were all-time low. We had only 123 applications in 2020. Compare it to 210 years ago. The other way to measure is looking at how many valid exploration permits do we have. Again, compare with 10 years ago, we had approximately 1,000 or even more valid exploration permits. And in the end of December last year, all-time low, 550. So we can really see that the exploration activity is low today.
Yeah. So there's a general decrease. How much do you feel, or do you have any idea of the COVID pandemic? Is that affecting things, or is that just adding a little bit
we
extra
can't
problems?
measure that,
No.
but I'm sure it has an impact. But how big it is, I don't know.
Yeah, it's been difficult for some companies to do work in the field, and there's some legislation on the go that will extend licenses, I hear.
Yes, do you want me to tell you about that?
You could maybe say something about that, yes?
Yes, in order to minimize the impact of COVID, there's been two changes in the minerals law. One change was last July, and the other one will be in March this year. And to summarize it, it means that almost every exploration permit will be extended by 1 extra year automatically.
Okay. Before go to my next question. It also, when you're saying patterns, it's an all-time low. It doesn't sound much fun at all. Do you see any trends in terms of what companies are looking for in terms of the commodities?
Yes, we do. It's the usual ones. It's the big ones like iron, gold, copper, and so on. But we have also seen since 2016 that the so-called new minerals like cobalt, lithium, vanadium, and so on, they are interesting as well.
Yeah. That was what I was fishing for. Yes, that there's been a little bit of a change anyway. Yes, so all-time low, that doesn't sound much fun, but I'm here with Pierre Herumer, who has been at LKAB not so long, 2-3 years. I mean, time flies.
30 years, yeah.
Yeah, and when you came into the company, there was a bit of a worry. The big ore deposit at Kirunavaara wasn't looking as promising as it has been. And,
no, that's correct. The drilling started in 2018, the end of 17 and 18, and then when we looked at the results, we could see that what was believed to go straight down, as it has done before, was suddenly taking another path towards the north, but we had no clue where really it was going and how big it could be in, deeper down. So it took us a year to drift and to come into position to be able to drill, and we have done that during 2020. And hopefully most of you have seen yesterday, we came out and gave a little bit of an update, and we have been having a fair bit of success and have increased now the resources in our 3 mining areas, which gives us some good hopes for the future. And so exploration has been going well for us. I think COVID does absolutely have an impact, especially, I mean, our own people have been it has been a little bit more difficult for them to move in between the mining districts and to do what they should be doing. But also, and I think that's for us anyway, it's the most important part is really field activities, but even all the drilling companies. We are drilling a lot, and we have to use drillers not only from Sweden, but even from Finland. And for them, the situation is getting a little bit more complicated. So we have lost a little bit of speed, especially in 2020, and we can see that this is going to continue even this year until everybody has been vaccinated and is ready to go back to a more normal life. But so I do foresee that we have big plans for this year, but I'm a little bit afraid that we might not be able to go all the way and reach what we have planned to do.
Maybe dig a little bit deeper into LKAB. I was, and many with me, I guess, when 2-3 years ago there was a worry about Kirunavaara, I was thinking that LKAB needs to do something else. Maybe you can't rely on Kirunavaara, you need to find new things. So I'm thinking, what about exploration, not near mine, but exploration out there a little bit more? Are you?
Yes.
What are you doing?
In 2018, when we came out with the news, I said we cannot put our eggs, in the same basket, all of them at least. So we started to, in parallel to the near mine exploration, which is the most efficient one when there is more to be found and to be put as quickly as possible into production, we decided to do a review of the areas where we are. And luckily, I should say, we had some good success on the near mines. So we are slowing down a little bit on the field, more field exploration. That said, we have in Kiruna some very interesting results in around the Per Geijer area, where we have some very good intersects at a greater depth. So that is something that we will continue with. And otherwise, I think, when we have secured exactly what we need for the expansions that we're planning in the 3 mining areas, we will then start to move maybe a little bit more outside of our comfort zone into new areas, but that's where we stand at the moment.
Thank you. Yeah, for those of you who are not from the exploration field and who do not think too much about exploration, you should know that the best way to find a new mine is to look very close to one that exists, right? So that's why that kind of focus exists. Johannes, could you maybe begin a little bit about telling us about your company? Or you're involved in a number of different entities, I know, but and you work in Norway and Sweden, and mostly gold and base metals. Maybe tell us a little bit more about your activities.
So we work in the Nordic region for various reasons. We like the regulatory framework here, which is, compared to many other places in the world, fairly transparent. We kind of know what's expected from us from the regulators, and we kind of know what we get in the end once we file for applications. It's not too many hiccups there. So this is something quite predictable and something investors like. And we see ourselves to have a competitive advantage here compared to other jurisdictions because, the international mining society is not quite that well present. We have Quarter here, who's a bit of an exception in that way. But when you look how many companies are stepping on each other's toes in Canada, Australia, it's pretty empty here in Sweden. And we want to make that place more attractive to international investors, and therefore we think we can achieve that here by being early on the ground and staking the areas we want and attracting partners and their expertise as well to advance these projects. Another really big advantage of Sweden or all the Nordic countries are skilled labor is more or less readily available. You don't need to fly them in like in Africa or Asia or South America. So it's a lot cheaper hiring skilled labor here than elsewhere. Good infrastructure is something we just take for granted in Sweden and Norway. We can just jump in a car and drive somewhere and we immediately get to the field. In my career, we traveled sometimes 200 kilometers and we had over 2 days for that in Africa just because the roads are quite terrible. And that's just for exploration. And when you think of what it takes to ever build a mine there, you need to build highways and power lines, and all of that is readily available here, and energy is very cheap compared to many other places. This is very important, and it's good to have that cheap energy. Most of a lot of the expenses in a running mine is actually going into grinding big rocks into powder, basically. And if you can make that happen cheap, and in Sweden and Norway actually green with a lot of hydroelectric power, this is what we like. So that's why we're in Sweden and Norway.
I'll follow on a bit, Johannes. I have the impression, I'm not saying that I'm correct here, but I have the impression that you work for a little bit towards the greenfield sort of way of looking at new areas, and not like when Sweden sort of opened up for international investors, the typical approach was to sort of hire an old SGU geologist and look at things that had been already sort of looked at by the state exploration company, and not much novel exploration work was being done. Whereas you do seem to be doing a bit more, having a more of a novel approach, looking at other areas. Is that true, or am I in the wrong?
Partly. I think the very big difference of ourselves compared to other junior companies is that we understand the risk, probably just like everyone, but we want to make sure that the risk is manageable and that we end up having a discovery at some point in our names or in our partners' names by having a lot of ground and having a lot of projects where we work together with partners to advance them, because practically 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 1,000, that kind of range is what you need in terms of projects to make it into a discovery and into a mine later on. So if you only have 4 or 5, the chance that you're becoming successful are quite limited. So we take a different approach on the business model. But when you look where our claims are, the majority of them are in old famous mining districts in Sweden, the Skellefteå district and Bergslagen. And the reason for that is people have been finding mines there, and it's easier finding mines, as you said, in places where you already have them, rather than reinventing the wheel there. We do recognize new trends in mineral exploration in Sweden, like the gold line is something where it's been overlooked in the past, and we don't have that many mines compared to other mining regions in Sweden, but I hope that we can make a difference, and Kåre again is a good example that we hopefully will see new mines getting developed in that particular part of Sweden.
No, thank you, Johannes. I'll turn to Kåre then. We'll be hearing about the Barsele project tomorrow in more detail. For those who don't know, this Barsele project in Västerbotten is one of the more promising and more advanced projects that we have in Sweden. And Agnico Eagle is a major international player in the mining sector. So that's very interesting to follow that project. Kåre, of course, you have a Finnish background and you work in Sweden, and Finland, looking at it from a little bit of a distance, Finland has been more successful in attracting investment later years, and Agnico, you are busy working in both these countries. What can you say, or what are your observations in terms of comparing Finland and Sweden, both in terms of how the authorities function, how the laws are, and perhaps a little bit of geology? You know, geology got blamed in Tanzania, but I think it is what it is, right? And Finland has very promising geology, indeed.
Well, just like you said, I have my feet in both countries, you know. So if you look at Finland and Sweden and try to compare geology, I would say, you know, the geology doesn't stop at the border. You know, you have, or even if it goes underneath the ocean. So geology-wise, both have more or less the same potential. Maybe to some extent, still trying to be diplomatic here. Sweden has somewhat more because just, you know, Sweden is a bigger country, and the geology is in both of them pretty nice looking. But if you look at some numbers, now if you look at, there's about 45 companies active in Finland, exploring and mining, and if you take the one-person shows away in Sweden, there are about 60 to 70. So there are companies, more or less the same amount of companies in both countries exploring now. And if you look at how many deposits has been found in Finland and in Sweden, let's say new discoveries, not old ones that have been done more work on lately, but new discoveries. There are about 3 of them in Finland the last 10 years, and the same amount also in Sweden. You have Nautanen, you have Laver, you have Norra Kärr, you have Reliden North in Sweden, and in Finland you have Sakatti, you have the Rompas and Ikkari. So geological wise, you know, they're more or less equal, I would say. When it comes to your second part, or was it the first part, was when it comes to how things are administrated, done in Finland and Sweden, there I see some big differences. Finland renewed the Mining Act back in 2011. Just directly after that, it was terrible in Finland when it came to the process. It took a very long time to get any claims that you could work on. But nowadays, it's really working well, I would say. And I have many colleagues in Finland that are happy with the system. It's a one-stop process. You hand in an application. In Finland, it's called Tukes. They look at your application. It takes everything from 3 to 7, 8 months to get it through the system, but then you have it all. In Sweden, it's different. In Sweden, you hand in an application, it's pretty swift. It can take maybe 3 months, sometimes a bit longer, depending on how many applications are in and the workload. But after that, then your work actually starts. And in Sweden, we spend lots and lots of time after we get a claim to get the work plans approved, to get the terrain driving permits approved, to get 12.6 consultations from the cabs and so forth. So I would say that we spend very little effective time on exploration in Sweden compared to Finland.
Interesting.
That's
Interesting. Thank you, Kåre.
And one other thing, I just want to one other thing is one other thing that is actually two things that are big difference between Sweden and Finland. The second thing is the claim fee in Finland goes to the landowners. The claim fee in Sweden goes to the state. That's a big thing. There's a big difference there. And the last thing is also that the geological survey in Finland is still doing, not that much anymore, but they're still doing exploration by themselves for the Finnish state. And they also very involved in exploration in different projects and trying to evolve different methods in exploration. SGU more or less stopped their exploration in 1992. And since 10 years back, they have not been able to say if I want something done and I know this good people that know this subject in SGU, I cannot get a quote from them because they cannot compete with the private sector. But I can get people from GTK to do experts there to do a task for me. So more involvement from SGU, that would be great if they could, also have the experts to help us out in geology in Sweden. So yeah, those are the big things.
Thank you, Kåre. My intention was to ask you all, we have Åsa here, right? She's not making the laws or deciding policies, but she is a person who will have the ear of those who do. Kåre, you've already alluded to some things that you would perhaps like to see that Finland is doing a bit better than Sweden. We have not a one-stop shop in this country. We have a multiple-stop shop, which is an issue, some would say. Some would say that's good. It depends on your point of view. But Pierre and Johannes, are there any issues that you feel you would like to be addressed?
I agree fully with Kåre. The issue of the process of getting permits, getting working plans in place is getting longer and longer, and that's only the first step in the mining business. Then we have to go to the other steps of the permitting, and all of those processes are getting longer and longer, less efficient. And there is more and more information asked to be handed in early on when we haven't done that much work yet. And I think it's a little bit of a mistake. If you think about an exploration, I will take a junior as an example. When you come and you do your exploration and you have a discovery, you want to secure that discovery by being able to apply for a mining license, because the exploration license has a limited time. And that's the way for you to secure your finding and maybe to sell it to another player, or to go on and develop it. But I think nowadays the authorities are asking far too much at an early stage, and it implies only that because we have to hand in early on studies, when we get to the final decision where we really get the authorization to go for mining, everything has changed so much. So we have to redo everything again to adjust to what in fact we want to do. So I think I understand why it has been a little bit evolving in that direction, but I think it is not a good way of using our money,
resources,
and it is also I think it's a big issue that it takes so long time to get the permitting.
Johannes, you were mentioning that you're quite fond of the way that things are done in Sweden.
Comparatively to the rest of the world, I think Sweden is still doing really well, but it doesn't mean that there are no issues here. And I think Kåre And Pierre, they touched the right subjects we are struggling with as well. That yeah, permits is sometimes a long process and not 100% predictable. We think we should get them, but then they get delayed, or there's some stipulations in there where administrators, in my unqualified opinion, they overstep their competency levels, where they have no legal basis to put these stipulations in. And I can see sometimes where they're coming from, and they have good intentions, but there's other government organizations, they deal with these stipulations they put into these permits we're getting from them. And we kind of need to deal then with two authorities on the same subject, and that needs to be clear. And I think the way we have to communicate it as companies to landowners and the government is way more proactive than authorities have to engage their stakeholders. They can sort of just decide whatever the heck they want. And we need to live with that. Whereas if we want to do something, everyone has a voice and can comment on the way we want to work. And that's the way it should be. And I think the government should be held to the same levels of transparency and way to do business than the private sector, I feel like. And also the private sector, whether you look at the mining industry, in the forest industry, or anything else, I think if you really care about protecting our environment, you shouldn't have a different set of laws for the mining industry than the forest industry or agricultural industry. If you really care about the environment, you should have the laws in place for caring the environment and not penalizing the mining industry for wanting to get access to the land in order to explore. It sounds very drastic. I think we can still work here in Sweden, and that's why we are here. But it would be nice if things could be spent on the field exploring rather than sitting in offices and meetings to negotiate where we need to go. So things could be better. But
things can always be better. Yes, that's the way to go. Åsa, having listened to these company representatives, and do you have any thoughts and reactions?
Yes. We at the Mining Inspectorate, we want to, of course, work according to the law. We want to be transparent, and we want to be fast. But now I realize, listening to Kåre, that even if we are very, very fast, there's a procedure afterwards with other permits and the work plan and so on that will consume time. So how we couldn't be fast enough. There's other factors as well.
Mm-hmm.
But a question for you, the other ones in the panel, what do you think we can do?
What can
the mining inspector do to help? Yeah.
Advertise to the government to change the laws in order to make it a bit more like in Finland, where things are becoming a one-stop shop, that basically we could apply for permits at your office, and then you can have a look what we are planning to do. You understand mining a lot better than many other county administrative boards, just by the nature of your department in the end. So I think if your department would be able to handle everything, we would only have one address to send it all to, and hopefully things become a bit easier. So that would be fantastic, I think, from my point of view. I don't know what other people are thinking, but
Pierre, you are both government and mining industry at the same time, yes, so to say.
I think I'm a very little government and much more mining industry.
Exactly.
No, I think what I see as the biggest problem for us is the lengthy process. I mean, we have some working plans that we applied for 9th month ago, and they are still not granted, and that is making life difficult for us, because we have to contract drilling companies to drill, but when you don't know when you are going to get the plan approved, it's very difficult to do any planning. And if you don't contract those people, then someone else takes them. I mean, I can see a difference this year compared to last year. This year, I think quite a few companies are tired of sitting at home and waiting for better times. They have started to do a little bit more exploration. So it's much harder to get drill rigs than it was last year. Last year, we could just embrace every single rig coming along.
Cora, you've already given some hints on what could be done. Have you got any other good suggestions there?
No, well, maybe, but I would still want to say that the thing that also picked up there, that it doesn't really matter how fast they are. There's other things that comes into the process afterwards that also takes a long time. And I just want to clarify that I think that now we, Agnico Eagle in Sweden, we spend about 50% or even more of our time just preparing for exploration. And about 40 to 50% of our time we actually can do exploration. And this is nothing that happens every 3 years or every 6 years. It happens every year. So even that Bergstaten gives us a claim to work on for 3 years, we have to do the same procedure every year, you know. So out of those 3 years, it's good if we can effectively work 1.5 years on that property. So people should know about this. This is how it is nowadays. And that's why a one-stop process would be the best. And then it should be just like Åsa said, it should be transparent, and it should be now in Tukes, you know, companies working in Finland, they can phone up Tukes whenever and ask advice. And Tukes is very, very forthcoming to give the companies advice how to do things right, you know. And that is something that we should take with us also to Sweden. I think that what if we could get this one-stop process that those people working there could really work together with the industry and the landowners and the stakeholders, with everyone, so to speak.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Cora, and thank you everyone in the panel. We are running out of time. Unfortunately, there's so much that one could discuss here. I found it very interesting. One last quick question, just to finish this off. The three of you from the companies, in 10 years' time, in terms of exploration, what do you hope to have achieved? And we can minimize the question to be Sweden. For LKAB, it's not that complicated, but that's where you work. But if we start with Cora, 10 years' time, what would you have achieved in Sweden, are you hoping?
Well, I hope that we could have 2 to 4 new discoveries. New discoveries.
Completely new. Right. Johannes?
Yeah, more discoveries, and I think our industry also needs to be better in being part of the solution of climate change, and we should all become climate or CO2 neutral in the early steps in exploration as well as others. And I think in 10 years' time we can achieve that, I think.
Pierre, do you have big plans?
For us, the big goal is to find more resources in order to secure, you know, the future of LKAB. You have probably seen our new strategy where we plan to be producing iron sponge, CO2-free iron sponge. So that will imply a big investment going forward, and for that we will need a lot of resources that we can then transform into reserves and to secure that future plan that we have. So that's a goal for us.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much again. And this now it's actually time for a lunch break, and I will see you, or we will see you back here in 1 hour's time. So all of you in your different locations, have a good lunch now. And
thank you.
Please mingle if you can on the site. So if you can chat to some new people, track them down. And see you soon. Cheers then. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. through fire to construction, to sustainable living, from climate change to changing our way of life, from ideas to humanities to business, from Luleå University of Technology to the world, to the Arctic, into the future, into the unknown.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep-sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia line there's no way to redirect from the mainland to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia line and the mainland together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skill supply along the coast. The coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is also densely populated. A 20 kilometers wide coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is just as densely populated per square kilometer as Västra Götaland County. It's actually in joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia line in near future to 2030. For the skilled supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
Below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. Through fire to construction. To sustainable living. From climate change to changing our way of life. From ideas to humanities to business. From Luleå University of Technology to the world. To the Arctic. Into the future. Into the unknown.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway, and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia line there's no way to redirect from the mainland to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia line and the mainland together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skill supply along the coast. The coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is also densely populated. A 20 kilometers wide coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is just as densely populated per square kilometer as Västra Götaland County. It's actually in joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia line in near future to 2030, for the skills supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
Below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. Through fire to construction. To sustainable living. From climate change to changing our way of life. From ideas to humanities to business. From Luleå University of Technology to the world. To the Arctic. Into the future. Into the unknown.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia line there's no way to redirect from the mainland to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia line and the mainland together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skill supply along the coast. The coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is also densely populated. A 20 kilometers wide coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is just as densely populated per square kilometer as Västra Götaland County. It's actually in joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia line in near future to 2030, for the skills supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. Through fire to construction. To sustainable living. From climate change to changing our way of life. From ideas to humanities to business. From Luleå University of Technology to the world. To the Arctic. Into the future. Into the unknown.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia line there's no way to redirect from the mainland to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia line and the mainland together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skill supply along the coast. The coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is also densely populated. A 20 kilometers wide coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is just as densely populated per square kilometer as Västra Götaland County. It's actually in joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia line in near future to 2030, for the skills supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
Below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials, through fire to construction, to sustainable living, from climate change to changing our way of life, from ideas to humanities to business, from Luleå University of Technology to the world, to the Arctic, into the future, into the unknown.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo, and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia line there's no way to redirect from the mainland to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia line and the mainland together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skills supply along the coast. The coastal strip between joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia line in near future to 2030, for the skills supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
Below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. Through fire to construction. To sustainable living. From climate change to changing our way of life. From ideas to humanities to business From Luleå University of Technology to the world, to the Arctic, into the future, into the unknown.
Welcome back. I hope you had something great to eat. We have just gotten some new types of candy here at the studio, so I'm happy. The session we are moving into is session number 3, European Raw Materials Alliance for a More Resilient and Greener Europe. We will hear 3 representatives of EIT Raw Materials. They will all speak for 15 minutes each, and then we will gather the 3 of you to have a panel discussion in the end. So if you have any questions, we will raise them by then. And as always, post any questions you like. Our first speaker with me here in the studio is Per Storm. You are the Managing Director of Innovation Hub North. And you will give us some insights on ERMA, the European Raw Material Alliance, and the Nordic perspective of that. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you for having me. Per Storm, Innovation Hub Director, Innovation Hub North, and I will give a more broad introduction to what is the European Raw Materials Alliance and a little bit on part of what we're doing. I'm not going to specifically turn on Nordic issues because I think they're going to be pretty obvious in my speech anyhow. To most of us who has been around for a while in the mining and raw materials industry, we know that Europe is quite dependent on imports of raw materials of different sorts. This has vexed and waned over the years, and recently, due to increased political tension between several of the countries we import from, and also an increased will to change the fundamentals of the European economy towards a non-fossil or a fossil-free continent by 2050, the raw materials have come for a forefront. So based on that, the European Commission commissioned a foresight study about mid-year last year, and this was one of the key pictures that came out of that foresight study. It deals with materials, it deals with technologies, and it also deals with sectors that are impacted by criticality of these raw materials. Now, one of the problems that we all face is that investments in raw materials are capex intensive, and they require a long-term strategy and a multi-country support. So given this, the European Commission dug down a little bit and saying, what does this actually impact in terms of the industrial ecosystems? And in this picture, you can see seven actually digital ecosystems that are impacted by different metals and also where they are impacted. Cobalt, nickel, copper, so on and so forth, vanadium, graphite. We can all find them in either aerospace and defense, mobility, specifically if we are now shifting into e-mobility. We have renewable energy, which is one of the key technologies or key industrial sectors here. But we also have them in low carbon industries, electronics, the digital industry, and of course, the construction and infrastructure industry. These are high-level pictures. We got an idea that there is a dependency here. But if we drill down a little bit and increase the granularity, we can actually see where the problems arise. Now, this is a bit of a busy picture, I know that. But the main takeaway from this picture is really that we have pinkish or reddish parts in the picture that is really much influenced. And you can see it is, to a large extent, very much upstream that we have these dependencies. Exploration generally, we touched upon that in the last session, but mining and concentration, smelting and refining is really somewhere where Europe is highly dependent on import. Whereas where we come downstream and midstream and component production, it is quite well stocked when it comes to that. You can see that part of this is, for example, we have still a high dependency on different parts of the supply chain. We can take rare earths as an example, and we'll come back to that furthermore during this session. In the rare earths, Europe is very dependent all the way from exploration, mining, separation, processing, magnet production. And as you know, most magnets and electrical motors contain rare earths in some form. Another takeaway from this is, of course, the scrap recycling and the upcycling of waste materials. There is something that we need to increase the European society and the effects and the activities we do within the circular economy. This is something also that fell into the Raw Materials Alliance. Now, given this and given the political momentum that is now around raw materials, the Commission had a long list of things to sort of address this. One is, for example, to make trade agreements with reliable countries. But the top priority was to create a European Raw Materials Alliance, the ERMA, or the ERMA, as we call it. And EIT Raw Materials, a part of European Institute, or funded by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, were politically mandated to operate this. EIT Raw Materials is an innovation, it's a knowledge and innovation community. It's been around for about 5 years, a partnership between industrial partners, universities, and research and technology organizations. And we have, and I'm part of that, we have 3 strategic goals. One is securing raw material supply. One is designing solutions for the circular economy or the green economy and actually closing material loops. So based on that, we we put our operations into full gear, and on the 29th of September, the European Raw Materials Alliance were launched together with both Commissioners Breton and the EU Vice President Maroš Šefčovič, who are, by the way, very engaged in this. It is not a political grandstanding. There is follow-up calls regularly. This is something that is prioritized, both from Breton, who is mainly head of the industrial part of the European Commission, and Vice President Šefčovič. This was also supported by 62 members of the European Parliament under the leadership of a Greek lady, whose name I will not pronounce, as that will just be embarrassing anyhow. But to this date, from September to today, we have more than 430 endorsing partners of the Raw Materials Alliance. We've identified more than 40 investment projects that are quite mature, that could actually come into play before 2023, totaling about almost 10 billion euros. So we really see this as a game changer for security and sustainability of the European raw materials supply. Now, the vision and goals is, of course, to secure sustainable raw materials, but also to make sure that we increase recycling and the circularity of the European economy. We will do this through bolstering environmentally sustainable and socially equitable innovations, implementing circular economy for complex products, supporting Europeans' industrial capability, and promote innovation and strategic investment. And I'll dwell a little bit on that for the rest of the speech. There are two work streams, one policy-oriented work stream or one policy-oriented process, where the key sentiment or the key idea is to unlock regulatory bottlenecks of different sorts. We had a discussion earlier here on the last panel on permitting. I think that will be something highlighted. And the two coming up speakers, Drs. Salmi and Gauss, will touch upon how the policy process is proceeding. But we also have an investment channel. There we are going to identify case-specific financial strategies and make sure that they are investable by European public money. Take an example of renewable energy. We need graphite, we need lithium, we need nickel, and we need cobalt. And we've identified clear and, with a bit of help, investable cases to fill part of that pipeline already until 2024. You can see here in the picture where they are located, not specifically, but generally. A lot of mining, of course, in the Nordic countries, where we have more of component production, recycling, the further south you come. But we also should point out that the Balkans are quite interesting when it comes to mining. We also have Poland and part of Eastern Europe. We have rare earths, lithium, platinum group metals, so on and so forth. This is how we identify these investment cases. We look at the total investment, we look at where in the supply chain, in the value chain they are, what is the in and outgoing products, time to market, and the business, environmental, and social impacts. And for those who as I said, we have identified and we have concrete numbers and concrete projects for almost 10 billion euros. And we are looking at aiming towards a total investment pipeline until 2030 of 30 billion euros. So this is a huge effort now made into concrete investments for the European Union. The process is, of course, we get this through our website, irma.eu. Please visit it. Please apply. The endorsement is free of charge. So look at the website and please join. Then we have a project and investment committee, both internal capacities, internal resources, but also expert from the outside who can actually evaluate and value the proposals that come in. There is a pitch where the companies or organizations or consortia pitch their project. There is an evaluation by the project committee and investment committee. And if it's accepted, well, there will be an offer of support to the proposer. And that will, of course, come with a price tag, but that will be something that is negotiated between the EIT Raw Materials and the proposer. And then we start working at it. I've called it project massage here. It needs to be produced a number of documents. It could be an investment memorandum. It could be a memorandum of understanding, offtake agreement, so on and so forth. When we've done with this, and everybody feels that this is now an investable project, that documentation is submitted to pre-selected industrial finances. And I said, this is politically blessed investments. There's a tight collaboration between the policy process and the investment process. So we are really looking forward to making investments that can contribute to both the resilience and to the greening of the European economy. Then, of course, stage 3 is the investor's decision. That is up to them. We don't decide, but we try to influence it and we try to make the documentation as good as possible. And then there's project execution. So basically, the main takeaway here is now there is a political momentum for a raw materials alliance in Europe. There are clear identified needs when it comes to policy and regulation changes, and there are clear cases that we can start more or less from the get-go to get invested. And what we need is a more green, a more resilient, and a more circular European economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Per. Interesting indeed. So now we will welcome a colleague of yours.
Yes.
Hi, Olli, are you with us? I think you are muted.
Indeed, I am.
Hi,
and
welcome.
Let me get all this rolling. Thank you very much, and thanks for the kind introduction there.
Absolutely, and you are the managing director of Innovation Hub Baltic Sea. So you are Per's colleague indeed, just across the sea there. And you will talk about the cluster on materials for energy storage and conversion.
This is correct.
Perfect.
This is correct. And,
so then I leave it all to you.
All right. Thank you so much for the kind introductions. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the other side of the Ålands Hav here in Espoo, Finland. I'm going to continue where Per left us on the European Raw Materials Alliance, and in particular on the policy process that we have parallel to these investment cases that were already discussed. And I'm going to touch upon the raw and advanced materials for energy storage and conversion. So indeed, we have a 2 work stream process here with the investment actions or case-specific actions, as Per was mentioning, and then this wide consultation. And the idea here really on this wide consultation is really to look at the raw materials challenges together with the broad representation of stakeholders along the industrial ecosystems. So we do have industry, but of course civil society, so consisting of course researchers, universities, NGOs, public representatives in these groups. And the idea is really to provide these tailored solutions then to needs that are in Europe that would enable the transition to the green economy to happen, and the raw material needs to be met. So what exactly are those industrial ecosystems that we talk about? So we call them clusters at this stage. You have see it here in the picture. So we have one cluster on rare earth elements, permanent magnets and motors, and we'll discuss about that in a minute. But then we have the second one for materials for energy storage and conversion. What do we mean by raw materials, raw and advanced materials for energy storage and conversion? We have a holistic approach there, looking at especially those kinds of material needs that go into the green or sustainable energy in Europe in the future. And we are confident inside ERMA that we need this kind of a holistic view on the raw materials angle so that we don't solve individual problems in different value chains and then leave others unattended. Having said that, we of course have some key areas that we focus on, and I'm going to talk about a few of them. So We'll take hydrogen first. So we have a fairly new kid on the block, if you will. This is the hydrogen strategy in Europe, and of course know that in Sweden this is a very much talked topic as well in the raw materials value chains. But the European targets are quite, how should I say, ambitious. So there is a target of at least 40 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers by 2030, which against the 300 gigawatt of global estimate is fairly substantial. Now, how does that look like in market uptakes? So if you look at the predictions for the Chinese fuel cell vehicle projections, you can see that the hockey stick is really following a little bit delayed there against, for instance, the batteries, battery plant development that we have now in Europe and globally. But from the mid-20s toward the end of 20s, then really picking up. And the first adopters, of course, being heavy machinery, and then over time, of course, diffusing over to vehicles. The point from the raw material side here is that the hydrogen economy, by and large, is going to work on some form of electrolysis and then fuel cells. So the PEM one is currently a dominating technology where really the raw material issues come from both on the cathode and on the anode there. So it is being catalyzed by platinum or platinum cobalt alloys on one hand, especially on the electrolysis, and then on the fuel cell side of iridium oxide. And these are both, or all of them are, of course, debated and critical raw materials and with their own issues. So if you look at the iridium as an example here from the supply and demand, and this is really, compared to base metals and what you've been discussing here today, it's really a tiny flow, but it is a significant one in terms of these technologies. It is a vital one for it, and the projections are quite breathtaking. So if you look at the said 40 gigawatt target in Europe, you look at the iridium demand from current levels between 2 and 4 times by 2030. And it is indeed these kind of gaps that the ERMA and the cluster work intends to find solutions for. If you look at platinum, the picture is a little bit similar in the hydrogen conversion part. So here, and this is from the European Commission's data and projections for platinum use and consumption on top of everything. So this is only for fuel cells in e-mobility and renewables 2030 and 2050, and you can see that the graphs are similar. So come 2050, then we are looking at 1.5 times current demand in all other sectors, given that then also the future fuel cells will rely on platinum catalysis. There are ways to solve this, of course. Circular economy solutions, recycling, catalytic converters, and other recovery options will alleviate this demand gap that we have, but of course it will not be enough only as itself. So that's the hydrogen package in a nutshell. Kind of a couple of the critical ones. If you look at the battery chain, and here of course, and anybody in this sector will have seen similar pictures along the years. Of course, the focus is now more and more focusing on nickel, where we look at the roughly 6 times more demand by 2028 than today, and Europe is of course not alone in this game. So we do have the Asian demand and the US demand also increasing at the same time. What we want to look at, it's not only these volumes. Of course, we want to have impact, and as Per showed, and I will show it in a slide as well, the impact of the ERMA cases to this. We also want to look at other ways of impact. So for instance, CO2 emissions. So for the electric vehicle industry and the use and uptake of electric vehicles really to have an impact on CO2 emissions will depend on more than just the material flows. It will depend, of course, EU electricity grid, but even with the current electricity patterns, we see clearly in this picture that there's a lot to do upstream in the raw materials for cathodes and anodes as well. And this is clearly something that currently today is not as traceable as it could be. A lot of activities are ongoing in tracing really the emissions along the value chains, but there remains quite a lot to do still. The second part of the CO2 impact, of course, we look at the jobs and how does this impact our societies in Europe. And this is a courtesy of the ETIP Batteries Europe, where a working group looked at the employment impacts of the battery production, the booming battery production, if you will, in Europe, and how much that then would have an impact in terms of jobs. Now, if you look at the upstream here, so you can, the group concluded that we will have a multiplier of at least 4 in the upstream value chain. Now, the critical question, of course, is, well, where is this upstream? Is it in Europe? And if it is in Europe, do we have the skills and do we have the capacities to actually deliver the expectations and the demand in the many battery plants that we have uprising in Europe? So definitely to also close the gap in skills, but then to see how much can we actually provide for these materials from Europe and how much it ends up in other continents. So this, in a nutshell, is the discussion that is being had in the cluster for energy storage and conversion. If we quickly look at the investment, how that links then to these kind of closing the gap targets that we have. So we have in this area, in this cluster, more than 30 proposals, investment proposals so far submitted. We have a fairly good coverage of different value chains, so not only batteries, but also other storage and conversion initiatives covered there. They are cross value chain or along the value chain, in the sense that we have quite a few on exploration, but also very well represented metal and chemical processing, as well as recycling and circular economy. And you can see that already by now. I mean, we are starting. We are half a year old. But thus far we have secured submissions or proposals of around 40% of the European need by 2030 for lithium, nickel, and cobalt. Well, graphite, there's still more to do, obviously. The investment case submission is continuously open at our website, and you're welcome to go there and see for the opportunities that you have for your company. Finally, what's going to happen next? So this stakeholder consultation and work was kicked off last week for this specific cluster. And we have now created what we call task forces, so smaller groups really focusing on the burning issues in application areas. We have fuel cells, we have battery raw materials, alternative energy storage, and solar conversion. And each of those will now, over the course of the spring, focus on regulation, finance, innovation technology, competitiveness, social license, skills and education, to provide then an action plan that will be then delivered foremost to the European Commission, but also other decision makers relevant for these kind of activities that we are running in there. So final remark to what to do next. So please join ERMA if you haven't done that yet. You can join the cluster, and you can join one of these task forces by either visiting the website or then giving a call to me, talk to Per or to Roland, and we'll get you all set up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olli. That was really interesting and good call to action. There's a lot of things to join if people are interested. That sounds good. So we'll keep all the questions for you until the panel afterwards. So you stick around in the Zoom environment, and let's move over to you, Roland. Are you with us?
Hello, this is Roland.
Hi, welcome to the conference.
Welcome.
And you are a senior advisor at EIT Raw Materials, is that correct?
Yes, so I work for the headquarters in Berlin of EIT Raw Materials. So I'm also a colleague of Per and Olli.
Absolutely. And you are here with the topic of cluster on rare earth magnets and motors. So yes. Go ahead, and then we'll talk to each other in the panel afterwards.
Okay, let's see. So can you see the slides?
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I would like to give you a short introduction to the rare earth magnets and motors cluster of the European Raw Materials Alliance. So indeed, the rare earth value chain is of highest importance for several European industrial ecosystems. The most, let's say, impressive examples are the wind turbines. We know from particularly offshore wind turbines that consume massive amounts of rare earth permanent magnets, several tons of these materials called neodymium iron boron. These are the strongest permanent magnet materials that have been developed so far with the highest energy density. These materials are also used in permanent magnet motors, servo motors, for instance, in industrial machinery and robots. Yeah? Again, because of their material properties and the high energy efficiency motors you can produce using these materials. And this is also reflected in the automotive sectors. Strikingly, 95% of these materials or 95% of electric vehicles use permanent magnet motors because of the high energy efficiency and the high torque moment that you can get from these designs. Now, the challenge is that the production in the rare earth value chain is highly concentrated in one country, which results in a high supply risk and speculation. So there's a lack of supply chain diversification, a lack of competition, a lack of value chain transparency also. And also, if you look at the picture, kind of an inability, it kind of reflects the inability of Europe to ever develop a circular economy of products like wind turbines, electric vehicles, and other devices, if we cannot control and have an understanding of this value chain. So we really think we need to get a grip and understanding of upstream parts of that value chain, make sure that we have a sustainable supply of these materials. And also, this is important if you think about future materials designs and production technology like 3D printing or the production of gradient materials, so materials that have various different kinds of properties across their shape, and the production of motor components in the future. Another striking example is, of course, electric mobility next to wind turbines. I've mentioned this before. Here I have two scenarios published by the International Energy Agency, a stated policy scenario of electric vehicles uptake. On this side, you can see by 2030, and a country distribution of production and sales. So I'm sorry, of sales, and a sustainable development scenario. And yeah, so this first scenario is referring to what happens if we really implement the policy measures that have been announced, the promises that companies have made in terms of deployment of electric vehicles. And the other scenario is looking more into what would happen if we want to really stick to this 1.7, 1.8 degree scenario in terms of global warming. How many vehicles would we have to deploy in electric vehicles we would have to bring to the street? And here you see now in red what this would reflect in terms of total vehicle sales. Yeah? So according to this more aggressive scenario, you would have 30% of all the vehicles sold would be electric. And if you translate this into the needs in terms of permanent magnet materials, knowing that almost all of these vehicles contain rare earth permanent magnets, you see the huge opportunities in terms of market growth for these rare earth permanent magnet materials. Yeah? Here in red, you see the shares of permanent magnet materials that would go into these electric vehicles. So an enormous opportunity for growth, an enormous issue also if we do not manage to secure access to these materials. And this is the reason also why the European Commission has considered rare earth materials and rare earth permanent magnets as resource critical over the last 10 years. Here we see a diagram of the latest publication by the European Commission from last year. And you can see that rare earth, light and heavy rare earths are really considered highly critical. Now, we think that Europe can become a leader in the responsible production of rare earth materials. Europe is a leader in sustainability and wants to be a front runner in clean tech revolution, which has been expressed by the Green Deal. And if you look into the past, present, and future, rare earths R&D and engineering also have a major potential for innovation breakthrough. So if you look in the past, they have been vital in the use of gas lamps, color television, catalysts, aerospace, the production of specialty glasses. Today, I mentioned several applications in terms of electronics, robots, electric vehicles, renewable energy, but also domestic appliances use rare earth materials. And in the future, there's new technology coming up like magnetic cooling or optoelectronics. So we should make sure that we have access to this value chain and that we know these kinds of materials and how they perform. And we can also now capitalize on publicly funded projects from the last 10 years. So the European Commission has spent quite a significant amount of funding actually to promote this, this value chain, almost 400 million euros. But we really think to really innovate and to really commercialize these outcomes, we need a new approach. We need to bring together stakeholders, not only from science and engineering, but really from across the value chain, from product materials producers all the way to those that that produce products, OEMs, consumers, and so on. And that's why we started this cluster. It was a kind of a pilot to the entire European Raw Materials Alliance. So we have some history of a year or so. We have 98 organizations with more than 100 people that have joined this cluster. And you see here quite a nice spread on the left-hand side, really it's dominated by industry, but we also have representatives from universities, associations, national governments, and financial institutions. And on the right-hand side, you see in this nice, if you just look at industry, nice split across the value chain. So we're not just talking raw materials to raw materials producers, but really also to OEMs and downstream customers in this value chain, particularly from the automotive world, the French automotive producers, and also the German automotive producers here with the VDA. Now we have this first work stream that has two major objectives. We want to implement specific and cross-value chain measures to regain a level playing field with Asian competitors, raise awareness, and to promote EU-driven sustainable rare earth supply chains for the Green Deal. And then to secure access to sustainably produced magnet rare earths at reasonably cost from primary and recycled sources. And we have split this work stream into 7 task forces that look into facilitate access to finance, that looks into licenses and intellectual property, sustainability, how we define standards. The question is, what is a sustainable magnet? What is a sustainable rare earth? We need to define that more clearly. We have a task force looking into competitiveness, raise awareness, promote innovation capacity, and also into the identification of sources of rare earth materials. Just to give you one example, how important this policy work is. If we ever want to be able to do business in the rare earth value chain in Europe, we need to have this global perspective and understand what happens around the world in the sector. So this is just one example. China subsidizes domestic rare earth magnet production in many ways, but one particular tool they're using is a VAT refund on exports, which in 2019 was almost 220 or $230 million that were spent. On the left-hand side, you see a diagram showing the Chinese 2019 export volume of rare earth permanent magnets, and in blue, the share that went to Europe, which is quite considerable. And then in the central diagram, you see the VAT refund that these companies benefited from, and only the share that went to Europe is 102 million. Altogether, it's 226 million. And on the right-hand side, you see how this translates into the rare earth, how much the VAT refund on rare earths that are contained in these permanent magnet materials. So it's a considerable state subsidy. And if we ever want to have a business in Europe, we need to address that. Otherwise, it's a killer for all kinds of investment cases in the future. Now, this leads me to the second work stream. You've seen a similar picture before. We have the opportunity to invest in Europe. We have this value chain, we have the knowledge, we have a huge potential of very attractive projects from mine to magnet, and that's actually too short. It just sounds nice, mine to magnet. It's actually from mine to magnet to recycling to circular economy, of course. From producing these rare earth and extracting these rare earth materials all the way to making magnets, product design, and recycling. And yeah, this is it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so thank you, Roland. And now we will have both you and Olli back on track for a panel discussion. And you are with me here, Per.
I'm with you here.
Good to have all three of you. So how often do you meet? Now, digitally, the three of you?
Digitally very often, physically not so much.
No.
I'll say almost daily digitally, almost daily.
All right. So first I want to ask you all, because you have this European perspective when it comes to mining and minerals industry. Why would you say that we actually need raw materials from Europe? Why can't we just import them from outside of Europe like we have in the past? I mean, what do you say, Olli?
Oh, well, that's of course a big and challenging question, and this is where that has been in Europe. So Europe has gradually, there's a long history in Europe for producing raw materials all the way from exploration and mining, but gradually over the decades, then we have turned from a resource producer to a resource user. So the majority of course raw materials that we use in Europe come from somewhere else. There are several reasons why this is not a perfect picture of the situation, and that's one is that there's a sustainability that is behind most of the European actions these days, both from industry, from policy, and from member states. We want to create a sustainable future in Europe and globally, and there we need to really be sure that the industry that we have, the materials that we use, are produced in a sustainably, in a sustainable fashion. And that's something that we know the technologies in Europe are advanced. We can produce a minimum impact products here. We can, of course, export technologies so that can be done in other places as well, but we need to take a responsibility of not transforming the problem outside of Europe because we are the users. I think that's the main reason why we are talking about and focusing on the European context. The second one then is geopolitical instability. So there are actual threats of raw materials that we want to use and their availability to Europe. So it is a security question for European industries and at the end of the day, European growth and jobs. So I would say those two are very crucial items in the ERMA work.
Mm. And Per, would you agree?
Yeah, can I add to what Olli said, because I think that's very, very correct. And I also, and Commissioner Breton went out just a couple of months ago and said that the pandemic has really shown the sensitivity of the European supply chains here. And we've had initially several industries that had to shut down for lack of components and lack of materials. So yes, there is a security of supply, but there is also the political will to change. And we know for a fact that even though the legislation is pretty much the same all over the world today, the practices and the technology and the adherence to the legislation varies quite substantially, to put it a bit mildly. So I think the pandemic now has shown something that we have been talking about for a long time. We are sensitive to changes, but this time we really saw that is the case.
Yeah, that's true. How about you, Roland? Would you agree? Why should we do this in the EU?
Absolutely. I think we should not import raw materials, export our problems. That's maybe summarizing it in one sense. What my colleagues just said. We need to take up responsibility also in this sector. No one says that we should produce all the raw materials in Europe, but really just diversify our supply chains, make them more resilient, be part of that business, also to be able to develop a circular economy, right? We all talk about circular economy. We need to have the skills. We need to understand the raw materials ecosystem. We need to be part of that. And so if we really want to go into a more resilient future in this area, we need to have some kind of industry here in this area.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. So just a very detailed question. Per, you talked about these investment projects, and we got a question because EIT Raw Materials also funds upscaling projects. I've been a part of a couple of those. What are the difference between the investments project you talked about and the upscaling projects?
I think the main difference is the purpose. The purpose of the investments we are talking about in IRMA is actually to get production on stream, whereas the innovation projects are focused on innovation, upscaling things into taking into operations at not so much later, but a slightly later stage. And there's also a size difference. We can handle maybe in upscaling up to 3, 4, 5 million euros. But a mine investment or recycling plant, we're talking about hundreds of millions of euros. Right. So there's a difference both in scope, I would say, but also in size.
Right. Okay, good. And Ollie, a question for you. When we look at the clusters, why would you say that you focus on policy and regulations instead of R&D and other development projects, maybe like upscaling projects?
Well, I think that this is following up what Per was saying on the elements already in place. So we do have a number of different initiatives, the EIT Raw Materials, the Horizon programs support low TRL to fairly high TRL innovation projects. We do have investment activities, investment programs ongoing, one of them, of course, in the IRMA pipeline, but then there's no concerted raw materials policy action to support those. So in this way, I think that those go hand in hand. It's not directly supporting the individual investment cases, obviously, but looking at the larger challenges that the industry faces these days in Europe and how to really provide concrete solutions or proposals how to solve those in a policy and regulatory way.
Okay, thank you. So this is a sort of a broader question on innovation for all three of you. Innovation is sort of at the core of EIT Raw Materials. And I'm just a little bit curious, what is the absolute coolest innovation you have seen in the recent years, say 2 or 3 years? Roland, do you want to start?
I very much could think of, for instance, a magnetic cooling technology. I think I mentioned it at some stage in my talk. It's really making use of the entropy contribution of magnetic moments in a magnet or magnetic material to exploit that for cooling. So you can build a fridge without a gas compressing a gas or so. Yeah. So we have a startup that's commercializing that technology. And that's for me very impressive technology that is really a game changer, I would say.
Nice. How about you, Per?
I think there are cool technologies in several ways. I'm going to mention 2 projects. First of all, I think one that is run in the Northern Sea called Nitrem, where you use bark to clean out nitrogen of mine wastewater, which is it's not high tech, but it shows very much what you could do with nature's resources. And there's also a landscaping issue about this, so we can enhance the environmental suitability of what we're actually doing. Not so much high tech maybe, but really something that is cool and that works, and that we can show that we use more of the resources we already have. And then we have a 4D radar, which I think is really cool, where you can see individuals next to big mining machines on a radar. And that's really not that granularity is not available anymore. And that I think is on the high-tech side extremely cool.
All right. So for safety purposes, mainly.
For safety purposes.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But also implemented, you can see it implemented in cars generally. But we start here because there's so difficult to see a large machine and then a small human being. But from a safety point of view, it's essential.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. How about you, Ollie?
I have a couple that come to mind. One is based on muons, so muonography, which is, there's a startup that we funded that develops a way of transforming and interpreting cosmic radiation into density differences in rock. So basically, you can lower a sensor in a borehole, and then up to 1 kilometer, you can detect the density differences and produce geological mapping in a much, how should I say, non-invasive way by using this cosmic radiation. It's of course a very, very novel technology. It's not on the market yet, but this is a company that's really, really driving it and going forward with Moon Solutions. A really kind of sci-fi innovation part. Another thing is maybe a bit more down to earth, I think, and has become visible during the COVID pandemic, in fact. And we did not realize that there is a close connection, in fact, to raw materials and fighting the COVID pandemic, where we funded, in fact, a couple of startups that focused using zinc oxide on sanitizing or disinfecting surfaces. So we have one called Affix Labs, and they are now really fast up their way on the market with their product, again, based on zinc that focuses on cleaning surfaces and that way, fighting the pandemic. So there was, at the end of the day, a clear connection with raw materials and how to fight this terrible situation that we are in.
Okay, thank you. So back a little bit to all speeches that you had some calls for action that we said, join us, be part of this task force, maybe join this cluster and so on. Say that you are an SME, small company, maybe a exploration drone company up in the northern Finland. What is the role of such a company in the Raw Material Alliance?
I would say that SMEs are very much key to what we're doing, and I think it's all worth mentioning that we do have specific calls catering to SMEs, for example, and they will be part of what we're doing. But I also think that when you come with a novel technology, which they usually have, you can either increase the efficiency or decrease the cost. And all of this is something that we really want to do, because maybe we want to increase the speed in getting projects on stream here. So if an SME or even a startup can contribute to that, they have a very key role, and I think they're very welcome as well, since we are now fairly used to working with these kind of companies and linking them to our major industrial companies in many ways.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Good. Would you agree, Roland and Ollie?
Ollie?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the numbers that we talk about here easily can have a kind of baffling effect, because the investment needs are just so huge if you talk about an entire mine. But bear in mind that these are all collaborative activities across Europe that we deal with in EIT Raw Materials, to a certain extent ERMA as well. So to really find your role in one of the large transitions and large projects that we have, and get in there and get your innovation adopted by these big players, that's one of the biggest advantages that our kind of organization has. So instead of just blindly trying to go and sell your innovation with a cold call, getting into a project with us is clearly a kind of a lower threshold into getting into contact with future customers.
Okay, good perspective. Do you have anything you want to add, Roland?
Yeah, just to highlight that with EIT Raw Materials and IRMA, we are really developing this strong network, also in terms of a funding funnel, if you want to say, really from a basic idea from Horizon Europe projects that we can scale up with our own funding all the way to commercialization. And a startup would certainly benefit from this different funding opportunities, but also from our network and matchmaking. Yeah, so more than welcome. Yeah.
Good news. Thank you. So, I mean, EIT Raw Materials is the largest consortium in the raw materials sector worldwide. It was founded in 2015, I think. Yeah, so a couple of years ago, 5 years you mentioned. So what are the actual biggest challenges of managing the world's largest raw materials consortium? And how are you tackling these challenges? Do you want to start?
I can start. I think there are several challenges. One is, of course, that this is a huge consortium, which means that there are a lot of individuals and individual organizations and companies that wants their best, of course, and sometimes that is conflicting, not always, but you can find a bit of conflict, and you can find a bit of conflict with the funding agency because they have their own rules and regulations. So matching the needs and wants of the individual organization with the needs and wants of the European with EIT is sort of challenging. But I think the main challenge is really to make sure that we have good projects, good submissions, and manage those in time so that we actually get impact on the market.
Right.
So getting a real impact is really what we strive for and what the challenge is.
True. Roland, what would you say that the biggest challenges are?
Well, I'd put it this. I just, of course, totally agree what Aaron but just to add, I would say there's a challenge and opportunity at the same time. We in our network really have companies and stakeholders really across the value chain. And when I say really across the value chain, really from exploration, mining, processing, materials design, product producers, and recyclers. And it's quite natural, or it's these people don't necessarily speak the same language. When we talk about raw materials, what do you mean? And what are the individual challenges each member of the value chain also faces? Yeah. And to bring this together is a challenge, but also a good opportunity to unlock potentials and synergies. Yeah. So we really experience that when we talk and with individual stakeholders and bring them together in consortia, yeah? To really understand what is the raw material issue of an automotive OEM, for instance, compared to a raw material issue of a miner or an exploration company in Europe. These are worlds apart, and we have the opportunity to really bring them together. And if we are successful, I think then we really have impact.
Great. Thank you. Ollie, you have the very final answer to the panel discussion here. What would you say are the biggest challenges, and how are you actually tackling them?
Well, I think that one big thing, of course, is to find really the sweet spot for the kind of organization as EIT Raw Materials in if you will, the project jungle of Europe. So where do we belong? And from the mandate from the EIT, really, we are the organizations that are in the valley of death, or between research and then the market uptake. And what that really means to our partners, to the projects that we fund, and then at the end of the day, to EIT Raw Materials, of course, been a long journey, and we are not done with it yet. But I think that we've made a good progress on agreeing also with the partnership of what does that mean to the individual companies, and then into EIT Raw Materials over the long term, really to be on the very close to the market, but still on this kind of innovation world. I think that's something that we continue to work on within the partnership. But I think we are on a very, very good way. The partners do know how to use the EIT Raw Materials instruments that we have, and I think I'm really happy to, having looked for a couple of years now, it is really, really convincing that we are on the way to a very good future.
Good, positive last words. So thanks a million to all three of you. Very nice having you with us at the conference. And good luck with all the initiative and with Irma and everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well organized conference so far.
Thank you. Okay, so everyone, now we have a coffee break. We will see you back here in approximately 15 minutes for the next session, session 4. It's called The Outlook for Nordic Mining and Strategic Initiatives. Looking forward to that. So see you all in a bit.
On September 29th in Brussels, the European Commission, represented by Commissioner Thierry Breton and Vice President Maroš Šefčovič, launched the European Raw Materials Alliance. The newly established alliance is coordinated by EIT Raw Materials. CEO Bernd Schäfer joined the launch to present the future plans of ERMA. ERMA was established in recognition of the critical importance of raw materials to the EU's economy, security, sustainability, and industry. The Alliance vision is to secure sustainable access to critical and strategic raw materials, advanced materials, and processing know-how for the EU's industrial ecosystems. ERMA will support activities aimed at securing a sustainable supply of raw and advanced materials to enable the transition to a green and digital economy. These include increasing Europe's recycling capacity and the implementation of circular solutions aimed at reducing consumption and waste. ERMA's activities will be carried out across clusters defined around specific value chains. The first cluster deals with the most critical value chain for many EU industrial ecosystems: rare earth elements, magnets, and motors. The second cluster will consider raw and advanced materials for energy storage and conversion in stationary and non-stationary applications. By 2030, ERMA's activities will increase the production of raw and advanced materials and address the circular economy by boosting the recovery and recycling of critical raw materials. More specifically, the Alliance will bolster the creation of environmentally sustainable and socially equitable innovations and infrastructure, implement a circular economy of complex products like electric vehicles, clean tech, and hydrogen equipment, support Europe's raw materials industry capabilities to extract, design, manufacture, and recycle materials, promote innovation, strategic investment, and industrial production across specific value chains. ERMA welcomes all industrial and non-industrial stakeholders that commit to developing sustainable raw material value chains for Europe and to building resilience, competitiveness, and skills. To join the Alliance, please visit erma.eu and submit the online application.
In our everyday life, minerals are all around us. Some we're hardly even aware of, like fluorine in small medical applications, or neodymium in magnets for electrical vehicles or wind turbines. With a growing population, the demand for minerals is higher than ever. At LKAB, we have accepted this challenge. These critical raw materials that we need come from down here. And through new technology in the REMAP project, we aim to prove that mining waste can become an important asset to the world's needs without emitting unnecessary carbon dioxide. By establishing a large-scale industrial park and using innovative technology, we will extract valuable resources from the tailings sand. rare earth elements, gypsum, fluorine, and perhaps most importantly, phosphorus. Without it, global agricultural production would be halved. All of this will be produced with fossil-free energy, such as hydro and wind energy, something we have in abundance up here in the north of Sweden. We can't single-handedly solve the world's need for critical raw materials, but this will certainly make a very important contribution. LKAB already operates some of the most climate-efficient mines on the planet. But now we're starting yet another ambitious journey to turn today's waste into tomorrow's resources.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to session 4, the last session of the day, but also the longest one. The session is called The Outlook for Nordic Mining and Strategic Initiatives. And we have 5 speakers, and then 4 of them, all but the Minister for Enterprise and Innovation, Ibrahim Baylan, will participate in a panel discussion. And you in the audience will have an excellent opportunity, a chance to ask the minister questions after his session. So there will still be a Q&A for Baylan.
Right, but first off, we have the CEO of LKAB, Jan Moström here. LKAB has made some very exciting and big announcements lately. And me personally, when I first heard of these big plans, I thought to myself, are they sure they have the ore? And now, after having heard Pierre Heroma this morning, we know that the situation is looking rather bright on the ore side. We're happy to hear that. And it'll be very interesting to hear the other plans that exist in LKAB. So please, Jan Moström, the floor
Thank you.
is yours.
Just, I must correct you somewhat in that we haven't increased the reserves, the ore reserves, or actually the mineral reserves that dramatically. They have increased, but the mineral resources that have increased substantially. But I will come to that. It's hard for me to see if my slides are on the screen. I have a presentation which I don't see for the moment. Could we have slide number 1, please?
I think it's better that you share your screen. Do you think you can do that?
Yes, then we have the problem with the driver behind the share screen. Here we have it.
I think something is coming along. Perfect. So you just put it in presentation mode and then we're all good.
Yeah. So, the future of LKAB, but just a brief introduction of the company. We have been in the business since 1890, and the most part of those plus 130 years has been a struggle or a competition to maintain a competitive iron ore mining company. If we look into the global competition as it is today, we see that our main competitors and the larger producers are in Australia and in Brazil. They are operating large-scale open pit mines, and we are mining roughly on 1,000 meters levels. The most important thing for us to maintain competitive has been to develop technologies to maintain as a competitive miner down on 1,000 meters levels, which means focus has been in competitiveness, how to develop mining methodologies, mining methods, and structures that ensure that we will be competitive. The other area that has been really important for us is how do we develop the products which we deliver. Mining on 1,000 meters levels put a lot of strain on our competitiveness and also in our profitability, which means that it's important for us to increase the value of our products and be in a premium sector. When we commissioned the latest main levels in the LKAB system, it was 2015-16 in Kiruna. And of course, at that stage, our focus was on the next heap or step for the company. Because at that stage, we was operating Malmberget and Kiruna operations, that is our main operations. And we had a production plan, a life of mine plan that went on roughly to 2030. What we did at that stage was, of course, going through our options and alternatives, and the focus was on the mineralization to get an understanding of the development of that, especially close to the present mines. And going back to the introduction, 18, we presented that the mineralization, especially in Kiruna mine, was much more complicated than we ever had foreseen. But in late 2020, we realized that the development of our explorations activities was so concrete that we started or continued to develop the LKB structure past 2030. And as said, we presented the updated resource and reserves calculations yesterday. So now we have a foundation to continue the work with LKB past 2030. When we initiated that work back in 2016-17, we, so to say, surveyed the options we had, and also the background of the operations, both in Kiruna, but also the increased capital intensity in our business that has been increasing substantially throughout the 2000s. And realizing that the planning sequence for our business has increased quite substantially. What we see now, what we saw.
So Jan, just a question. You are still on your first slide here on the screen.
Yes,
Is that
I know.
Oh, perfect. I just wanted to check so nothing is wrong. Go ahead.
This will be long presentations. I have 500, but I still on the first one.
Then we're all set.
Yeah. And at that stage, we realized that the planning horizon for us should be substantially longer than 15 years. We saw a sequence of 20 to 30 years. And with that, we started to see how will we assure that we will have mining beyond 2060. Because our focus is how to maintain the mining operations, that is the foundation for later development into products and at the end of the day into steel. What we presented yesterday is that we have invested 700 million SEK and we have increased our resources quite substantially. We see that it's possible to continue that development of the resource into the resource and start planning how to invest in our mining operations in near time, what that is. One part of our assessment of the future market was quite logical. Throughout our history, we have started to produce lump ore when the market changed and fines was the demanded product. We changed into fines and we also changed into pellets in the late 70s, early 80s. When we assessed the market, if we talk about the market 2030, 2060, we see that the obvious next step is to go into sprung iron and continue to increase the value of our product that will ensure that we can continue to invest in our mining operations. So the future of LKB do we see in three areas that is really important for us. One thing, and that is the crucial part, is to ensure that we will be able to set the new standard for mining in deep mining. We are now operating on roughly 1,000 meters levels, and what we see is we see it's technical, economical possible to go down to 2,000 meters levels, but it means that we have to develop a lot of new methodologies and methods to ensure that that will be possible. Also throughout this period, we see that we have to start and at some stage decarbonize our mining operations, as that will be the first step in producing carbon dioxide-free steel. The next step we went into, and that was in the collaboration with SSAB and Vattenfall, was direct reduction of iron ore into spong iron, which is our fields of interest, how to increase the value and also to develop synergies within our metallurgical plants to find as efficient direct reduction of iron ore into spong iron. And also to develop methodologies, methods to extract critical minerals from what today goes as mine waste, and that is mainly phosphorus and rare earth elements. So in all these three areas, we are working in collaboration with different industrial partners to develop methods and methodologies that we can adopt into our operations. But if we go back to what you can say is our main industry or our main product, that's iron and steel. And our assessment is the most important material going forward in the how to say, foundation to develop the modern life and also increase wealth for as large part of the global population as possible, will be carbon dioxide free steel. And the reason of that is quite obviously, if you look into the industry's climate impact today, so is it quite substantial. The steel industry, iron and steel industry is well, of roughly 25% of the total emission of carbon dioxide on a global level. And what we see as a company is that we will be an important part of the transformation of the iron and steel industry in Scandinavia and Europe, and will be an important part of that transformation into climate to substantially decrease our environmental and climate footprint. Our time plan is roughly like this. What we are working now is the first step is to develop and construct an industrial park that will extract phosphorus and rare earth elements. We see that before 2030, we will have the first industrial version of a direct reduction shaft. And then in collaboration and discussion with our present and presumable future customers, change the performance of our metallurgical plants into direct reduction, and by that substantially reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. And of course, as the most part of our production goes outside Sweden, the main impact on this reduction in carbon dioxide will not be within the borders of our country, but it will be mainly in northern Scandinavia, in Europe. An important part to ensure our investments in mining operations and new mine level is, of course, by doing this, we have a huge impact on the climate impact, the climate change by decreasing the carbon dioxide, but we also increase the value of our main product. And of course, that will be the driver that will ensure that it will be possible for us to capitalize all these investments that will be necessary. But doing that, we will decrease the emission of carbon dioxide with 35 million tons annually, which probably is the largest isolated project that we can show today that address the carbon dioxide problem, the climate change. And of course, by that, transform us from being a part of the problem to be an important part of the solution. This is a rough plan for our pace of transformation. Hopefully it will go faster, but we have put from our point of view with the foundations we have today, transformation plans that looks like this, where the most important part is that by latest 2025 we initiate the investment and development of new mining areas, new mine levels in our mines. But we will come back more in detail how we will realize this transformation. Doubtless it will be a lot of problems and challenges to overcome throughout this transformation of our company. But it's just to do it like with the elephants. You can't eat it in one piece. We have to chop it up in pieces that we can address. And I think it goes without saying that one of the most crucial areas is our permit processes that will really has to be in a lot of different respects more and more efficient and more foreseeable. But with that is my presentation ended.
Right, thank you, Jan. Excellent. Very exciting and ambitious plans you have. And a good, I think, transition to the next speaker, who I would imagine, I can't read minds, but I would imagine that the Minister, Ibrahim Baylan, would be very pleased with hearing about these plans. And also, the question that came at the end there is sort of partly directed towards government. So, next speaker, Ibrahim Baylan, welcome. The floor is yours, or the screen is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon all. Well, to be honest with you, it's a great inspiration to listen to Jan and to see both what LKAB is doing, but also the rest of the Swedish mining industry, and both the aspirations, but also the ongoing work towards a more sustainable way of doing things. Because I think even though we are in the middle of a pandemic at the moment and combating it with all we have, both trying to save lives, combating the disease itself, but also try to mitigate the effects on jobs and companies to try to save as much jobs as we can during these very harsh times. Even though we will continue to be in this situation unfortunately for the coming months until the vaccines have an impact on the disease. But at the same time, it's equally important for us to do exactly what LKAB and a lot of the industry is doing at the moment. Think about the future, combating another of the huge crises that we are in the middle of, the climate crisis, and with everything that will require of us. Because I mean, in the end, we are now all aware of the situation we are in. We need to make this transition towards a more sustainable way of doing things. And the climate transition will require both large-scale digitalization, and I think what we have seen now during the pandemic is not only it's not only possible, it is happening, and hopefully we will continue using the means that we have and also to innovate new ones. We will need large-scale electrification, and we will need large-scale automation to reduce emissions, but also increase efficiency. And from my point of view as Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation in Sweden, I want Sweden to be in the forefront here. On all of these things that we are talking about, electrification, digitalization, automation, they will require more raw materials, and obviously that will make it possible for us to meet a lot of the challenges we have, both in industry but society as a whole. I would say, as one of the world's leading innovative countries, I think the solutions that we now try to find will also lay the ground for future opportunities, creating new jobs, economic growth, but also for Sweden to become an even stronger welfare society. That's why we as government have set the target to become the world's first fossil-free welfare society. Now, as I was saying, the corona pandemic is, I mean, it's in a lot of senses, it's a catastrophe, but in other senses, I would say that it was also hastened the transition in business, in many cases, the transition that was already underway. But I think that the velocity here is picking up. And we in recent years, we have seen more and more of investments coming in, especially in the northern parts of Sweden, where we can see now a new kind of industry growing up. I mean, a new transition industry, be it batteries, steel, mining, as we are talking, and I think more is coming in the coming months and years. We see also the need to create better conditions that we have already today. I mean, infrastructure, electricity, energy, but also, as you are saying, our framework to create a new kind of framework. Because just like Jan was saying, the transition, the large-scale transition that we will need to do in the mining industry, but also in all our society, in our industry, will be very complicated. Obviously, it is possible. I think it's something that we will benefit from in the long run, but it will be complicated, and therefore we will need also to adapt our framework and legislation. From that point of view, I am very glad that we already the last summer started a review to create a more modern and efficient environmental permit process to make this transition also possible legally and from a bureaucracy point of view. And I'm also hoping, even though we are occupied by the pandemic and its effect on our economy today, we still work on and I'm hopeful to hopefully I will also be able to present a review of our mineral framework and legislation in the coming weeks, because it is also still sorely needed to modernize it and create a more robust legislation than we have today, because it is also something that both mining industry but also other parts of our industry raise with me as Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation. So hopefully that will be possible the coming weeks. So dear friends, even though we have a lot of challenges, we are in the middle of a pandemic, we're in a climate crisis, we have challenges in our how we organize our society, how our legislations are. I'm pretty hopeful that we will manage to solve a lot of those issues and create the environment for Sweden and the mining industry to become a role model for how you can do things in a more sustainable world than we have today. Thank you. And I'm hopefully we'll also have the time for some questions. I'll try to answer them.
All right. Thank you very much for joining the conference. Håkan, do you want to start with one of your questions?
It's not often I get the opportunity to ask questions to a minister, so here we got to get it right this time. I was thinking, you're mentioning that we're combating the corona crisis. It's hitting the economy rather hard, but perhaps not as hard as some could have feared 1 year ago. And one sector, it appears to me, that's doing rather well is the mining sector. And you've been in your position now for a while, and you're a politician with a wide knowledge of a lot of different issues. But is there something about mining that sort of strikes you as either, I've really sort of hinted at it, as extremely positive or surprising or somewhat negative, something that you didn't expect in terms of when you started off looking at mining a little bit more carefully?
Well, as you were saying, I have had the opportunity and the pleasure both to be member of parliament, but also a minister for a very long time now, 17 years in both capacities. And during that time, I've also had the opportunity to work with different issues. So obviously I have been both in mines before, but also have had very good dialogue with the mining industry previously also, both as in my capacity as Minister for Energy, but also as chairman of the Standing Committee on Transportation and Communications. So a lot of it I've had the opportunity to follow for a while. But one of the things that has been picking up and that is impressing me is the investments and the willingness, I would say, in the Swedish mining industry to make this transition towards a more sustainable way of doing things. I think that will benefit the mining industry, but I think that's also a big contrast to the public perception of how mining is working. We have, unfortunately, had a lot of bad examples from other parts of the world, and so therefore, from my point of view, listening to LKAB, to Boliden, and a lot of other companies, seeing what they are doing and how they do it, and with the pace that they are doing it, I think that has impressed me. But I'm also obviously very happy that the mining industry has coped with the COVID crisis in a very, very good way, and therefore I'm very happy to both see and hear about the huge investments that they are planning to do in our country, because it is sorely needed, because both metals and minerals will be needed for the transition, because electric cars, they're not built on the internet, they're built in factories. You need metals and you need minerals and so on. So from my point of view, this is something that is quite good today. We need to enhance it even further because otherwise, I mean, you cannot only talk about transition. You need also to create the preconditions for it, and we hopefully will do that in Sweden.
Okay, thank you. So permits and the permit process. It's been up in this conference earlier today. It's been up at this conference for many years now, and probably at every mining conference and mineral conference we have. So you just said that something that the industry has been looking forward to for quite some time now will be presented in the next couple of weeks. What more can you tell us about that? What will be in this presentation?
Well, let me just start by saying that some of it is already on its way. We started a review of our environmental permit process this summer. I think it was in August, to create the environment where industry can make this transition towards a more sustainable way of doing things. And that is already ongoing, and hopefully we'll get some good proposals from there. And at the same time, we have been working. I had been hoping to have it already ongoing, but since we have been very occupied by the pandemic, and then, to be honest with you, the department has been working more or less 24 hours for since March, since we were hit by the pandemic, try to cope with the fallout of the crisis. But at the same time, it has been very important for me to continue to work with the issues that you are raising and to have a review of our mineral legislation. It's not only from the industry's point of view. We have also obviously environmental considerations. We have other considerations that also need to be taken into this. But from all of the industry that I have been talking to have been saying the same. We are not against environmental considerations or things like that, but we need to have a more robust process, and that's exactly what we intend to do. And from my point of view, hopefully, we will be in a couple of weeks. We will present this review because it is sorely needed from my point of view.
Good, then we do agree.
Yeah, bit of a cliffhanger there. It'll be very interesting to hear the outcomes. I'm thinking of something that the chief mining inspector said this morning, that exploration is at an all-time low. That is looking for new deposits and sort of the early stages of mining. Mining is the long game, right? It takes decades sometimes from finding something to it becoming a mine. So whereas this we have our two big companies that are rather active, generating surpluses from existing mines, the supply of new mines is rather thin. Not much has happened for a long time. So we and you're rightly saying that we should try to do something about this. But there are, at the same time, there are people who think this is a rather good thing. There are Swedes, fellow Swedes, that feel that we don't want mines, right? We'd rather buy the materials from elsewhere. There are countries in this world, a couple in Latin America that have decided, no, we're not going to have mines. We're going to buy the materials from elsewhere, and we're going to try to do tourism instead. And to those who sort of think that way, what would you say to convince them? Or you don't have to convince them. You could say, yes, that's correct. But in your opinion, how do we address that sort of that way of thinking?
Well, two things. I mean, as a former Minister of Energy, I know this. I mean, your media, I met it a lot of times when we were discussing about new building new parts of the grid, where people were saying, well, maybe that's needed, but why do you need to have it here? It will disturb me or disturb the environment and so on. And this is an issue that you have to take the discussion. Obviously, we will need more minerals and metals. I think that's a given. And obviously, you cannot only be critical and be sometimes even be amazed of the reports that we are getting about child labor, pollutions, and these kind of horrific things that we sometimes read about, how minerals and metals are being mined in different parts of the world, and at the same time saying, well, that's horrific, but we don't want to have it here. We need to find this balance, and we need to find it in a way that will also gain public acceptance. And I think from my point of view as a politician, I think there is both an acknowledgement, but also an acceptance in public if we find a balance where we mine, but at the same time do it in a way that is as mild as we can when it comes to environment, pollution, water, and so on. And I think Sweden and Swedish mining industry has very, very good both ambitions here, but also I think conditions to create this more sustainable way of mining. That's the first. The second one is, obviously, we need also to improve recycling. We cannot just add more and more raw materials and mine them all over the world. So I think this combination, and in both these cases, I think Sweden can play a very, very large role. So So from my point of view, I understand what people are saying, but if we are to make this large-scale electrification of our society, and it is needed, we need to do this, and we are to make this transition towards a more sustainable way of doing things without harming the environment, without harming the climate. Somebody needs to show how that is done, because if the solution is, and I think I have said it before, if the solution is, well, we'll go back to the pre-fossil society, I think people will say no. And I can understand that. I have lived in a pre-fossil society for 10 years. We didn't burn any fossil energy. It was a very harsh, very poor, very dangerous life. So if we are to convince people that this is possible, this is not only possible, it will create a better life, I think it is also very, very important to be honest and say, well, it will create this transition, and this transition in itself will demand minerals and metals in a way that we haven't seen before. And because, as I was saying in my introduction here, electrical cars are not made on the internet. They're made in factories. They're made of copper, steel, raw materials, rare earth metal minerals, and so on. So from my point of view, I can understand the discussion, but if we are to do this, then we need to also acknowledge that we will also need mining. And Sweden, I would say, has one of the best chances in both Europe, but also globally. And that's why we need to find a better balance than we have today in our legislation, I would say.
Thank you. Very illuminating, interesting answer. Lisa?
So this is a question that sort of ties to your background in energy issues as well. I mean, the energy supply, key factor to be able to fulfill all the large investments that are now being made, especially in the northern part of this country. How will we as a country secure this supply? And what will you from the governmental side do?
Well, let me be honest with you. I think we have excellent conditions to meet this demand. Just looking back 4 or 5 years, we have seen huge investments in our energy sector. We have seen it in nuclear, in renewables, in grid, and so on. And now we will also see more and more in storage capacity. That will change our whole way of viewing the electric sector, the energy sector, because I mean, demand as it is today, and that has been true for quite a while, supply and demand need always to meet. But you know, with more and more of storage capacity, be it in batteries, be it in hydrogen, I think we could create a different kind of energy system. And I think with our conditions, especially in the northern parts of Sweden, where we have a lot of windy sites, we have our hydropower that could also contribute in a way that few other European countries could do. I think we have excellent conditions. What is dangerous, I would say today, what could create problems for us is the political debate, I would say, because looking 2016, we got an overall agreement on the energy sector, and that created a political stability that made it possible for us to get investments in I think in the excess of 100 billion Swedish crowns. And now we are unfortunately back to a debate that is going nowhere. I mean, pro or against nuclear. Well, with that won't create anything productive, to be honest with you, because we have nuclear. We will have nuclear for a very long time because we need it today. At the same time, we must also acknowledge that there will not be any nuclear plants built in the traditional way, because every modern country that has any likeness to Sweden, who have been trying this, Finland, Great Britain, France, the United States of America, they have all the same. They have all the same experience. It starts with I mean, in the Finnish case, I think the plan was to invest 3.2 billion euros. I think they are in the excess of 9 billion today, and it's still not finished. Looking at Flamanville in France, I think the plan was to invest 3.5 billion in reactor. I think they are in the excess of 10 or 12 billion euros, and it's still not finished. Looking at Hinkley Point in Great Britain, the cost is just soaring. Looking at what happened in the United States and Georgia, the same problem there. So I think, unfortunately, the political debate that is started all over again. For a while it was gone, but now I think that is the most dangerous part of because in reality our conditions for wind, for hydro, for nuclear, because we have also created quite good conditions for nuclear. I mean, we abolished the taxes, we made other changes to make it possible for 6 reactors to survive until 2040 plus something. So, and I think we could manage it if we could once again create some kind of political consensus, because the willingness to invest in the Swedish energy sector is quite large. We could see it during the years when we had this overall agreement and more of political consensus. I'm quite convinced that we could do it again. But what frightens me is the willingness to so easily go into pro or against nuclear as if it was 1980 and we had the referendum again. I think that's bad for Sweden. That's bad for the energy sector. Okay, good.
Well, thank you.
I'm quite passionate about this because I think it's so unproductive, you know. Yeah. Nobody is going to build new nuclear in a more traditional way because the costs are so huge and the time needed is so. I mean, the Finns started 2005 and they're still not finished, for God's sake. The French started 2007 and they're still not finished. And Hinkley Point they have been talking about it for a very long time. And at the same time, we know that the 6 reactors that we have today, we will need them the coming decades to make this transition in an orderly, cost-effective way. And so the political debate is so unproductive, I would say.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not like the consensus country that we're known for being, but
for a while we were. For a while we were. We could also see the huge investments coming at the time.
But I would like to pull you back to mining permitting processes, and there was one. This is the last gasp here before you have to go and do important things, I realize. We had a guest from Finland who was explaining the way that the Finnish mining sector and how the permitting process has changed into more of a one-stop shop, where Tukes is coordinating the work and making it, to make it simple, that's not the word you should use, but to make it transparent and clear for what the companies should be doing to obtain their permits. And I think Finland is around the corner. They might not be good at building nuclear power plants at the present time, but the permitting process for mining seems to be something that we could, in Sweden, look at. That's just
Well, to be honest with you, in the nuclear issue, they are in a very good or bad company. Or I mean, they're not alone in this. But looking at, I think this could be an interesting idea. That's why one of the reasons why we will start a review of our legislation. At the same time, we have also appointed a coordinator for the northern parts of Sweden, where a lot of the mines and a lot of the plans for the transition is made. Peter Larsson is one of the reasons why we appointed Peter Larsson as coordinator for large industries in the northern parts of Sweden. It is because of the complicated process that we have. So, and at the same time, as I was saying, we need also to make this review, and obviously good experiences from other countries is also one of the things that we should look into.
Okay, that's positive news. So thanks a million for participating. It was a pleasure having you, and have a nice day.
My pleasure, and have a productive conference, dear friends.
We will.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so next out is Mikael Staffas, President and CEO of Boliden, and he's here to give us insight on a climate-effective raw material supply for a green Europe, and you are actually here in the studio. So I think this table is all for you. You have your presentation down there, and go ahead.
I have my presentation. I just need to get the clicker as well.
That's good.
Now let's see. It says Jan Moström there. I hope it doesn't say Jan Moström and everywhere else as well.
No, you won't be able to see yourself.
It's always an interesting kind of thing to come after the main speaker of an event and coming after the minister. And I just have a sense if this would have been a physical meeting, now you would see everybody try to stand up and walking out, because now the most important thing has already happened. Now I can't see all you out there, so I don't know who is turning out or tuning out and doing something else, checking their mail or whatever. But I hope that I'll be able to interest you for these 15 minutes and make it an interesting short session with you guys. Now, let's see if we also get this one to one. Is it there? Oh, there we go. Good. Now, Boliden. I think many of you know Boliden. You know the geography. You know where we are. Finland was just mentioned. We are very heavily in Finland. We are in Sweden. We are in Norway. We are in Ireland. We are mining. We are smelting. We're into base metals, which is our main focus with copper, zinc, nickel, lead. But we're also having a portfolio of precious metals that comes together with that. And overall, you could add up to say that we are the largest base metal producer in Europe. Depends a little bit on how you count, but I would usually say that we are. And we're also the largest base metal producer in Sweden, and we are the biggest metal company in Finland, just to annoy maybe some of our colleagues around. I will go through a little bit about Boliden and actually why we're here, and I will give you our new value statements and purpose, which are brand new and just recently developed. We have actually put a purpose to our company, just to be very clear, why are we here and what are we all about? We are about to produce the metals that are essential to improve society for generations to come. And I'll get back to that a little bit as I move forward, why these metals are so important and why we feel. But just to give you a teaser, these days everybody needs to make some kind of roadmap on how to get to zero CO2 emissions. And they present them, for example, to the European Commission. So the European Commission has a summary on how all industries are going to get to zero, maybe by 2050 or something like that. And when you add all that up, that means that you have to abate around 4,000 million tons of CO2 per year. Now, if you add up those plans and look at it, you can say that roughly 25% of those plans are doable without copper, i.e. those are industries who will be able to get out of CO2 and they don't really need copper to do it. The other 75% will need copper. It is not possible for them to do their plans without having copper. It depends a little bit between industries how much, but when you add that up, it's going to be a lot of copper to that. Now, we also have a vision. We have a vision to be the most climate-friendly and respected metal producer in the world. And just to put a starting point to this, we probably already are. This always depends on how you measure, and benchmarks are sometimes difficult to come by. But when we look at our production of metals today and compare it to other producers who are doing the same thing, we always come out to the fact that we are somewhere between half and a quarter of the CO2 footprint of basically anything you can find. Why this is? Well, we are producing in local mines in Europe, to local smelters in Europe, to customers in Europe. Transportation chains are short. They are, by the way, many times by train, which is also a way to keep the CO2 footprint low. We have already electrified lots of our processes long time before anybody else did. The electric furnace in the Rönnskär smelter is 30 years old or getting up to that age. We've been working with this electrification for a long time. And we are in an area where the color of the electricity is good, which helps us in all these aspects. But we are in a good starting position. Now, having said that, and I'll come back to it, it doesn't mean that we are in any way satisfied where we are. We are proud of what we have achieved, but we want to go on further, and we have a very clear target to continue to reduce along the lines of the rest of the world, or even faster. Now, just to get a start, why does we need base metals? Well, here is an electric car, but electric car is just one thing that we need it for. As I said, all kind of industrial processes are getting more and more electrified, and for electrification, you need base metals. You need base metals to produce the electricity, to transfer the electricity, and then also in the applications in industries or in a car, as you have right here, you need a base metal to be able to use that electricity to achieve what it is that you want to achieve. And therefore, we'll need more and more metals. And this is nothing new. Here you can see just the development of the GDP, which is the staples you see here. But you can also see the lines, which is the development of the metals. And especially for the top one, copper, you can see that over time, actually copper demand has outstripped the growth in GDP. which is an interesting fact. Already before we came into this climate change area where everything is going to be electrified, copper was getting more and more important. But also metals like zinc and lead that you see the next two lines are also growing, maybe you can say in line with GDP. That is likely to start outstripping the GDP growth as well as we go into electrification. Now, the most difficult to see one is the one on the bottom, which is nickel, because the scale is not really good to it. But you can see there that nickel is actually, if you were to do this on an appropriate scale, also outstripping the growth of GDP. So all these metals are growing faster than GDP, and as we go forward, we'll have to grow even faster. There's another reason why I put this one out here, because we will come into discussion about recycling. And it's important to point out that these metals, once you put them in use, are put in place a very long time. If you put in a high power cable line, it will hang there for decades. If you may put your copper into a locomotive in the railroad, the locomotive will get 30, 40 years old. These things have a very long lifetime. So when we talk about that there's relatively little copper that comes from recycling, we have to be aware of that the thing that we're recycling today is the copper that was sold 30 years ago, roughly. And if you start looking here back to what was sold in 1990, well then the 100% is much lower. And actually the recycling of the copper as it is being scrapped is actually relatively high, but it's not going to help to fulfill the demand, what is needed today, because the demand is so much higher because we're installing more and more copper as we move forward. The next issue is about Europe. We've spoken about this, and I think you saw some questions to the minister before on the fact that actually Europe is extremely dependent on import, on copper, zinc, take any of our metals. It's a very low share of global mining, and it's a very low share of internal sufficiency. And you see on rare earth, there's basically 0% of internal supply into Europe, 100% that is being imported. But as you move down the line, you see copper, roughly 80% depend on import, zinc, 61% depend on import. Is this a problem? Well, you can say that maybe it's not a problem. We are all built around free trade and around trade, and trade is good for everybody, and these metals are available, so why don't we just trade? Well, there are a couple of issues with that. Number one, they might not always be available. Depends on who you're dealing with. You might not always deal with the nicest guys when you do these things. And generally speaking, I can say very clearly that when you import metals into Europe from outside Europe, it is typically at a sustainability level which is much lower than we have in Europe, both in terms of environmental, but also social and economic sustainability. Despite the fact that we have these ones, we need to do things. And I'll just put on this slide a few of the things that we need to work around. We need to make sure that we get the European Raw Material Alliance working to provide a good result. I think that we're quite far along regarding that. In Sweden, we need to have success in the permitting process. That was already discussed with the minister beforehand. We need to make sure that, and we need to make sure that we have put in place stable rules to make sure that we avoid carbon leakage. It's of course very easy to say that if we don't do any of our mining or smelting operations in Europe, then you save CO2. But typically, as I said already in the beginning, the CO2 is usually much worse when you come outside Europe than it is when you're inside. So are we happy where we are? I said in the beginning that we are in a very good position. We're probably one of the most low CO2 producers in the world. We're also probably one of the best environmental credibility in terms of other areas when we come in the world. Well, we're not satisfied where we're standing. We have a clear target to reduce our CO2 footprint by 40% till 2030 with the base year 2012. This, by the way, this 40% actually mirrors pretty well what the EU has as target with the 55% reduction until 2030. They have a different base year, which is 1990, I think, but those work pretty well together. You can also see that we are pretty far along from the 0.77, our own index, to 0.61 last year, and to the 0.46 that we want to achieve by 2030. We're working on electric trolley, both in Aitik and Kevitsa. We're working on the nickel expansion in Harjavalta, which also reduces the CO2 footprint. We're working with biofuels for transport, alternative reduction agents in the processes that require reduction. We're working with the improved power mix, and we're working with, for example, ventilation on demand on top of just general electrification. These are all very concrete actions that we're working on to make sure that we actually will deliver on the target for 2030. Beyond 2030, we don't really have a target which is put into numbers. We have, though, the target that we had in the vision before, that we will continue to be the best producer in the world in terms of base metals. Now, sustainability is not just CO2. We have other areas as well. We have the focus on health and safety. That is very important. We in Boliden are very proud of the fact that we are now 13 years of fatality-free operations in our industrial areas. We are working very hard with other emissions. We have very low on any comparison with anywhere in the world in terms of emissions to water, emissions to air. Also in terms of the water usage, we're in a good position. And we feel that we are very good in handling the decommissioned mine to make sure that they can come back and be returned to nature. You have the photograph to the right where we have some of our old mines which are now very well used feeding ground also for reindeers in this situation. We are working close together with local communities in order to achieve this. And I will also point out the last thing which is not on this slide, but I think is a very important point going forward, is biodiversity. We have just adopted a position that we should by 2030 be at least neutral in terms of biodiversity, hopefully even positive. And we think that we can achieve that by doing lots of measures that we are working on. Biodiversity is together with CO2 probably and maybe antibiotic resistance, the three big issues that I think our generation will have to stand up to make sure that this world still remains interesting for generations to come. With that, I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you all for listening. I hope that I didn't bore you too much, and I hope that you managed to stay awake also after the minister's presentation. Thank you all.
Hi, thank you, Mikael. There you go. Excellent. We have some questions for you later on, so don't go away too far. And on that note, the audience, you have your chance to pose questions to rather powerful and influential people here. You should take it. If you don't take it, it'll be Lisa and my pet interest that will govern what questions are asked. So you just take your chance. The foreign investor has been mentioned a few times today. What do they look like? We've got an example here. We've got Martin Phillips, the CEO of Talga Resources, who's, I think, beaming in from Australia, if I'm correct, but I might be wrong. Who knows where people are these days? His topic relates to the investment that Talga Resources are planning, the green future of battery anodes. So welcome, Martin. The screen is yours. But you're quiet. I think you have to unmute there, Martin. Unmute. There we go.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Go.
Thank you, Håkan. Yes, I'm actually back in Sweden on Monday night, so I'll be up in Luleå. But the green future of battery anodes. Talga, our project here, and you can see that that beautiful piece of core, that graphite. It's such a rich, beautiful deposit. We're located up in northern Sweden, and we are investing this year, in fact, some 20 million euro in building a pilot plant, which will be a vertically integrated program to produce battery anode, and that anode material is 100% made from this northern mineral deposit. So I'll take you through how we do that. I'll take you through what sort of process we're using, and we're in production in a small way, and really it's a case for us to become a mining company and to continue to ramp up our production of anode material. The new mineral era in the northern Sweden region is an immense area of growth, and we have been in Sweden now since 2011. We are going to be connecting what is traditional mining, but we're connecting it with downstream processing and industries and the customer, which is in Europe. Our model is not to just do mining and to export material in a raw form. We are going to be connecting our way all the way through to the customer. So I'll take you through that. Producing battery anode is not easy. There are reasons why we're doing that. It's a real game changer for us, making anode material for European customers. It provides cost competitiveness for the automobile industry, the battery industry. It provides low CO2 solutions for them. It's a big project. It requires good partnerships, both from other industry partners that we are currently looking at strategically, as well as academia, as well as government. All three players really have to work hard in order to build this new industry. Up in northern Sweden, just on our geography, we've got a range of projects. The Vittangi project, really, that's our flagship. It is the world's highest grade graphite resource. It's not far out of Svappavaara. And we've in fact done trial mining there already, and we've created a stockpile of material which has formed the basis for really our business model. 24% graphite, and then there's 19.5 million tonnes of resource. Since 2011, building up this resource, we're extremely proud to say, 55.3 million tonnes of resources is now Europe's largest graphite resource. We've got an economic ore reserve of 1.9 million tonnes at 23.5%. And we're planning now, we've released a scoping study on an expansion, which we'd like to add perhaps another 5 million tonnes to that in the next few years. But right now we have 22 years with a 25-year mine permit that is currently in process. We have a extraction license to actually extract another 25,000 tonnes also for trial mining. Our real target here is there's some more drilling still being done. We got plans to do some drilling even in this spring, summer, and we plan to continue to grow this resource. And there's a target there of some 26 to 46 million tonnes. So the real takeaway here is that it's a province. This is a large opportunity for Sweden. It's on a world scale, it's heading towards quite a large tier 1 asset. That's great having a mine. Raw materials is being talked about a lot at this conference. I would say we're not just about making raw materials. That's just half the equation of what Europe needs. It's about active material. We have to be making coated anode material. And in order to do that, it doesn't just mean putting it into a processing plant, but you actually need scientists and chemists. So we're integrating our whole value chain here from Vittangi. Connectability is straight through to Luleå. And our current pilot stage being built at the end of this year will also be in Luleå. So our investment here, it is large. And as I said, we've been here since 2011. So we've been investing in both the mining and this downstream project. The vertical integration means that Talga really is part of this whole solution for providing supply into Europe. What is active anode material? How does it look? What is it? It's a powder. It's an engineered particle, and it's shaped specially. It looks different to graphite out of a rock or out of a concentrate. we've had to build capability to make batteries and make cells to understand how the Swedish or Vittangi material actually works. We've had to understand concepts to do with binding and adhesion onto the copper foil, which is what the battery companies are doing. They're taking our anode and slurrying it and coating it onto copper and winding it around cathode materials and the separator to make a battery. So, you know, the writing around that circle explains the sorts of components and why we had to build laboratories, why we've had to hire scientists and material. It's the sorts of things that customers are looking for are, you know, charging rates, fast charge, fast discharge, battery performance that can occur at low temperatures, at high temperatures. And these are the sorts of discussions we're having with customers directly, as well as OEMs or automobile customers who are looking at strategic, I guess, raw material supply and making sure there's security of supply in Europe. So the European situation, okay, there's plenty of plants being built. I would say that actually at the moment there aren't many running. Poland, Hungary area, there's a few plants, but really it really kicks in around 2024, 2025, and so that's our target. We are currently running in a scale which allows us to send samples pretty much to all of this group. And we are working towards a program of multiple sampling that allows them to qualify our material. We would be in production come 2023, and we would be in full-scale mode by 2024. The total sort of scale that we would make is about 20 gigawatt hours of capacity. At the moment, everything is being imported into Europe by way of anode material. It's generally in a form that, as I showed before, it's already coated onto the copper, or it's in a semi-assembled accumulator, and so you don't necessarily see powders and bags coming in from China or Japan or Korea, which are the main producers, but they're already pre-assembled and they're going into containers and then just being assembled in Europe. So there is a fantastic opportunity here, but in terms of trying to maintain a local supply, there's certainly a fantastic opportunity to make something that's cheaper, greener. I'll explain a little bit about the battery and the quantity of anode material. So there's 554 gigawatt hours now. If you look at all of that capacity, that's planned for 2030, and it's about 1,200 tons of graphite needed for each gigawatt. You're looking at about 700,000 tons of active anode material needed by 2030. Right now, as I said, there's probably 60,000 tons being imported. A lot of that material, because the Asian supply chains have been built over many years, it's coming in through that way. The predominant method of making a lot of this material has been in a synthetic form, while mining and the purification process and the coating process is a process we're using. The alternatives are using oil and using coke, and a lot of what is being imported here is using that method. So the idea of green anode really comes from the transfer of out of synthetic and moving towards more natural materials. That's nothing new, but in Asia, over 80% is synthetically made, and there's reasons for that. Quality is one. You know, when you synthetically make graphite, it's pretty much perfect in various ways. It means longer cycle life and things that can be controlled. So our natural material that we have in Sweden is surprisingly similar to synthetic material. It comes down to performance at the end of the day. And so quality is a feature of how they select what type of anode material they're looking for. But the real downside with synthetics is being made from coke, it has to be cooked because it's a carbon, and it has to be baked, it has to be done at high temperature, requires very high energy intensity. That leads to, obviously, how was that energy made? Is it off the grid? Was it using renewables? Predominantly over in Asia, that's not the case. So the opportunity here is to lower imports, switch into local supply, switch into the Swedish graphite, and the anode material there, which is of even similar quality, if not better. To be an anode company, you really have to be in a pretty strong R&D space. The R&D efforts that we're starting to now put in over the last 3 to 4 years, you have to be thinking about what is coming along in terms of new generation. Silicon is an exciting new anode material. It's emerging as huge amounts of energy capacity that can be added in. There are still swelling issues, so it's being developed. It's being added in small proportions, and it brings down effectively the battery prices because there's more kilowatt hours per kilogram. So these are the things that customers are looking for. Going further out towards the solid state technology and other materials, advanced materials, these are all features of our R&D program. At the end of the day, people are looking for more bang for their buck. They're looking for more energy, and it requires us to invest heavily into these R&D programs, which we are doing. Expansion-wise, with all of that demand in Europe, that requires heavy investment on our behalf. And I think for us, there's the initial project investment, which we're now starting to make. I mentioned the pilot plant, the EVA plant that we're developing now, and we would be in production early next year. I then would expect us to be, as I mentioned, in production by 2023 and at full scale, looking to expanding into the northern parts of those deposits. We're looking at going underground, being hidden, and really developing what is looking to be quite a large-scale project in order to supply what's needed in Europe. But again, capital they're big numbers, and for us, we're definitely looking at strategic partnerships. Other industries, people coming in are key to probably unlocking a lot of the value for this graphite province. We certainly have been bringing in a lot of the research capabilities, the scientists and the chemists. We have over, I think, 9 or 10 chemists, of which probably 5 or 6 are PhDs. So they're working at all levels of both the Talnode C as well as the longer-term new generation products. We are working with, obviously, a number of other companies and industries who are interested in new generation materials, but as well as that, government and partnerships with companies like Svemin and SGU. They've been very critical in terms of how we are going about our ambition to be in the mining industry in Sweden. Swerim has been our key partner here in Luleå. We are obviously looking at the pilot plant and building inside there. We have also a number of, projects to bring about more scale, especially when I talk about silicon and some of the new anode materials. So we have long-term relationships there. I'd also probably want to mention ABB. They've been our connectivity between mining and with our processing. It's going to be really quite critical. You can see, hopefully, from our control room, both what's coming out as anode, but also what's happening at the mine. And I wouldn't think there'd be any anode companies in China or Japan who are able to see that. There are too many players occurring in between. So it's really for us now to develop with our industrial partners, with government and with our institutes and research centres. It's an exciting time for us. I really appreciate being able to present to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. And you will stick around and join us in the panel in just a bit, won't you?
I will. Thank you.
Perfect. So let us welcome the very last speaker of the session and also the last speaker of the entire first day, besides the panel, of course. And it's your turn, Jonas. Are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Perfect. So this is Jonas Albertsson. You are the president for Epiroc Technology and Digital Division. And you are here to tell us about the future of mining, a future of mining that is digital, automated and electrical. So we're looking forward to that. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so very much. So hope you can all see my screen now in a good way.
Yeah, it looks perfect.
Thank you. It's always nice to come after some of our customers here in northern part of Sweden. Maybe I'll start off a little bit to describe about Epiroc, who we are. And I think what you see on the right-hand side here is one of our products. It's a mine truck, typically used for underground operations. But really what we do with it is that we are a leading productivity and sustainability partner to the mining and civil engineering industries. What we do is, of course, that we provide innovative, safe and sustainable solutions within drilling, rock excavation and construction equipment and tools. A big chunk of our business, roughly 2/3 of what we do is related to servicing equipment. So that is a major operation for us. What is happening as we speak is also that there is a couple of mega trends ongoing in parallel. I will speak more about electrification, but also automation and interoperability, or using of data is a key aspect to develop the industry forward. Epiroc, as you may know, is a spin out from the Atlas Copco company roughly 3 years back. So we are, as a company, fairly young, but we're also building on a legacy from 148 years. So truly global company. So even if Sweden is an important, this is also our home base. I would say 95% of what we do is actually sold outside Sweden. And typically we go through around 150 countries per year with our solutions. This conference is mainly about the mining, and for us, mining is around 75% of what we do. So we do things when it comes to underground, both surface and the exploration side that was mentioned, and roughly 25% related to infrastructure, both on the tunneling side, civil engineering works. And I think what is quite interesting for us as a company is that the fundamentals are very different in these segments. That on the mining side, we speak about large customers, not so many if you look globally. I think Jan mentioned before as well that the cost and the spend to invest into the mining operations is significant and very, very high, but it's very sticky, so it's there for a long time period. And it's very much continuous operations then, and our civil engineering side is completely the opposite. It's thousands of customers, quite low, let's say, investments, and also very mobile when it comes to the equipment side, and more project-based business. So quite challenging and quite different from those dimensions. So I think it's been said before, and I think Mikael was into this as well, that we see that we're actually in a fairly good position. when it comes to that there is a big underlying need for infrastructure and minerals on a global perspective. Electrification is one driver, but also growing middle class is an important driver from a global perspective, both from the infrastructure point of view, say from a copper view as one of the base metals, or also from iron, that is a big consumer. So I think the supply or demand side of things is in a healthy position, but it also comes with a few challenges. Mining, per definition, is typically going 30 to 50 meters deeper per year. I would say majority of the good grades, even if LKAB found some new ones lately, is that the ore is becoming less and less rich. And of course, to maintain productivity and let's say efficiency within the operations, this needs to put the requirements on us as a supplier. How can we actually cope with the increased cost and actually support the customers to be able to produce at competitive levels? But also that the sustainability dimension is extremely important, both when it comes to safety, of course, environmental. I think also the gender diversity is an important factor, and we see that from a global perspective, that is also increasing in importance from our customers, but also from ourselves to utilize all the people around to make this happen. But fundamentally, there is very attractive market dynamics. So my background is very much on the R&D side and leading the technology within Epiroc, and I think we are in a perfect storm at the moment because there are three major global mega trends that is actually going in parallel as we speak. It's been mentioned about electrification as one of them. We see that the automation side is very active, but also the digital trend in the past, say, 5 years is very, very clear. And of course, for us as a supplier, we are working in all of these three areas. So what we do is actually that we provide equipment that is automated, it is electrified, and also utilizing data as an important source for the future. So looking a little bit into the electrification strategy, I would say underground mining is one of the hotspots and golden opportunities when it comes to electrification of equipment. There is very natural incentives, and that is pretty much to save energy costs from ventilation. So it's a very clear and typically quite attractive business case from the customer perspective to invest into electrified equipment. In some areas, this has been present for many, many years. So drilling side has been electrified since, I would say, many decades back. What is now coming to a large extent as well is on the, say, wheel-based material handle equipment, where we see a lot of trends now moving into both the mine trucks and, say, scoop trams or wheel loaders that is actually moving material is now more and more electrified. The way we have approached this from an Epiroc perspective is to look at electrification very much from a circular perspective. We are delivering top-notch equipment, very demanding applications, and the batteries that we put into our equipment with our partners from Northvolt needs to be up to, say, 80% of the maximum capacity. But we also see that there is a lot of both second and third and fourth life of the batteries. So we're actually part of this circular economy to reduce the batteries. We have also introduced new ways of doing the business models to reduce the, let's say, financial stepping stones getting into the electrification, because it's quite expensive with batteries, especially like we have typically like 3 tons of batteries in a piece of equipment. So we have something we call battery as a service. So today our customers can actually rent the batteries and they pay like a charge similar to what they pay for the diesel today, and really becoming a part of the circular economy, but also finding the second and third and fourth life to in some cases do like electrical storage, but it could also be to even out on the power grid the supply and the consumption within the mine, where there are some typically spike consumption from time to time. Digitalization, this is one of our control rooms internally. I think one of the first control room we actually built was for LKB, so they started very, very early to demand this from us. But they wanted to do their production drilling from surface, say in the early mid-90s. So I think that was the first control room that we developed. And I think this is very key for us as a supplier, that we have these really forward-looking customers within the company or country, but also in Northern Scandinavia. So we do a lot of co-development, both with Boliden and with LKB, to see that what is the future within mining? How can we support and finding the best solutions for what LKB is looking to do between up until 2060? But also the way things we have been working with Boliden to, say, improve their operations to make it top-notch from a global perspective. And I think digitalization is one of the key aspects. Industrial-wise, I think it's, from historical point of view, it's been fairly vertically oriented. We see now more and more that there are demands that actually putting the data together from the different say verticals within the process on the mining side, from say exploration all the way up to the extraction point. And of course, as a supplier into this industry, we're also looking to solutions, and we all recently did an acquisition to actually tie things together within the data side. We have a company up in Luleå, Mobilaris, that is also doing a lot of the solutions for us in this area. So I think the cluster we have within Sweden with the supplier base is very, very important for it. With ABB mentioned, we have the Northvolt, we have the Mobilaris, but also demanding customers is a key aspect of things. Automation is of course the key things. In many aspects, it's driven from the I say safety perspective. How can we take away people from the dangerous areas within the mine? How can we move some operations up to the control room? I think this has been ongoing for, say, 20 years. So I think it's fairly mature technology, both from us and from other suppliers. The present trend is, of course, more that how can you do it in a more agnostic way? So you actually have equipment from several different suppliers coexisting within the same environment. So I think this is something where we are leading to actually say that we can actually take any pieces of equipment and incorporate it into the systems to make it mobile. And I think the research trends recently is very much that how can you actually get automated equipment together with non-automated equipment and people to cohabit into the mining environment as the next steps, somewhat related to sensor technologies, also say knowing where the people and the assets are. But this is really the where the say both research and the demand is moving towards for the coming years. Quite interesting to come last here before the panel discussions. But I think we should be proud being part of the say mining cluster in Northern Scandinavia, where say the demanding customers is actually supporting the development for companies like ourselves and some of our competitors to really be the top-notch global players within the mining equipment industry. So with that, I end my presentation.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. We're having a panel now, so you're not going to leave home, are you? Looks nice. Yes, we have Mikael here on site. We have Jan. Yes, and we have Martin. So
and we have Jonas still here.
Jonas still around.
Perfect.
Good. So, there are many things that we would like to ask you. So let's see if we can get going. It's difficult not to talk about Corona. I hope you don't mind saying a bit. What surprised me and many, I guess, some with me, is how strong the mining sector has been going. In spite of all these predictions that the world economy is turning sort of, there will be problems related to the pandemic. So what are the fundamental reasons for this in your specific companies then? Maybe since you're here, you got first choice.
The first choice.
Yeah.
I mean, there are two things about Corona. One is what has happened to prices and terms, i.e. what has happened to things that we cannot control ourselves. And here, there are lots of discussions here about what happened in China, how quickly they came through this, and also what we've spoken about before, what has generally happened in the industry as or with the demand as electrification starts going. So that's one area. And I'm also surprised that we had such a quick comeback, but not totally surprised. But then it's the other thing, we've also been able to produce ourselves very well. Boliden as a company has basically been doing record production throughout the Corona period. And I will just reiterate what I said many times. I'm extremely proud of the organization. We have a very decentralized model, and we have people who are used to taking decisions to handle maybe not pandemic, but to handle safety situations, other situations. And there are people who are very good at acting, and they've done that very well on the local level with the local unions and local cooperation, and it's worked very well.
Mm. Right, I'm quite pleased I'm not an analyst that's going to tell people what the price of iron ore is going to do in 1 year's time, because 1 year ago I would have said it's going to drop probably and LKAB is going to have problems, but obviously that was wrong. So Jan, your thoughts?
If you take a market perspective, it's one simple reason, and that is the key driver, China. In the context of the pandemic, we have seen that the steel production in especially Europe and United States, North America, has decreased substantially. On the other hand, it has increased in China, and that in the same way, so to say, when the production, especially from Brazil, has gone down, has given us extremely good market conditions throughout 2020. And we also see that in the beginning of 2021. Even if we are into the Chinese New Year's celebration, we see that the demand for iron ore is high and the price level is very good. And of course, in that perspective has been important for us as a company, both to ensure that we have been able to maintain our operations and decrease the possibilities of getting a spread of the infection in our both operations, but also in the communities we are operating in. So I would say 2020 and the start of 2021 from an iron ore mining perspective has been quite good.
Very, I guess, well, it's obvious that's very important to northern parts of Sweden that you are doing well, whereas others might be doing less well. Jonas, you are suppliers to the mining sector, so are you tagging along and doing well as well? Is that sort of the overall view from Epiroc?
I think 2020 was an interesting year. So except for Q2, I think we had a really strong demand for our products and services on the global perspective. As I mentioned, we are very heavy on the service side, and even if there were mines in care and maintenance were closing down for a period of time, I think it was up to 100 mines from a global perspective, most of the operations continued. And of course, for us as a service provider, we actually had a very good revenue streams from the continued operation. And it also was a very, very clear focus. We actually steered available material towards supporting our customers with the product was needed to maintain their operations. We actually sacrificed production for, keeping the customers running. I think working with the mining industry, I think we are not used to pandemic, but we are quite used to volatile business, because that is pretty much what we live with, that the volumes is going up and down quite quickly. within our industry. And I think this was the same thing. So as quickly as it dropped in Q2, it actually started to come back in Q3, and Q4 was actually fairly strong for us.
Yeah, interesting. Volatility, Martin, is something that you need to think about in terms of developing your projects. And have you got any thoughts on COVID and any impacts on your work, except for being more difficult to get from where you live to Sweden, I guess?
Håkan, yeah, Talga's a survivor, really. We've been in Sweden quite a long time, and we've gone through a number of cycles. We're very relieved about the extensions that the 1-year extensions that were given to our exploration concessions. So that was a tremendous benefit for us. We have spent a lot of money already on some of these concessions, and to get that extension because of obviously getting people out on the ground has been very constrained, very limited. So not only that, I guess capital markets were definitely one where it just completely dried up for a period there, and luckily what we saw as maybe trade wars and other discussions and debates occurred, we started to see people come back into the market, and I think the battery minerals suddenly is just jumped immensely just the last 6 months. So a lot of volatility. We ride those out. We go up and down, and we're pretty well positioned now. But as I said before, we really want to get back out on the ground and start drilling again.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
So the next question, I work a lot with innovations within mining, great field to be in. And I asked one of the earlier panels what the very coolest innovation they have seen within the field of mining minerals in, say, the last year or two. And I mean, you talked about innovations a lot, Jonas, from your side, but I want to hear from all four of you. What is the coolest innovation you have seen? Do you want to start, Jonas?
It's a quick, difficult question, but one area where we are actually partnering up with Orica is actually to say that how can we start to automate the blasting cycle. I think it's quite early days. I think it's a very interesting area actually to see if we can take that very manual step and quite dangerous step into a more manual or automated operations, because it's a key enabler for taking the next steps.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Cool stuff.
Yeah, very much so. Jan, what do you say?
I must say I'm a little bit disappointed, Jonas. I thought you would say that the greatest innovation I see coming is that we will have full automation of our mobile equipment up in Kiruna mine, where we have a system consisting of both Epiroc and Sandvik units that will cooperate. That will really be something to see. Don't you agree, Jonas?
I agree.
Good. Martin, how about you? What is the coolest innovation you've seen?
Yeah, well, autonomous mining is probably what, from my perspective, and the improvements in safety, it's a real game changer. But we're working with ABB to implement other methods of looking at process control, not necessarily about making tons and making volumes. We're looking at it from the perspective of customers and what they require, and only making what's required and moving backwards, if you like, back towards the mine. Our vision may be to then really look at how a mine plan can be developed from the perspective of what the customer needs, and how even exploration plans might have to be coordinated in the long term based on what customers are looking for. So to have a connectivity between a customer and the particular block out of the ore body that his material came from, and that ownership is, I think, could be really quite important for what customers are looking for. And you might call it blockchaining in some sense, but when you have connectivity back to the mine, I think that would be very interesting.
Good. How about you?
I will, just to not repeat what Elisa said, I will then go back all the way to exploration. I think that some of the new technologies around automatic scanning of drill cores and how to speed up that whole process is very promising and looks quite interesting. I think there are a couple of competing technologies that are coming around that I've seen in the last year.
Smashing.
If we tie back a bit to the minister, Ibrahim Baylan, and what he was talking about related to the all popular and important subject of permitting and how well it's functioning in Sweden. You have, Jonas, you will have to excuse us a bit, but you're knowledgeable about the mining sector. You're allowed to also to chip in here, of course. First, Mikael, perhaps, you're Boliden. You're a company who does not necessarily need to be in Sweden. You could be, well, you have a lot of investments here, but you have possibilities of moving elsewhere. And it would seem to an outsider who's not all that aware of what's going on inside Boliden that you're sort of moving a bit to Finland. You're moving with we're following the money here. It seems like Finland is better for you, or is it?
I don't know.
In terms of permitting?
In terms of permitting, there are pros and cons with everything. I think that Finland might be slightly more predictable and slightly more, I would say, I don't want to use the word advantageous, but slightly more predictable than and maybe faster than the Swedish process, but it's not a vast difference. I think that what is interesting with Finland that we looked into, and this is now many years back when we put in our strategy to focus on mining in Finland, is that there was actually quite interesting geology there that we took as being part of our home turf, especially as we were already operating smelters in Finland. So Finland is very important to us. It's interesting. We're spending a fair share of our exploration budget and product development money in Finland.
On the subject, are you looking at any other countries to supply your smelters, or is it?
Well,
you've got Ireland.
Yeah. Well, number one, just to be very clear, we are providing roughly 50% of the smelter need internally. We are not desperately looking at some other geographies. We are looking at other geographies, but we're also very well aware of that it gets more and more difficult the further away from home you get. But we're looking into that. Now then, of course, regarding the other 50% that we buy on the open market, that comes from far away, and they're always looking for new suppliers as well.
Right. If I turn to Martin, now I know a little bit about Talga and how you were approaching the permitting process, and you've in Sweden we have this. It's not a one-stop shop, is it? It's a fairly few stops that needs to be taken. But Talga, you're doing it a little bit, taking a different approach here. You're putting in your applications for the mining concession and the environmental permit almost simultaneously. That's a bit novel. That's innovation. Is that on purpose?
That's innovation. Håkan, good word. Yeah, look, we obviously spent a lot of time looking at where things were getting held up in the process. And so the complications seem to be related in the tussle that seems to be about land use and the tussle between what is an environmental impact assessment and land use versus environmental impact assessment. There tended to be one waiting for the other. And the decision around land use couldn't be made unless more environmental information had to be provided. Obviously, that requires companies to invest a lot more in environmental modelling and surveying and doing impact assessments earlier. So we've taken that risk because that's what companies like us do, and we've spent quite a lot of money. And at this stage, I can't say whether we'll be successful, but hopefully what we've submitted is a complete impact assessment and gives everyone the same data and information and is able to correctly assess what hopefully is all of the impacts and also allow people who have our other stakeholders who are interested in using the land can see what happens. So it is different, and hopefully it will short circuit, I guess, the holdups in the process and in terms of lack of information.
Yeah, thank you. You're certainly provoking the status quo, I think. Jan, in terms of listening to that approach and having listened to your minister, have you got any thoughts on the future of the permitting process in Sweden? Is it looking promising or?
Yeah, of course, but I guess we must realize that we are operating the largest underground mines on a global scale. So it's tremendous complicated permitting processes. And we have an ongoing dialogue. But to be frank, it's difficult for me at present to see that we make any major improvements. Perhaps we can see some smaller parts, but I hope that the ongoing discussions and dialogue, and especially about the understanding of the necessity of metals, and especially if we want to use those metals in our society, that we have some sort of obligations also to ensure that it will be possible to mine those in these parts of the world. So for me, it's hard to see any really concrete improvements, but hopefully we will see a better understanding, which will perhaps be some sort of driver to make these improvements that are so necessary.
Thank you. Jonas, I was going to ask you to look at this question from a little different angle. The Swedish mining industry is important for you for the development of your products, your equipment, and but if you look back a few years, I would imagine, I don't know, but that the Swedish part of your business is actually shrinking, I would think, and that you're growing elsewhere. Is that? And that's.
I would say it's fairly stable. I think from the more challenging projects across the globe is, of course, now I need to mention Jan and Mikael as well, that projects, but I think, it's always coming from the, say, high-cost countries. That is where the demand is coming from. It's the Australian that is leading the development of the Northern Scandinavia, where we have a fairly high cost level. Canadians, I think that is where a lot of the actions is happening. But for us as a suppliers, of course, it's much, much easier to work together with the Swedish customers. I think what Jan was about before as well is that the way we collaborate here in Northern Scandinavia is actually, we get a lot of requests from the, say, South Americans and Australians. How do you do it? How can, say, Epiroc and Sandvik be in the same partnership and ABB as well? And but we make it work. So I think that openness and that tradition that we have is actually very, very important for the, I say, the success from ourselves, because what we do here, we can actually then scale to the global arena. And I would say it would not be possible if we wouldn't have these really strong and demanding customers very close to us.
Yeah, you're probably right. So we all heard our minister talk about the energy supply, and he seemed very confident that we were going to be fine in the end. But we all know that energy supply is a really important key factor for the green transition within mining. So do you all agree? Do you feel confident that Sweden will be able to deliver the energy supply you all need? What do you say, Jan?
I would perhaps phrase it like this. Yes, I'm confident that we will be successful in finding ways of producing the electricity that is necessary. But I strongly believe that will be a lot of complications, and it will not be easy, and we have a lot of challenges to overcome. At the end of the day, we will pursue this.
Yeah, excellent. Martin, do you feel the same?
I'm confident that it'll eventually be available for us, but at this stage, we don't have the infrastructure that we can see. It's in a very early stage. The mine that we propose is quite, I guess, remote from power lines. So the supply is a bottleneck for us. We would very much like to install electrification, but the physical infrastructure isn't possible yet. But in the long term, yeah, we're confident that we'll see that infrastructure coming, through Vattenfall and in the northern part of Sweden.
All right, thank you.
But it will take time.
Okay, you go.
I'm thinking of something that we discussed at the previous conference 2 years ago, and it's been come up this time as well. It's sort of the acceptance by the public of mining and the need for mining. We have also function in that line, but we do have these, we call them resistance developing around mining. It's a little bit, sometimes you could think it's a bit odd. We have, 13 odd mines in Sweden, not many, but that people get so engaged in opposing new mines. What can, I would say, no, we don't have government here, but government has a job to do. But what can companies do to help to sort of address this situation? Well, you have, perhaps they're not that many who are saying that resist mining, but they are somehow rather powerful, and their voices are heard, and the projects are sort of stopped. Jan, you look like you would like to say something on that one.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is that we continue the strategy we have in Sweden with Swedish mining companies and within the Association of Swedish Mining. And that is to make it more understandable for the citizens in Sweden that we are depending on metals. And there are no metal factories where metal spontaneously is, so to say, produced. We have to have mines, and we have two options. We mine the deposits we have within Sweden, and as Michael said, and that also goes for LKB, the most climate efficient operations on a global level. Or do we want to import it because we need the metals? And so to say, export the environmental and climate challenges to other parts of the world. And I think that is crucial to really get an understanding of that, and understand that the circular economy or a decreasing economy would not solve the problem. We need virgin metals and we need mines, but it's challenging. But we just have to continue that task.
Mikael, Boliden has taken some measures in the town of Boliden to involve the community in various projects to remediate old sites and so on. That sort of starts to look like this corporate social responsibility in a Swedish sort of version. Is that a way to address these challenges?
It is in a way. I mean, I think in the end of the day, what you really need to do is make sure that we have good operations. If we don't have good operations, we can't do anything. And then we, of course, need to talk about what we're really doing and not oversell what we're doing. And in the end of the day, you need to have, local buy-in. I think some of these projects that are really small sometimes gets lots of people talking about it. I mean, this is an example. This was a small project that we did to make sure that we really asked everybody in the school and everybody what potentially could be done. We spent a couple of weeks in this process. Everybody could feel engaged, and then at the end of the day, we could listen to that, and then we have to develop ourselves what we're going to do with this potential new city park, or what will happen to this old tailings facility that's there. I think you can do more of those things. And this is more kind of philosophical, but it's sometimes interesting how these small things get a very good spin. I'm just coming back to, there's a different example, it's the same thing. When COVID first hit, I think we had 2 or 3 nurses who were trained nurses, but they worked as miners. And they kind of raised their hand and said, you know, can we go back and work in the hospital? And we said, sure, you can. And it was kind of an easy decision. They wanted to do it. It was their idea. And we kind of said, and then we got all this extremely positive spin about having released 3 people to work as nurses for 3 months, which was, you know, extremely cheap PR. And I don't know if we in the end of the day can find those kind of things, yeah, we'll continue that. But in the end of the day, we need to do, as Jan said, we need to continue to have good operation ourselves. And then we also need to have the help from politicians who need to stand up and say, you know, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. We just make sure that you break them in a good way and not too many and not more than necessary. But you need to do something around this. And sometimes you get a little bit frustrated with having a sense that you can make omelets without breaking an egg.
Martin, looking at you, an Australian background. I think Australian mining companies have having worked internationally, various developing countries, also within Australia, parts of Australia, this concept of actually providing communities with something substantial, that's something that in Sweden would have been supplied by government, perhaps, or other sort of more, doing a little bit more in terms of CSR. Is that something that you are thinking of in Sweden?
Yes, we Western Australia especially, we've there's a couple of different models. You know, obviously, there's certainly a strong group of entrepreneurs, especially in the iron ore industry, that the leadership there in terms of how money is being distributed, etc. The royalties are a lot higher, and certainly royalties that are coming into the state government get reinvested back into regions. So there's a number of incentives there, but at the local level, what we are seeing are framework agreements and community agreements between corporates and all the stakeholders. They all have different needs and requirements. So a lot of that money should be shared, I guess, should be distributed, and they're the different, I guess, mechanisms. Certainly, a lot of the regional areas are looking obviously very strong from our perspective, but I guess the mining industry has a reasonably high profile because of the leaders that are in the industry. They're obviously working at very high levels and are very outspoken, and because it's such a big part of our economy. So I think social acceptance is one also to do with just making sure, as a track record, as a mining industry, we continue to improve, and we continue to reduce the, I guess, when things go wrong in the mining industry, they tend to go very wrong. So it's very, very important that we maintain very high standards, and we continue to show that we have the capability and the competency to deliver.
Following on from the miners, so to say, Epiroc, and have you got something that you can do in this sort of educate the Swedish population or about the importance of mining? But I guess you are involved in those kind of programs.
I think so. We are part of the same community as what Swimming is doing. Of course, we are a chunk of that as well. So I think what I can do from my perspective is that many of us have a wet dream that we want to have a self-driving Tesla. And that is pretty much what we do within Epiroc. So we build like electrified equipment that is self-driving in a very challenging environment into the mining. So I think that is one dimension. I think we all need to contribute actually. How can we make it, say, attractive again? Because Sweden is quite dependent that we actually educate very good engineers. And it's not only about male engineers, because we are very short of female engineers. We have a very, say, unbalanced staff from that perspective, where we have a golden opportunity. we can speak about legislation, but when industry gets going, in many cases, we are actually way ahead of legislation when it comes to automating things. When the environmental pull is coming from the customer base, that is, of course, then moving really fast. So I think we need to sell our story as well, because in many cases, it's not that we are waiting for something, we're actually leading. And we are putting out a lot of, say, very tough targets from all our companies to say, what can we do to be better from an environmental perspective, 2030 or 2040, whatever it might be. But we are very ambitious.
Okay. So, panel gang, that was our cue. The time is up. Thanks a million for participating. It's been a pleasure having you. And Håkan, that was a wrap for today as well.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Lisa.
It's been a great
well
day.
Done. Yes.
So hopefully we will see a lot of you back here tomorrow. We have a lot of speakers. I think we have over 30 or over 20 at least tomorrow. We have 3 panels and great lineup overall. So see you tomorrow and enjoy your evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.